It took over a year to film this bookshelf tour with one of the top polyglots in the world. And make sure to watch this full intro because there's a special $1,000 prize I'm going to tell you about in a little bit. Today, we will be touring the library of a hyper-polyglot who can speak dozens of languages. In 2022, the Washington Post verified his language skills in a featured article titled "The Remarkable Brain of a Carpet Cleaner Who Speaks 24 Languages," which subsequently went viral on social media and gained over 1,200 comments in the comments section on the Washington Post website. The article notes that my guest today, vaughnalexandersmith, when asked about how many languages he speaks, answered thusly: 8 fluently, but if you go by different grades of how much conversation, I know about 25 more. The reporter then explains that Vaughn, quote, is still underselling his abilities. By his count, it's actually 37 more languages. With at least 24, he speaks well enough to carry on lengthy conversations. He can read and write in 8 alphabets and scripts. That later count, 8 fluently plus 37 more, brings us to a total of 45 languages, with 24 at a conversational level. But I'm pleased to announce that in this tour, Vaughn revealed to me and to the public for the first time ever that there were actually 17 additional languages he forgot to mention during the Washington Post interview, and the true number of languages Vaughn has studied now amounts to a grand total of 62 languages. Besides being profiled in the Washington Post, Vaughn has also been featured on CBS Evening News' famous show On the Road with Steve Hartman, and he's been interviewed on the Tyler Cohen podcast. As we speak, there's also a documentary film currently being made about Vaughn to document his remarkable language abilities. His brain was recently scanned as part of a study conducted by Harvard and MIT neuroscientists, whose final peer-reviewed version appeared in Cerebral Cortex, a major neuroscience journal published by Oxford University Press. The study was covered by MIT News, the official news outlet for MIT, as well as by the news arm of the journal Science, which, along with the journal Nature, is one of the 2 most prestigious general science journals in the world. To quote the Washington Post article on Vaughn, much of the research on how our brains process language focuses on people with developmental disorders or strokes that have impaired their speech. The goal of the principal investigator, Ev Fedorenko, was, quote, trying to discover the secret of the other end of the spectrum, people with advanced language skills. What distinguishes polyglots and hyperpolyglots from the rest of us? If you're not familiar with the tiers of polyglottery, here's a quick primer. A polyglot is someone with over 3 languages. A hyperpolyglot is someone with over 10 languages. I've invented my own term, which some people use slightly differently, hyperglot, for someone with over 30 languages, because that means that you can speak a different language every day of the month. Vaughn is one of the few people on Earth who qualifies for all 3 of these terms. I've collected links to the Washington Post article, plus all the other major articles about Vaughn and interviews with Vaughn, and placed them in a Google Sheets bibliography, which you can find in the first link in the description. Never before has Vaughn shared the details of his library until now. It has taken over a year to put together this extremely in-depth bookshelf tour and extended interview. We aren't just going to learn about his books. I've also asked him very detailed questions about his language learning habits and methodology, and covered aspects of his life story never before discussed in previous interviews. This tour is part of a series of library tours I've done on language learning and books in multiple languages. As some of you may know, I have an abiding interest in reading the classics in their original languages, which is what inspired me to do my first bookshelf tour with Greg of Reddit back in 2024, which now has over 250,000 views. Greg is the only person online who is known to have in his home library the complete Loeb Classical Library, plus the Dumbarton Oaks, E. Toddy, and Murty facing page translation classical library book sets from Harvard University Press. And the tour with Greg also led to me filming the first ever in-person tour of the Harvard University Press offices in Cambridge, Massachusetts last year. Both of those videos are linked below. Before we get into the bonus resources that go along with this video, I want to ask for a big favor. I believe Vaughn is a once-in-a-generation polyglot and truly a national treasure. But the thing is, he's doing all this with one hand tied behind his back, and he's unable to fulfill his potential as a polyglot and as a teacher to share his knowledge with others because he's been unable to get a job in his field and has been for years working as a carpet cleaner. Imagine what would be possible if he could dedicate himself full-time to the study and teaching of languages. That's why I'm asking you if you have any connections or any ideas for a job that would be well-suited to Vaughn's amazing language abilities, to please reach out to him directly at vaughnalexandersmith@gmail.com. That's spelled VAUGHN, alexandersmith@gmail.com. I've included a special segment near the end of the tour where I ask Vaughn a number of questions about what kind of job he is looking for. So check that out in the timestamps in the description below, and please reach out to Vaughn if you have any ideas, connections, or other resources to help him find his dream job. And if you'd like to help in Vaughn's job search, please share this video with friends and family and on social media, so that we can maximize the chances he's able to find his dream job. To further help get this video shared far and wide, I'm offering a referral prize of up to $1,000 to whoever is able to help find Vaughn his dream job. Just make sure to CC me on the email you send to Vaughn, and I will verify with him that you are the person who helped him get his new job. The prize amount will be based on how many views this video gets in the first 30 days it is up on YouTube. If it gets 50,000 views, the prize will be $250. If it gets 100,000 views, the prize will be $500. And if it gets 250,000 views, the prize will be $1,000. So if you'd like to help Vaughn get his dream job, please share this video on your favorite social media platform now and help it go viral. One other unique item I'd like to mention. Are you a fellow language lover or polyglot or just speak a second language? Then you can be part of Vaughn's forthcoming documentary. Vaughn is going to be traveling the US over the next year, interacting with people in all of his different languages in order to develop the story and get the footage for the new documentary about him. Whether you'd like to appear in the documentary speaking in your favorite language or languages with Vaughn, or just connect with him one-on-one when he's in your area, please reach out to him directly to make plans. You can reach him by email at vaughnalexandersmith@gmail.com. VAUGHN alexandersmith@gmail.com. I also filmed a special segment at the end of the video asking him about the documentary and how people can get involved if they're interested, so make sure to look at the timestamps down in the description to watch that segment for more details. Now, before we get into the tour, a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. There's a book giveaway, plus you can download all the high-resolution photos of Vaughn's library. You'll also get my classics resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets like the Loeb Classical Library by Harvard University Press. If you've ever tried to find good information about this special type of book where the original language is on the left page and English or another language like French or German or Spanish or Chinese is on the right, you know that it's very difficult to find this information. This spreadsheet will save you dozens of hours of research and help you see how the classics of different languages and cultures have been translated into other languages. Also, make sure to subscribe to my channel and my email newsletter because I'm going to be publishing videos on this channel on all of these special books, including some that are very difficult, if not impossible, to find in the US, and many of which have never been featured anywhere on YouTube. You also get a free book where I've gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. And if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses in one program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first item is the Polyglot course, and it's designed to help you learn multiple languages in parallel so you can read the great classical works and contemporary academic books and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the second link in the description to learn more about the 12 classic and modern languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. The second item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent, so you can understand the major branches of knowledge, see how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad base of learning. Please click the third link in the description to learn more about this Renaissance program. The third item is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps, like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. Please click the fourth link in the description for more on the Self-Directed Learner course. If you'd like to learn about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fifth link in the description where you can view my complete course catalog. And now let's get into the bookshelf tour with Vaughnalexandersmith. Okay, so Vaughn, thanks a lot for being here. We're looking at your shelves here on your different language learning and other aspects of your library. So I like to start off just spending a minute or two going over what the big idea is, or what is the main category of contents with each of these bookshelves, and then we can jump in and look shelf by shelf what's in each one of these. So do you want to start with this one on the left next to the guitar?
Okay, so that bookshelf you see on the left is the first bookshelf that I put into that room. It's my primary bookshelf, and it contains the books that I most frequently read. A lot of those books I've read through. All manner of language books, instructions, and dictionaries, mostly in the Germanic and Slavic language family. And there is one shelf that's dedicated to indigenous languages.
Is that this one right here?
That would be that one, yes.
Yeah. And then to the right, these are, can you say a few words about these?
So that bookshelf to the right is bookshelf number 2. Only the top shelf of that bookshelf is language related. The rest of it's like sketchbooks, photography, travel, and other interests. Maps of the U.S. and guides to national and state parks, and the maps that I use when I go out hiking and go out on road trips.
Cool. And we have high-res versions of all these that we'll be looking at, so we'll jump to those in a little bit. Here we have bookshelves 3 and 4. Do you want to say a few words about these?
Bookshelf number 3 is kind of like an overflow of books. I think that the top shelf is it's special to me because I have this special gift that was given to me by my friend Shelby. My most recently acquired book is Edda, and it's the Edda saga is all in Swedish. To the left are 2 books that are acquired personally while I was at the Palace print shop, where the shopkeeper and I speak in Welsh the entire time. So this isn't Carnarvon, Wales. So those 2 books on the left. The rest of it's just like stories in different languages and dictionaries.
And then bookshelf number 4.
So number 4, a collection of my oldest and smallest dictionaries. Most of them acquired from Kamkin Bookstore that used to operate here in Rockville. And the top is just like Phrasebooks. Others, there's a bunch of dictionaries. Dictionaries published in the USSR and grammar guides and lexicons and instruction books.
Nice. Okay. And then bookshelf number 5 here. What's going on here?
That's an overflow books. So a
Okay.
collection of books that I have, the short stories published by Olly Richards, other dictionaries, a sketchbook, and some banknotes, maybe a few art supplies and pictures.
Nice. Okay. So we'll get started here in bookshelf number 2. And you've got some stuff here that looks, we can't really see from the spine. Could you say what is in those?
That's quite a treasure. In the late 90s, I purchased these. It's a volume of 15 books, and they're like little cartoon books to teach classic Nahuatl, the language that the Aztecs spoke. And I bought these in Mexico. They all go together. It's volumes 1 to 15. Unfortunately, I can't pull it out so you can see the front pages of them, but it's like sort of like a comic book, sort of cartoon manner of learning with vocabulary lists. So it's a pretty interesting set of books that I got.
Are they pretty rare?
It's rare to find those. Yeah, it's
You've
very rare to
got-
find those. I
yeah.
think I've only seen them once. There was a one bookstore in Osaba, and as soon as I saw them, I just snatched them up, caught them all.
Nice. What about this SAS book?
It's essay a survival guide. It's just kind of like I use that for like when I'm out camping. It's a small guide, just fits in your pocket. A good sort of reference to keep with you in case you find yourself in an emergency situation. It teaches how to do like bushcraft and how to set up a shelter. A guide for like edible plants and fungi. It's how to set up a snare trap to catch a rabbit, that sort of thing.
So is there a connection between your interest in language and your interest in travel or nature?
I don't know about travel in nature and speeds, but I think that the travel part is, when I'm out, if I'm traveling like within the continental US, I'll go to places where Salish is spoken or Navajo is spoken, and I'll ask questions and, learn phrases, that sort of thing. But as far as like camping out, speaking out of nature, no, I don't see a connection with language. That book just happens to be there out of the coincidence, just randomly placed.
Any of these other books here that, Berlitz is a famous brand. Is there anything, do you like their stuff, or is there a reason you chose their series here for these languages in particular?
It was convenient and economical at the time when I would shop at Borders Books, and the dictionaries are small. I can just put them in my backpack, and when I'll go to like Scandinavia, I'll take those dictionaries with me to reference words that I'm not familiar with. The same with well, I've never actually been to Croatia, but I bought that book I think in '92, the Langenscheidt, which is a German publication, just while I was learning Croatian. And to the left of that, there's a book called Meet Rad Honza Wolf, Bensonomich Rad Golf. This is kind of like a little RC sort of cartoon memoir to Honza Wolf. He's kind of like a self-published sort of poet, so it's a lot of poetry in those stories and pictures,
This
all
yellow
in
one?
Czech. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all in Czech. That was a gift from an old friend of mine, Katerina Malkova, and she herself is an artist and a photographer. And she gave me this book as a small sort of token of her friendship, and it was a little gift. It makes for like a pretty easy read in Czech.
What do you think about these Barron's books? Because I personally really like a lot of these Barron's books.
I do like the Barron series. They have a very unique way of formatting their pages. The Russian idioms book it's very useful when you want to like pick up colloquial phrases, that sort of thing. So I have other books also by the Barron series, and what I like about them is that the sort of like the pictorial, sort of like eye-catching layout that makes it very easy to read. Keeps the pages pretty interesting. And as you can see by the wear on the spine of that book, that's the book that I used quite a great deal.
One of the kind of interesting aspects of your approach is that it's much more, I get the feeling with a lot of other polyglots, they're much more into like apps and internet and computer and stuff like that. Whereas you've got, I think in your interview with Tyler Cohen, you said you have 10 books in your car and you like to carry books around with you. So, could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. So, I'll go to jobs and I'll have a break after work. And instead of just rushing straight home, I'll just go get coffee, just take a book out, read it, so that anytime I'm doing somewhere, doing something, going somewhere, taking a trip, and I have a break, I would still pick up a book and read it. And it doesn't have to be the same book every time, but I'll take maybe like around 10 or so books. Not exactly that number all the time, but I always have something on me that I could read. For example, this moment, just did a job here in DC and I'm at Georgetown Campus Coffee, getting coffee here in Uprock. Idioms, which is an all Norwegian book for advanced Norwegian, like B1, B2 level. So I have that on me. I was reading up on that before this interview started, in fact.
Are there any others that are top of mind that are in your car right now? I'm sure people are curious.
Yeah, on the car, of course, short stories for Latvian learners. So you'll see like Young's now it's called like story material. So it's kind of like it's an entire short story, maybe 2 or 3 pages, all in Latvian, but it's a bilingual reader, so that I can reference any words I'm not familiar with or sentences. I'll just look at the English part. But I like these short story series because it's I can read the entire thing through context, so like fill in on words that I might not, recognize. I'll guess what their meaning is by very well. Placement in the sentence. Very helpful books to learn from. I'll have that and have one for Finnish as well. Short stories in Finnish.
So,
And as far as other books, I might have like a Swedish sentences guy. Like I think it's called 50 Coffee Breaks in Swedish. I think it's
oh,
actually with
cool.
me right here. So that one also teaches some series. So 50 Swedish Coffee Breaks. And that keeps it pretty interesting, like short stories that take between 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Do you have that? One of the photos in the Washington Post article was your sort of uh, fatigued sort of or camo backpack. Is that what you're still using? Do you like put all
Uh,
10 books in there and just,
I don't have the camo backpack on me now. I think that was unfortunately stolen after the interview happened. I got this new
no?
one that's kind of like a black bag.
Nice. It sort of reminded me of, Bill Gates, how he carries around that like huge bag of teaching company stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, he has that kind of, I guess he takes it with him on trips. And
Interesting. Yeah.
so do you group, it doesn't seem like you really group together all the stuff related to one language. Like you're not putting all the Russian stuff together in one place. Is there a reason for that?
I think it's because it's the chronology in which I sort of purchased the books. I already had one bookshelf full the way I wanted it, and I was already accustomed to that.
Mm.
And I find other books here and there. I thought, okay, well, here's another Russian book that's interesting, and okay, well, I'll put it on this shelf. It's really just kind of like the time and the placement. Another factor. So I'll put together, for example, the Berlitz dictionaries. They kind of look good together, so I just put it
Yeah.
there. Not so much because the languages are in Scandinavia, but it's more because of the dictionaries look similar. If you look at bookshelf number 4 at the top, for example, the 2 top shelves of bookshelf number 4, they're all different languages. But I put them all together because they're the same size. They fit perfectly in the size, the vertical size that those 2 shelves are, and they're all by Lonely Planet and Berlitz, which happen to be the same size. So all those just like a mix of languages, but it's the same series.
Um, the other thing I wanted to ask you about your sort of car books is do you do they tend to mostly be short story type stuff? Like would you ever read through a phrasebook page by page or a dictionary page by page, or are they purely reference materials for you?
I don't think I've ever taken a dictionary and read it page by page. Um, but as far as the phrase books, yes. So I remember for quite a while when I had my um Subaru Legacy, white station wagon, is 95 Subaru Legacy. I was in Richmond and I bought the Japanese phrase book, and I kept that in the car the entire time I had the car. I think it was 2 or 3 years or so. That book never left the car because it was the book that I was into reading at the time, and I would always just pick it up whenever I had a break between driving or going A to point B. I'll just pick that book up, and a lot of those other phrase books that you see there, the Bulgarian, for example. I think which other one? Some of on the second shelf. I'd take those and read those. So for basic age, all the others I've at least glanced at. Read through a few pages, memorized a few of the phrases from them. But I think a lot of those I still have not read, like from the beginning to the end.
Do you put these in any particular order, or just?
I put the Berlitz ones on the left simply because they're all Berlitz, and they're somewhat in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Because you have Arabic, Bulgarian, Cantonese. That goes in alphabetical order from left to right. That makes it a little bit easier if I'm looking for something specific. And then I think sort of the phrase books that are like not language specific, but they're regional, like Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and Central Asia, Baltic. Those are like group books where it's like several languages involved. Those would be on shelf number 2 in the middle. And other than that, it's pretty much I've memorized where the books are. So there is somewhat of a conscious effort to put them in some kind of an order, but it might not be exact. It might not be permanent. I might change my mind and flip some things around.
Could you briefly take us through like the chronology of especially like the languages you're most interested in, so people can get a sense of, like, you had Spanish growing up with your mom, and then could you sort of take us just a quick run through?
Okay, so if we go to the bookshelf number 1, the ones on the left and the top right, you see all of those teach yourself series books with a black spine, and there's like Irish, Bulgarian, Catalan, Finnish, Romanian. I acquired all those books in the early to mid 90s, I believe 94, 95. And those I read all the way through the and pretty much all the books all the Teach Yourself series books on that top shelf. I've some of them I still have some like chapters left to do, but most of those I've read at least halfway through. And so those I acquired like mid 90s, late 90s, maybe early 2000s, but like the latest, I guess early 2000s. On the left, you see Colloquial Estonian, Colloquial Vietnamese, Colloquial Latvian. Also, those were acquired like 93, 94, 95. So I've had those at least 30 years.
Were you does you buying the first book in a language represent when you started learning that language, or was that usually preceded by, like, when you were back in the 80s, was that like when you were in high school and you were just getting your first books?
Back in like 89 is when I started to go to Alice Deal, and 90, 91, 92 is when I went to Wilson. So I did not get any books at that time.
So you're a
So it was
freshman in
all,
high school in 89, roughly.
I was a freshman in junior high, oddly enough.
Oh, okay.
In DC, junior high is 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. So I was in 9th grade in junior high because that's how the junior high was set up in Washington, DC, all the schools. Wilson High School is primarily 10th, 11th, 12th grade.
So 89, you're roughly in 7th grade, and 92, you're roughly in 10th grade.
89 to 90, that was my 9th grade year.
Oh, okay. All right. So
1991 is when I went to, like, September of 1990 is when I enrolled in Wilson High School. and I was there until 92. Then I moved to Gaithersburg after that, moved to Maryland.
So
After 2 years,
92 is when you graduate high school.
93.
Oh, 93. Okay.
93 because I graduated from Gaithersburg High School. I went to a different high school for my last year.
Oh, okay. So were any of these books high school or middle school? I got
None of them,
mixed. No. Okay. So
none of them because, yeah, I think in 1991, 92, the only books I would have had are there's a German phrase book. It's probably on bookshelf number 4 in the middle. And those are books that I bought at the Kamkin Bookstore. The ones that have like the Russian style binding. So if you go, yeah, so there's one of them. It's called like Ruskopinski Slovar. The one that's in the middle is like a gray. That gray one that's in the Russian writing, that would have been bought at Kamkin Bookstore. And the book to the right of that, you cannot see any information on it, but that is a Bulgarian-Turkish phrase book.
could you say that bookstore one more time? And is it a
Kamkin.
well? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so it's named after Viktor Kamkin. So Kamkin. Kamkin Bookstore. It used to be located on Bolingbrook Parkway in Rockville.
Okay. And is
No
so
longer there. It was
Oh, okay.
closed over 10 years ago.
Okay. But was it famous at the time or something?
It was like a Russian bookstore, and it's kind of like it was like the USSR, so subsidized the bookstore to try to like, I think it was maybe in the 60s or something that the bookstore was the warehouse was opened as kind of like a sneaky way for the USSR to get propaganda into the US, or so at least that's how the story goes. But all manner of publications, writing fiction and nonfiction, reference, dictionaries and such, all published in the USSR.
Seems like the
And
kind of thing that would almost only exist in Washington, D.C.
yeah, I would imagine New York would also have something similar. But basically, just outside of DC, it was a it's quite an anomaly. It's all like Russian owned and operated. So just a big warehouse of books, and they would sell for anywhere from 50 cents to $3, $4, $5. Very economical.
Are
A
there
lot of those
any?
books.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. Like the dictionary, the Russian Slovak dictionary and the Russian Czech dictionary, I use those to help me learn Czech and Slovak. And I think I only paid like $2, $3 for each one of those. That would be 2 shelves down. Yeah, all those books were bought at Kamkin Bookstore for about $2 or $3 a piece.
Are there any polyglot bookstores or just non-English bookstores in the Washington, D.C. area that still exist or that people might be interested in?
In fact, I remember the name of it. There was one in Town. Let me see if I can find it. Bookstore.
I can.
There used to be the newsroom. There used to be the newsroom in DuPont Circle on Connecticut Avenue. I don't know if it's still there, but they had like all level, just like worldly, most of them secondhand books. And I would buy a lot of my books there, in fact. Start it's a push it down.
Well, while you're doing that, let me just read through your languages, and this is taken from the Washington Post article. So under fluent, English, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, Czech, Slovak, Bulgarian, Romanian. Under conversational, Croatian, Finnish, Italian, Latvian, Nahuatl, and you can correct me on any of these. Serbian,
Nahuatl?
Nahuatl,
Nahuatl.
Nahuatl.
This is Nahuatl. You can say Nahuatl. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't have those phonemes yet.
What
Intermediate, American Sign Language, Catalan, Dutch, French, German, Hungarian, Icelandic, Irish Gaelic, Norwegian, Polish. Under basic, Amharic, Arabic, Estonian, Georgian, Greek, Hebrew, Indonesian, Japanese, Lakota, Lithuanian, Mandarin, Navajo, Salish, Sinhalese, Swedish, Ukrainian, Welsh, and some familiarity, Mongolian, Vietnamese, Tzotzil, and Zapotec. So, did you want to correct any of those pronunciations?
Just the one that the one that was conversational. That was it.
Okay. Did you
I think
get
everything else
the
you got, you just pretty much hit it.
okay. Um,
Right.
did you get the bookshelf or sorry, the bookstore name?
It's a Tempo Bookstore. Or you
TEMPO.
TEMPO. TEMPO, yeah, Tempo
Tempo.
Bookstore on Wisconsin Avenue.
Did you ever get into reading foreign newspapers or
I did.
periodicals?
Yep. Yeah. On my trips to Europe, I pick up newspapers and just take them with me and read them in my leisure.
Never like there wasn't a newsstand. There used to be like a famous newsstand in Harvard Square that had foreign newspapers. Like you get a French newspaper, Le Monde, I think. Um, but you never got into that. Like just there were like going somewhere in Washington D.C.
No, they at the very same Kamkin Bookstore, they have a sort of like a funnies publication that was called Crocodile, and it was kind of like this humorous sort of like weekly publication out of the USSR, now Russia, with just kind of like a periodical. Besides that, the newsroom that I mentioned earlier, that was in DuPont Circle on Connecticut Avenue, it might actually still be there. They carried newspapers from all over the world, and there's where I picked up some like Novaya Ruskaya Slova and Vremya, and that sort of thing, like the old Soviet publications, as well as some of the newspapers that they published out of was in Yugoslavia, now Serbia, etc. So those, and then some in the Czech language as well.
Was there anything else? I guess we'll come back to this shelf later. We were talking about your book, your car books, and I wanted to ask you just like mainly, it sounds like you want stuff that's more bite-sized for when you have like 10, 15 minutes here or there. So short stories as the primary thing, and then phrase books as a secondary thing. Is there any other major type of book you regularly bring with you in your car, or is it just mostly those two types?
I think it's mostly just those two types.
And then,
Yeah, I'll have like a sketchbook, but that's not really a book. That's something I'm creating, putting something in.
Mhm. um, I think you mentioned in one of your other interviews you use Duolingo for Welsh, but
Yes.
otherwise you don't use Duolingo that much. Is that still true, or did I get that right?
I think I've changed up. I've started using Duolingo in other languages. I think what happened with Duolingo and Welsh is they took away the curriculum that was more advanced, and now it's kind of like the Welsh language is still in Duolingo, but they're repeating the same last lesson that I mastered over and over again. Yeah, they made some changes. They cut back on it, so it was kind of like a really big disappointment. So there's no longer a reason for me to use Duolingo on Welsh because I've already learned everything that they're repeating. But I'll use it for other languages, like things are more challenging for me, like English or Greek, to pick up new vocabulary. That's a helpful thing. I use it still every day. I still have about like almost a 600-day streak.
Wow.
Yeah.
So did you have a long streak before that, or was that basically when you started and you've just
No, I had a long streak before that, but the reason that I lost the streak is because I was in the middle of the wilderness in Finland for a week, so I didn't have access to internet. Um, so I lost the streak, but I look at the good as I would rather be here in the wilderness in Finland, and it was worth losing the streak because I had a good time and I practiced a lot of language.
so what was your
I had no
streak
choice
like
but to leave.
if you take out that 1 week, what would your true streak be?
It would have been close to 1,300 days.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's incredible.
because I had a 700 and something day streak before I lost it in Finland.
So it's almost 4 years, so really
Yeah,
going back to like 2021 or something.
correct.
By the way, with the guitar, could you say a little bit about that? Like, do you play like any other instruments, and what are you in a band or anything?
I picked up guitar in high school and I really enjoyed it. I like playing it. I did not really, it's not something I really mastered. I've never played in a band,
Mhm.
but the guitar that you see in the picture is actually not mine. I'm holding on to it for a friend that lives somewhere in DC. I'm supposed to give it back to him at some point. I have it there for safekeeping.
Do you have an acoustic or?
I do have 2 acoustic guitars and also have an acoustic mandolin and a balalaika, and also 2 accordions. I have
What was that last one? The
different
second to last one, the
accordions.
bakalaka, or I didn't catch that.
Balalaika.
Yeah, I'm not familiar
A
with what is
balalaika
that?
is like a triangular head sort of mandolin type string instrument with only 3 strings. It's a Russian instrument.
Huh.
Russians and Ukrainians use it a lot.
Do you play any like Spanish guitar?
No, not flamenco style.
Okay. Any other instruments that you play, or mostly the
I
guitar?
have a keyboard that I used to like playing a lot. Recorder. I think when I was the recorder that I have, I was gifted when I was probably like 5 years old, and I just like always played it and annoyed my parents with loud noise. But it's not something I just. It's just like a little toy, you know. So what really would like to get good at is and perfect my skills on the accordion, and I'm also very interested in playing the banjo, but I just have to try a banjo first.
What kind of music would you usually play on the keyboard?
On the keyboard, I just make up songs. I don't know, or like I'll cover something, just like so whatever popular song was at the time. I use the keyboard in like the from late '80s, early '90s.
Mhm. So not like classical stuff.
So no, not exactly. No, I can't even really describe what it was I played on the keyboard. Just I got used to good with the keys, and I played a song that I'll imitate something I'd hear off the radio, but I can't be more specific than that. I don't think I invented really a lot of music on the keyboard myself. But
Did the keyboard transfer over at all to the accordion?
somewhat, yeah, because I was familiar with like using the keys, but it's because when I'm holding an accordion, it's a different orientation, so it still has there's a learning curve to that, and it takes a little bit of getting used to.
Is the accordion associated with a certain country or culture of music?
I heard a lot of accordion music in Russian music.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the Russians tend to use more of the squeeze box type, the button accordions instead of the keyboard accordions, whereas the keyboard accordion is more like French or Italian. But yeah, I would associate it with like a lot of the Russian music that I own. Most of it was cassette tape because we're talking about the late '80s, early '90s. But there was a lot of accordion playing in the music.
That's really cool because I sort of you're sort of a polyglot of music in terms of, you're approaching, I think, 10 different instruments, or forms of instruments here. So do you ever think about that? Like, I mean, that's not normal either to be like dabbling or more than dabbling in, several different instruments.
I suppose not. Yeah, but yeah, I didn't really think about a connection there, but it's I just like I'm a very sort of like my attention span's all over the place, so
Yeah.
I like picking up random things that seem interesting to me without really focusing on one particular one for an extended period of time. So
Did you have
uh,
to learn an instrument growing up, or?
I did not have to. No,
Okay.
no,
Because
I didn't
I'm
have to. I
curious
was
if
never in a band.
I'm curious if
Yeah, so I
there's.
never went to band or anything like that, but, I think, I had to pick up guitar because I was signed up for the guitar class in Gaithersburg High School, so I did do that. I
Okay.
think I did pretty well.
I got started in the cello through school.
Very
So
nice.
I had to pick, basically a string instrument. So that's what I picked. Is there anything looking back on like how your parents raised you that maybe you felt free to kind of explore your interests more than the average child, or do multiple things, have multiple things that you were doing? Because I could imagine a lot of parents are like, no, you should focus on one language, or you should focus on one instrument and get good at it. And you need to focus on that one thing. And doing a lot of different things would be seen as sort of wasting your time, or not kind of, you're maybe not going to get a certificate from the school, or you're not going to get recognized in the same way. because it's a less traditional path. So do you ever identify anything like that in your upbringing or?
Well, that had much to do with it, but there's a couple of things I can say to that is, as far as like the language is going, my my mother is from Mexico, and I grew up part of my childhood that was spent in Mexico, and no one else in my classrooms at the time throughout, kindergarten, elementary school, they're all Americans. I don't think I knew anyone else that had like a bilingual background. So I think that helped me with language. As far as instruments and thinking of other things, my
How
parents
did
didn't
that
really
help
care.
you? Just to go back to that first point, I'm not making the connection of how that helps you beyond just spending time in Mexico. Is that what you're saying, or is there something beyond that?
I think what I was trying to say with that is the as far as like what's different between me and to
Yeah.
answer the part of the question was what's different between me and like other kids
Yeah.
to have some freedom. Well, that's the identifying factor there. It's the fact that I grew up bilingual. Um, I grew up in two different cultures. No one else in my class did. So I think that has something to do with me being starting off different, being interested in the languages where other kids just didn't seem to get that. That's not something they grew up with. Everyone else around was monolingual, and
But you hear with like a
so
lot of polyglots, there's sort of a separation between people who are like, there's a lot of people who grow up in cultures where there's 4 or 5 different languages spoken to varying degrees, and like everybody's a polyglot of 3, 4, 5 languages. And it's not like this special thing the way we see it in the US and maybe Europe. So um, I guess it doesn't automatically follow that. Like I could definitely imagine somebody being in a bilingual household or being raised bilingual, but still sort of having blinders on in terms of the parenting style. That's just, I guess, what I was getting at. But
I see.
I think you were
Um,
going on to a second point about something else.
yeah, I think I have a tendency of going on the second point. Sorry about that. Let's see. I can focus on exactly what the question is. Yeah. So, for my parents, going back to the part of your question where you asked, like my parents would tell me to focus on one thing. I don't think they ever said focus on anything. Um, so no, I was pretty much free after, like when I went to junior high school, I was like, just free to get into any other things. My mom taught me some of the French that she knew. So there was kind of like a third language already sort of creeping in there. But that's something my mom kind of like taught me. And because, I think that I impressed her with like how rapidly I memorized the phrases she told me. She just taught me more. And then it went with my father teaching me some German phrases. Beyond that, I was pretty much just free to do what I want.
So they weren't applying a lot of pressure in terms of like wanting straight A's. Like, would you say your family was a particularly academically oriented?
No, and that's kind of I think that kind of plays into that. They were just not very academically apt people. They were just my dad was sort of like in his own world, just like going to work. And he himself never attended university or college or anything. So he's got no academic background, nor does my mom. So they didn't have the sort of like this base off of which to give me advice on. Uh I never had that growing up. I'm the oldest sibling, so I had no one to really guide me and say, "Hey, focus on this, focus on that."
Right.
Um, apply here at school. This is something I never did. So how could they give me any advice on it? It's just something I didn't have.
Yeah. So I think sometimes there's in some families that are very academically focused, there can be a narrowing of vision and wanting to do things in a conventional way. Like you learn your one language and you learn your one instrument and you really go hard on those one thing in each category and you put together a resume. And it seems like for you, you didn't have those pressures, and so there was a freedom to operate. Um, Maybe you could, your mom's interest in French, could you talk a little bit more about that?
I think that my mom's interest in French comes with like her time in her youth in Mexico. I think a lot of people in Mexico, like at that in the 60s, were interested in the third language. They just thought that French was like really cool sounding. Even today, I'll go to Orizaba and a lot of the kids that I see that were in the high school age, they pick up French. I think it's just a thing that they do. And my mom was one of those people. And one way or another, she got a vinyl record of the musician Serge Gainsbourg, the one that was famous for making that sort of like erotic sounding song that the Pope at the time protested against, but it was very popular. So she has that.
Could you spell that name so people can look
Uh,
that up if they want?
so Gainsbourg. The first name is Serge, Serge.
Okay. Yeah, it
I do
seems
think
like
that's
she had sort of a sort of romantic view, a sort of like, the romance of French and like French culture, and um that was like embedded in the music. Would that be fair to say? Or
she was very interested in. And she still thinks that she hoped that she had taken French more seriously and maybe learned it in university. She did attend college for a while, but I don't think she finished. She did not get a degree, but she did study that at one point or another.
could you talk about because we talked before we started recording about your dad's background. Could you just anything else about your mom's background, and then talk about your dad's background and how that's influenced some of the languages you've learned?
Yeah. So when my mother, she was, I think, 15 or 16 or 17 when she was brought from Orizaba to Washington, D.C. by her mom, who was already here in the U.S. She attended Vincent Carlotti High School. She did a little bit of college after that, and then she started working for Pepco. She had me, so she got busy, raising a kid, and then 3 years later, raising another kid. And she'd have like odd jobs here and there. She would work with my aunt at Professional Carpet Service. So that was a like a carpet installation company that served the federal government, specifically like exclusively the federal government, since the 1960s when Joan Estrada, my aunt, opened the business.
Well,
She continued it after her late husband passed away. And that was like or it's pretty much the employment for the entire family. Both of my parents worked at Professional Carpet Service. Then my mom left sometime in the 90s and stayed at home or did other jobs. If we go up now to my father, he was born in Lincoln, Nebraska and lived there until I think he was 17. Pretty much ran away from home and met up with his sister who was already in DC, because she had always started the company in DC. So he had some employment. He came to DC to get away from Nebraska. And he joined the Army Reserves, and I think he was in the reserves for about 4 years. During which time he was like a driver for a convoy, so he did all this driving. He had somewhat of an engineering background, electrical engineering, and he was very versed in chemistry. And he worked with the carpet paint company for several years, but on the side also did home improvement and construction.
how did he develop that chemistry and electrical engineering?
I think it's something I believe that it's something he started in high school. He was good at it.
Mm.
But I don't know if he took formal education like beyond high school or if that was something that he focused on while he was in the Army Reserves. Uh, Whatever it is, he was just super knowledgeable about a lot of things regarding the science of chemistry and electrical engineering.
I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the ASVAB.
Yes, that test.
Yeah, so it's a standardized test you take when you enter the military, and it's sort of like the SATs, but it has this whole other section which is like mechanical and electrical and other kind of working with your hands, working with vehicles type knowledge, and it's really unique in a sense in that it's a standardized test, but it measures these more physical, almost like the SAS book we were talking about earlier. It sort of measures your kind of not necessarily street smarts, but kind of like practical physical skills. So it sounds like he had that in spades. And okay, so Can you
Might be
talk
something
about?
I'll take myself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I've heard
so
of it.
oh, you did take it yourself.
No, I did not. That's something that I
Oh,
would probably look into taking. Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with. I know what it is. Just I've never taken it. My dad might have taken that. I don't know if it was existed. I don't know how long it's been implemented, but yeah. As far as my dad, I don't know if he passed it or not. If it's something that he took.
okay. So there was some other stuff. Can you get into anything else about his background and how that influenced the languages like he inspired or?
While he served in the reserves, he served alongside some Germans, I think, that were living in the U.S. Other like the German soldiers serving in the reserves, and he was close friends with them. He picked up a lot of German. I don't believe that my father was ever, stationed in Germany or if he ever went there. Uh, but he did know a great deal of German vocabulary and pronunciation and a lot of phrases. That might have been things he probably picked up from movies or something he learned from his fellow soldiers. But as far as I don't know if he spent any time in Germany, but he taught me a lot of the phrases that he did know. And I think at the time when I was like in about seventh and eighth grade, like sort of about like 87, 88, I had found an English German dictionary somewhere in the attic of one of the houses he was working on doing home repair. And suddenly I had this book and I used it to pick up other words, to look at the dictionary.
Okay. I thought there was some Native American thing you had mentioned, or if that had
So my father, yeah. So my father is he did explain to my brother and myself that we're a part Cherokee,
okay.
on his side. I don't know specifically who it is in the family that is that is Cherokee. I think the last time I tried to ask my father, he was he was always suffering from dementia. He could not tell me, and he simply did not understand any of my questions. I think that was the last time I attempted to get more information. I think at the time that he explained it to us, I was not in a position where I found it very fascinating or interesting to know like what our background was. I just didn't care.
Mhm.
And the only reason I know about whatever background there is on my father's side, it's because my aunt and my grandparents voluntarily explained to me, this is what we are. This is our background.
Mhm.
Uh, But they all perished before I could ask them any further details.
So,
So I don't know
okay.
exactly who it is. And I found it's Cherokee. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I just wasn't sure if that had inspired you to. There's a number of indigenous languages you've got um, on the list that I read, and I wasn't sure if uh, I'm not familiar if Cherokee is also the name of the language they speak, or if it's another language. But like, have you gotten into that at all, like as a heritage language or anything like that?
Yeah, Cherokee is the name of the language, and I
Yeah.
do have some books on. I think on the main number one bookshelf, maybe like a few shelves down on the indigenous aisle. Uh, there are some Cherokee books.
I see this one
Let's
right
see.
here.
Yeah, Cherokee Language and Dictionary. I picked that up last year, I think. There's to the left of that, you can't see the titles, but between that book and the Maya Art and Architecture, there are two dictionaries and phrase books from Cherokee. I picked those up several years ago. The Cherokee language, they call it Tsalaki in the Cherokee language. And we've been through the town of Cherokee in North Carolina, just outside of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Um, and I downloaded an app to learn it. I think would be my most recent app that I put on my phone to learn something from. After finding out that my dad told us that we're part Cherokee, I took great interest in it, and I thought, okay, well, this will be something worth learning because they also have speakers that are trying to hold on to the language and to preserve it. And I think that's very important. If it's a living language, then an effort should be put into learning it, which I'm willing to do. But it's something I'd like to do in person, actually go there, say, hey, I'd like to sign up for courses for charity. So the app taught me some pronunciation, ha, oa, and deconize the like, posio and greetings and stuff like that. I'd get the pronunciation. Um, but that's not really what started my delving into this language, what started that was knowing my background in Mexico. It started with learning Nahuatl back in 1985. I made a conscious effort to learn it by visiting my distant cousins and asking for lessons. And I started to learn in 95. And some of those books are actually still present on that bookshelf, on that particular shelf.
This shelf here or another one?
Yes, that would be that shelf. The books that you see, let's go to the left a little bit. There's a blue book. It says Okatsit. That's just to point out. To the left of that book is Era de la Plata. And to the left of that is Lengua Nahuatl Intro de Veracruz. It's the text that goes upward. And the book just left of that, Lengua Nahuatl Intro de Veracruz. Those two books together. And there are two books to the left of that. You cannot see any information on the spines. But all four of those books were the first books that I got to learn the Nahuatl language. And I've had those for several years, starting, I think 95 is when I got the first two that are on the left. And a few years later, I get the ones that actually have the text that's visible on the spines.
Do you remember roughly what year you learned from your dad that you had this Cherokee background?
So that was a very late sort of revelation. I think it would have been 2008 or around that time, 2008 or maybe 2010. I believe it was prior. Yeah, I think it's something like 2008, 2007, 2006, around there. I cannot be more specific than that, but it was prior to the first road trip that we took when we met the people that run the Nkosum, which is the Salish language school in Arlene, Montana. That would be 2010. We actually drove to Montana and we met with the people of the school. And by that time, I had already known that there was Cherokee in our ancestry.
Sorry, so what's the date for that you're just saying?
So 2008, I think, is the year that my father told us that we were part Cherokee, and 2010 is when we, I guess, quote unquote, like met the first Native Americans I've ever met.
Oh, wow.
In person. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted, because I'm pretty sure you had mentioned something about that in one of your other interviews. So they were, that was in Mexico, or was that, or did you say Montana?
We're talking about a whole bunch of different languages here. So the first books that I picked up in 95, those are in Mexico because Nahuatl is spoken in Mexico.
Right.
And when I'm talking about who I met in 2010, I'm making reference to the Salish and Kootenai Confederated Tribe. So there are two actually indigenous people that live side by side, two unrelated languages, but the one that I know, that I learned, and the ones that we came into contact with were the Salish, Salish. And you'll see those books on the left side of that shelf. So you see this book that says Salish Nyomuntum, like a Salish word list. That is the dictionary put together by Tachini Pete, who is the head of the school at that time. We met with him. He is a fluent speaker of Salish, and he put together this dictionary.
And this is like Washington State, Oregon, right?
So there are Salish speakers in Washington State, but it's not the same kind of Salish that this is.
Oh.
This comes from Montana.
Okay.
A place called Arlene, Montana specifically, which is kind of like the main city where it's where the school is located, and the tribal headquarters are there in Montana, in Arlene, Montana. This is on US 93 north of Missoula. So Missoula is on the I-90, Interstate 90 corridor, more to the west end of the state. And about like 45 minutes north of Missoula is where you'll find Arlene. That's where you find the school. All of those books that you see to the right of the dictionary that are in the black spirals, those are all the Salish curriculum. It's like books 1 and 2, the conversations, the short stories and all that stuff. Those were a gift from the secretary of the inclusive school. She's actually a good friend of mine. Her name is Michelle Matt, and we have kind of like this close friendship with her. It's someone that we like to visit, and she's someone that really welcomed us with open arms, and we talk a lot, and just greet each other. We always see her when we stop by Montana on our trips.
So what led you to Salish?
it's an interesting story. It started off with, it was my dad who would take us on a road trip to visit my grandparents in California. So that specifically has nothing to do with it. But the thing is that my father was very interested in U.S. history, and he sort of like sparked our interest with these trips because we would go to these places where there were plaques and memorials and monuments, that sort of thing, to the testimony of like the Wild West and the meetings with Native Americans. It started in Wyoming, and then Montana. We would follow her Lewis and Clark Trail. So this is like a song where you see the Lewis Clark Trail. That's kind of like the logo of Lewis that's pointing. We're all like looking in one direction. Meriwether, Lewis, and Clark together, and this is so like see this song repeated. It got me really interested. What is the Lewis and Clark Trail? Who are Lewis and Clark? So they were appointed by because the early 1800s. They were sent out from St. Louis, Missouri, to survey the Louisiana Purchase, and on their voyage, they
which was Jefferson. So Jefferson.
Yeah, well, right. President Jefferson sent them out, and they found the Columbia River and followed it all the way to get to the west coast, to the ocean, which they succeeded in doing. On the way, I picked up the actual, in bookshelf number 2, you'll probably see it. It's the Lewis and Clark Journals. So I bought this book out of my own interest. I think that was in 2008 when I purchased the book at Barnes & Noble. I looked down a little bit more, one more down, another one down. Let's see if we can find it. Lewis and Clark, where is it? Somewhere in that bookshelf, it should be there. It might be in another one, in fact, but it's got a very thick bind, so it should be easy to find, like light brownish color. I know I might have to look for it myself. But so the Journals of Lewis and Clark, and sort of like read it religiously because I was very like involved in the story. And there was a chapter in it where they talked about meeting who we now know as the Salish Indians. Of course, they use the word Indians in the book because that's what they would call them at the time. I call them First Nations people. I respect that. I don't want to call them Indians because it's somewhat that they don't like to be called that. But so in the story, they talked about very possibly being the first American settlers that came upon the tribe. They encountered a village of people dressed in white at a time when they were famished and they were cold and they were sort of suffering from, they were like hungry, thirsty, just they were in bad shape. They were very starved. They descended upon this village of people dressed in white, and those were, we find out later, they're the Salish Indians. And according to the story, they talked about how the language was not like anything they have ever heard. It was a very strange sounding language. And, there was like these people that have nothing to do with any of the other tribes that they've met. And just a very, very different new sort of like group of people that they were very excited about encountering. Their meeting was very cordial. The Salish Indians put blankets on the entire Lewis and Clark, all the members, to keep them warm. They fed them. They gave them salmon. They ate a lot of salmon. And I think that they spent some time there. They were exchanging words and they were learning from each other. And it was a very friendly sort of like the very positive example of like two cultures sort of like meeting together for the first time. And I think that was a very fascinating story. Now, prior to that, I was already aware of, I had some familiarity with like what other indigenous cultures there are across the U.S. because it was something that was very interesting to me. But now that I made the connection, these are the Salish Indians. I know something about them. And so it sort of piqued my curiosity, and I got on the internet on the computer and looked, to see if I could find something on modern day Salish people. And that's when my Google search led me to discover the Inclusive School, which is their immersion school. So they did have, it's still spoken today. They're still teaching it. They're learning about it. And on their website, there are also links to stories about their side, their view of the story of the meeting with Lewis and Clark, 200 plus years ago. I think it was like pretty fascinating. And so that led me to look at some of the sound files that they had for learning English online. Anyone could just look at the files and learn it because they're like online courses. But they also had the school, and I reached out to the director of the school and said, "Hey, I do something in Mexico, which is kind of like with like language preservation. Is where like I learn Nahuatl and I encourage young people to learn it as well. And we've learned some Salish. My niece and I kind of learned it at the same time. My niece was like 9 years old at the time. This is 2009 when I was like looking at the online course material, and Julia, being this young and inquisitive, also linguistically talented niece of mine, just took a lot of interest in it. And we went actually in 2010. She came with us, and we met with them, and that was probably another sort of like a continuation of that story. That's how we came to meet them.
So I'm just trying to understand the timeline of this. Was this like these road trips you would go with your father? Would this be like a summer vacation thing when you're in middle school or high school?
Yes, it did start like that. It was in the summertime when he drove us the first time. It was in 1991.
Okay.
We went the second time in 1994, also in the summer. And after that, we went again in 2002.
So in 1991, 1994, you're getting familiar with it's more about American history and then Lewis and Clark, and that's where you learn about the story. And then it's later on in the 2000s where you start getting more interested in Salish and then connecting the dots with their encounter with Lewis and Clark.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. 2008 is when I bought the journals, Lewis and Clark, and reading through the story. And 2009 is when I contacted the school. That's when I started, like, that's my first email out. So I don't know how they'll receive this, but we'd like to meet them. And so I received a response. We welcome a visit from your family. Thank you for your interest in Salish, blah, blah, blah. And that will be the time when we first, it's like, this is happening. We're going to meet these people and talk to them. And that was that first time in 2010.
So that wasn't with your father, that was with your niece.
That was with my niece and my father. My father came with us on that trip. Yeah, my father came with us on several trips. I'm sorry, I did not continue that at a timely manner. But yeah, after the 2002 trip, finally, I think there was an 8-year gap. And then finally in 2010, we got ready. And my father came with us on another trip. And my niece, who was 10 years old, it was going to be her first cross-country USA trip. She had already learned several phrases and words in Salish. And she was very excited about this encounter that we were about to have. Yeah, that was that.
So was your father also into this idea of learning Salish, or was that mostly just you and your
He
niece?
was very interested, and we taught him, I think the only thing he learned was the word for water. So he was excited to be on with us on this trip and to explore Montana and to meet with them. And but I think that my father's interest is not so much linguistic, because he's not very, other than the German that he knew, he was not a very linguistically inclined person like I was. But he was more interested in like just looking at the culture and the botany and the he was very interested in the herbal medicine. He was very interested in like a holistic healing and botanicals and natural supplements and that sort of thing. And that's really kind of like what he was interested in learning about.
Did your niece go on to like become a linguist or something?
She learned Spanish. Uh, she excelled in Spanish in high school. This was after, we went after the 2010 trip. So she's very good at Spanish now. She did not grow up learning Spanish. So unfortunately, we made that mistake, not teaching her Spanish when she was younger. But she became interested in languages, I think, when she was 8 years old, 9 years old. Salish really is the first other language besides English that she really learned anything of. She learned some Ukrainian. She's picked up some Amharic from her friends in the Silver Spring area. We do have a large population of Habesha, which is like Ethiopians. So she picked up a lot of Amharic. She picked up some Arabic as well. And she
Where's
knows
Silver Spring?
Spanish as well. Say it again.
Where's Silver Spring?
Silver Spring, Maryland is
okay.
that's that town in Maryland, right outside of DC, just north of the DC border.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
where she's.
You were just,
Yeah.
so you said Arabic, I think, and Arab.
Well, that's pretty much it. So she knows
Okay.
some Arabic, some Amharic. I taught her some Amharic words myself. But as far as any sort of like fluency, I think she's only really conversational in Spanish.
Like she didn't
So-
make that her profession.
No,
Okay.
her profession it's manifesting itself in music and what would I call it? Sound engineering.
Oh, cool.
So yeah. So
Well,
she's
you've got the
sound-
music also, so maybe that
I
runs
got
in the
music.
family.
Yeah, she does it. She really excels in the music. She's a very good singer. And she makes her own music. I don't know how serious she's trying to make a career out of like producing, like inventing her own music. But as far as her job is the sound tech at a club in Washington D.C. where they have live music every night.
So when you were going on these trips, did you have a camper? Did you have a trailer? Did you have an RV? Like how did that look like?
Interesting. The first two trips, 91, 94, we just had a sedan. So we had the Chevy Cavalier in 91 and the Subaru Outback, I think in 94. So in Subaru. Then in 2002, we had a Ford Aerostar. So it's a bit of a van. We could sleep in it. So on these trips, we would pretty much just like camp out most of the time, and we'd stay at hotels every once in a while, just like freshen up and shower and get like some quality rest. In 2010, we took a high top Ford conversion van, which we could sort of like camp out in. So we would like sleep in that, but also like tent camp. So most of it was tent camping on all these trips.
So you just go to like a random campsite and just,
Yeah.
Wow.
We love camping, so it was perfect for us. We were very used to that.
Yeah. So were there any other, I don't know to what extent you grouped together the indigenous languages on your bookshelf, but are there, I guess I'm curious, like I don't know that much about like the family tree and how they're connected, but I kind of wanted to just understand the timeline because I saw some Navajo here also that I wanted to ask you about. Like, what was the order? My understanding is they're not super interrelated in the sense that like knowing one Native American language doesn't necessarily help you much with the next one. So is that right?
That is very true. The something that it's not common knowledge, but the linguistic diversity in what we call now North America was greater about tenfold than anything you see in Europe. You take all these different European languages put them together. That's very trivial when you compare that to the 70 different language families that there are in North America. So we're talking about cultures that have been dispersed and isolated over a much larger landmass for a much longer time than known documented European history. It's quite fascinating to think about it. A lot of these languages have been they're well known to have existed in the places that where the people occupied for at least 3,000 years. An exception to that would be the Nahuatl language, which has only been in central Mexico since the 1300s. So
Could you spell that
that's
one for people?
Nahuatl.
Okay. Yep.
Nahuatl.
That's the first
know,
one. I just didn't recognize it, but that's the first one you mentioned.
That's the first one that I learned pretty much. But it's like relatively very new to Central America, to Mesoamerica, when you compare it to all the other languages listed there.
The way I
So
kind of associated it is like that's the Aztec language. So
that
if you know
is
Aztec, that's kind of the memory hook for that.
right. Yeah. Yeah. So the Aztec language, it's, the Nahuatl language already exists before then, but it was brought from the north. Nahuatl language is Uto-Aztecan, so it's related to Paiute, it's related to Hopi, it's related to a lot of languages that are spoken in the western United States. So Paiute is spoken in California around the town of Bishop, for example. Hopi is spoken in New Mexico and Arizona. And then there are other languages dispersed in northwestern Mexico that are also related to Aztec. So that kind of gives you a picture of the migration trail that brings you down to the Aztec language. As far as the extent of the Nahuatl language, it's that language is the only kind of like the final frontier of the Uto-Aztecan family that exists in central Mexico, and even reached as far as El Salvador and Nicaragua. In El Salvador, there is a language that's called Nahuatl Pipil, which is related to Nahuatl, and there's a lot of the words are very similar, but beyond that, there's nothing else related in the Uto-Aztecan family. So that kind of gives you the picture of it's like that last stretch of Uto-Aztecan people that reached as far as they did, and that would be in central Mexico and El Salvador. They conquered other indigenous people that were already there before them, and fortunately extinguished other cultures that are extinct, that they no longer exist. And the Zapotec people that occupy a great deal of the state of Oaxaca, which is to the south of Veracruz, is to the south of where my family in Mexico lives. They still
Just for
tell
people that
stories.
are unfamiliar, Veracruz is like in the southern, it's like 75% of the way down, roughly. Would that be right?
Veracruz is kind of like that banana-shaped state that hugs the Gulf of Mexico. So it is like in the middle of the country, like around the Gulf of Mexico, like
Okay.
where the Gulf of Mexico sort of like pans out that vertical part of it. That's the land that's on the western extreme of the Gulf of Mexico. That whole C-shaped part is the state of Veracruz.
Okay.
And when you go inland a bit closer to the state of Puebla, that's where the Nahuatl speakers exist.
Right. Okay.
So there's
So
Nahuatl, which is Uto-Aztecan. I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, you should finish that thought because I was
So
going to go to
Nahuatl,
something else.
Nahuatl, which is Uto-Aztecan. That's the only language I know of the Uto-Aztecan family.
Okay.
Salish is, of course, northwestern United States. That's Salish, and that's the Salish family. That's also named the family. And then so that's number two. Navajo is Athapascan, and that's spoken around just the Four Corners area, spoken in 4 states: Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. That'll be 3. And then we have Tzotzil, which is a Mayan language. It's spoken closer to the Mayan Peninsula, and that's spoken in Chiapas. But there's also the Mayan language, which I also have a reference of, and I've also learned some of Mayan. So that's 2 languages in one family. They're in the Mayan family. Zapoteco is
Could you just could you restate that, just the family and then the 2 languages in the family?
of the Mayan family. There are 3 of them, but I'll get into the third one later. So the books that I have, you'll see Tzotzil, Tzotzil.
Yep.
Tzotzil is a Mayan family language. Celtal is another one. You see that the dark green colored book which says Celtal. Cuentos y teatro celtales. Celtal is kind of like the sister language of Tzotzil. So that's
Is
another
it?
language.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I've got the right book.
So where you're pointing at vocabularios indígenas at Zapoteco, that's spoken in the middle of Oaxaca.
Okay.
That's a Zapotecan language. Go about 10 books to the right of that, and a little bit to the left of it. So that dark green colored book, Cuentos y Teatro Centrales. It's going upward. The text is going upward. Cuentos y Teatro Centrales. Isabel Juárez Espinosa, that book that you're on.
Okay.
So that's like a theater and plays and stories in the Tseltal language, which is very similar to the Tzotzil language. So Tseltal, Tzotzil, those are Mayan languages.
Okay, could you just restate what the three Mayan languages are?
Those Tseltal, Tzotzil,
Okay.
and Yucatec Mayan.
Okay. Okay, so I think we've could you just put these in rough, and I also noticed the Lakota here, which wasn't listed in the I don't think Navajo. Yeah, Navajo was in here, but I don't think Lakota was in the Washington Post article.
Interestingly, Timothy, after the Washington Post article came out, like periodically, I would think, oh my gosh, I forgot to talk about this language. Altogether, there were 17 more languages that I completely forgot to mention during the time of the writing of the article. It's pretty like, whoa, I forgot this, I forgot that, I forgot. So, Lakota would be one of them. I don't think Cherokee is mentioned in there at all.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But there are others, plus Maquadi, I think. And yeah, there might be some others, but so looking at the Lakota books, that's the Lakota, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, the three languages spoken in the central to north center of the United States, like out in Nebraska, Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota. I picked up these books, I think, during my 2003 road trip when I drove by myself. I didn't go with my dad. I drove back from California to the U.S. to Washington D.C. and I picked up a lot of Lakota material, tapes, and that sort of thing, and started learning it in my car on the drive back home. That was in 2003. So that's another language family, all its own.
What is that family called? Could you just say the family and then the languages
I
within it?
think it's the Siouan, Siouxan. So the Siouan language family. I think that they would have a secondary name for it because they don't like the speakers themselves don't like the word Sioux because they think it's kind of like that. It's a French word to sort of like make fun of them, more or less. But I think linguistically, if you were to reference it, it's still called the Siouan language family.
That's Sioux.
Siouxan, the Siouan language family.
So in terms of, by the way, I saw the New Testament here, but I couldn't read what language that is. Do you know?
That's Zapoteco de Mitla in Zapoteco de Mitla.
Okay.
So that is the New Testament, all in Zapoteco, in the Zapotec language, spoken in Mitla.
For the Lakota, so the Lakota is one of the Siouan. Are there any other in that family that you looked at?
I'm aware of them. There are other two called Nakota, basically the same spelling, but it starts with the letter N.
Yeah.
And the same spelling, but starts with the letter D. So there are three of them. They rhyme. One of them starts with L, one starts with N, one starts with D. And I think the Nakota and Dakota are spoken more to the north. So like in North Dakota and in Canada.
So that's where North and South Dakota come from.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so now that we've gone over the different these, do you call them, what's the difference between First Nation and Native American? Do you usually use Native American or indigenous as the sort of overarching umbrella term for this shelf?
I like to call it the First Nations shelf.
First Nation shelf. So
Yes.
yeah, good.
Yeah, but also like I can reference it in different ways, like indigenous languages, North American languages, that sort of thing. I never like to use the word Indian.
Yeah.
When I talk about it. Oddly enough, when I'm in the places like South Dakota and I would meet people that are in the tribe, they would call themselves that simply because they're accustomed to it. Like, oh, it's, I'm an Indian on this, but just sort of like out of it's kind of like an academic respect. I wouldn't refer them as Indian or something else. So, but yeah, I like to use that First Nations, Indigenous, or I just call it by itself like this is Salish, and this is the Salish way, this is the Lakota way, and I do it with the the real pronunciation is supposed to be the K with the KH after that. So Lakota, instead of just calling it Lakota. But yeah, that's I called it that. Yeah, primarily I would say the First Nations shelf.
So yeah, I wanted to sort of do an overview of those because I was interested in like the timeline of you had the early connection with your mother with Spanish and Nahuatl. Sorry, I'm still I need to get the
Perfect. No, that
pronunciation.
was good. Yeah, say it like that. That's perfect.
Um, how did you so then it was Salish through these trips with your dad, and then your
Correct.
niece. Um, when did these other First Nation languages come into the picture and like what order roughly?
Let's see. So Cherokee, that would have been 2014 when I picked up the first Cherokee books because it's when we went through the town of Cherokee in North Carolina. It was of course I went into it's one of those shops they had there. They had these books. It's like I've never seen these books, and by that time I had already, I think, what was it, 2008 is when I found out we have Cherokee, and 2014 is when I first saw the books. So I purchased the books. So like $8 a piece. So that's 2008. I'm sorry, 2014 is when I got the Cherokee books. And then looking at Mitla de Zapoteco, it was 2009 when I was in Mexico and I picked up those books. All the first three Zapoteco books, the New Testament and the Vocabularios Indígenas, that pale blue colored book just to the right of the Navajo books. Immediately to the right of the Navajo books. So
This one?
oh no, but that's
Right.
Okasi, that's Greenlandic. That's another family. So to the right of where your cursor is, you see the brown books is Colloquial Navajo. To the left of the Bible, to the left of the New Testament, that is a dictionary. It's like a picture dictionary because it's got a lot of images. So I picked that one up and the Bible at the same time in 2009. And those are the first two books that I got in Zapoteco.
Okay.
No, I am sorry. I made a big mistake. I picked those up in 2000. Oh my gosh, no, 2001. I'm sorry. I made a mistake there. I picked those up in 2001. So that was quite a while ago. And the reason it was in 2001 is because my friend Diana from Germany was traveling with me in Oaxaca at the time. So I've actually had that for longer than I thought. So 2001 is when I got those. In 2009 is when I bought the other books in Zapoteco because I went back there again in 2009 and got more of the literature. And the latest book that I got from Zapoteco, I think I got it in 2023. It's large. If you see the book, it says to the right of the New Testament, it says Chupola Judua. That means my heart is in two pieces. Or like my heart is divided in two. And that's like a collection of children's poetry and stories and drawings in the Zapotec language. It's bilingual both in Spanish and Zapotec. But it's not the exactly same language that I know, which is Mitla Zapotec. There are different variations of Zapotec, and because of how long they've existed in Oaxaca, from village to village, the language is very, very different. And that kind of gives testimony to how long they've been there and like how that they've isolated themselves through. They were divided by mountains and valleys, and geography just kind of like kept them apart for a long time. So the languages are all related. They're all called Zapotec. But there's like the Zapotec of this part, the Zapotec of Tlacolula, or the Zapotec of whatever village it is that they live in. And so there are about maybe 4 different varieties of Zapotec within the books that I own.
Do you know what this logo is?
That is a picture of a heart that's supposed to be divided in two. It's like a 2-part, like a 2-story heart. As far as my understanding is, beyond that, I don't know the person who made it. I don't know whether it's a really old symbol, but that is it goes with the title of it.
So there's also Maya, or the Mayan languages you mentioned. There's Where do those fit in terms of and Navajo, Lakota?
I think I picked up the Mayan book just because it was available at Barnes and Noble and I had extra money to spend. I thought, well, let me check this out. And Maya art and architecture and also the hieroglyphs. I think I also picked those up um, at Barnes and Noble. It was a time that, I frequent Mexico and I was very interested in the history. So I picked those books up, how to read Mayan hieroglyphs and the art and architecture. And I think I picked those up. I think it would have been 2004, 2005.
I think you said in one of your other interviews you live in Mexico for part of each year.
Yes.
So you're kind of going back and you generally fly or drive?
I fly. My father used to drive us when I was young. We would go there driving in his car, in his truck.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a cool image, the Silverado, although you're probably getting like 10 miles a gallon going from Washington, D.C. to Mexico. That's a pretty long drive.
He had propane at the time. He had propane hooked up to it, but it also runs on alcohol.
So it was a diesel, but it was could run on it kind of anything.
I can't remember exactly what my dad did to it. He modified the motor. He modified the engine of his Silverado so it would run off anything. You could put alcohol in it, it would run.
I know there's military trucks, like I think the 2-ton, the sort of standard 2-ton truck, or maybe it's something else, but I know there's military vehicles that have that capability, and um, I think that would be a diesel, but
That's
maybe
probably where he picked up the skill, is working on those vehicles.
yeah. I know there's people that do like recycled vegetable oil, so they get it from like a restaurant and then they run it in their truck. Um, so you guys would be like camping out of the pickup truck or just kind of stopping along the way. That sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, that was fun. Well, so at the time that my father drove a Silverado, that would have been up until 81. I think was the last trip that he made by truck driving. After that, it was just flights.
Was it like a crew cab or was it just like
The Silverado,
yeah.
it was a pickup truck that had like a camper top in the back.
Oh, okay. But like it didn't have a second row of seats.
No, it did not.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no second row seats, just one row of seats. But like he put a bed and just like modified the back bed of it so we could sleep in it, hang out in it.
Nice. Uh, so like it seems like every few years you're kind of picking up another indigenous language in one of these areas, like either Mexico or up north, like the Dakotas, the Lakota. Is that Navajo? Like, I guess I'm just wondering, like, how how you ordered these, or like what was it seems semi-random or sort of you just discovering it along, like when you're going on these trips, are you intending it to be like, okay, this is sort of this is discovering Mayan or this is discovering Lakota, or is it something you sort of discover along the way and it's like, hey, I want to get into this language?
Yeah, that's there's truth to that. There is a randomness, like the colloquial Navajo. I picked those up also at Barnes and Noble, and that was when I lived in DC. So it would be like the mid 2000s, I think, late 2008, 2007 or 2008 is when I picked up colloquial Navajo. But that's not. I was not there. I traveled to the Navajo Nation years after that, and I did have some, conversation practice with Mary Smith, who I think was working at the Bureau of Indian Affairs when I went on a sort of like a business trip to measure her room for carpet installation when I was working with my aunt. And she taught me some phrases and she was very happy to help with that. And she thought it was really cool that I wanted to know. Uh, And that would have been before I bought these books. But the first phrase I learned in Navajo was "I'm very hungry." So it means like I'm very hungry, and yeah, it's one of my favorite phrases. I think because I love food, so it's like a really important thing for me to know. And it would have been in 2003, I believe, 2002, 2003. And yeah, the books from Barnes and Noble, that Navajo books, I bought those in 2008, 2007 or 2008. And then if we go to the Tsotsi, that blue book where it says Okatsit, because it's the biggest one. Yeah. The book right to the right of that, which has the orange and yellow bottom. Yeah. Chano Batsikop, and it's like learn the Tsotsi language. I picked that up on a trip, my first ever visit to Chiapas. And I went on a trip there.
Where is that roughly?
So Chiapas is like southern, eastern Mexico, but not so far east as the Yucatan Peninsula.
Okay.
So it's one state before it's the state that borders Guatemala. So it's the state of Mexico that is just west of Guatemala, the state of Chiapas. All over the state of Chiapas, you have people speaking Tzotzil, you have people who speak Tzeldal, Soke, Chol, and there's one other language. I think all 5 of those languages are very similar, and they're all part of the Mayan language family. And while I was in Chiapas, you could hear the languages spoken all over the place in the market, on the street. A lot of indigenous people worked in the city of San Cristobal de las Casas, which is where we stayed. I traveled with 2 friends, and actually 3 friends. Also 3 friends. We went. It was my first time there ever. I was exploring the city. Let me think of when this was. I think 2013, I think, is when I was there. And I bought that, and I also bought the small red dictionary it's like a multi-dictionary. It's Tzotzil. And that small red dictionary is the top shelf or bookshelf number 2. But so I bought those books at the same time. It was 2013. And very useful material. I learned a lot of words from them. So yeah, that last dictionary on the right, it's like the Bats Yukopetit is Tzotzil. It's a language. It's on all 5 of those languajes, or it's like a 5-language dictionary all at once. So Spanish, Tzotzil, Chol, Tojolabal. So 4 of them, Mayan languages, and of course the common one, the connecting language is Spanish.
What does de Chiapas mean?
The Chiapas means of Chiapas, of the state of Chiapas.
Okay, so that's the state you were talking about earlier.
That's the state of, yeah.
Okay.
So in the middle of the state is that town, San Cristobal de las Casas, which is actually a sizable city and a popular tourist destination.
So when you plan a trip like that, is it primarily to like visit a new city, or is it because your friends suggest it, or is it because you want to learn these Mayan languages, or a mix? Like how does that generally work when you're planning out these trips?
It starts with either one, either my curiosity and my availability. Okay, I can go and check out the city, or 2, which is in this case, it was option number 2. My friends invited me on this trip. They planned this trip. They wanted to go to Chiapas. They wanted to check out Ojocingo and the Cañón del Sumidero and all these other like popular destinations in the little state of Chiapas.
Yeah.
And what's the name? Palenque. So Palenque is those big famous ruins about, I think it's 4 hours outside of the city of San Cristobal de las Casas, but still in the state of Chiapas. Palenque is a pretty popular tourist destination because people like to see the ruins. But all over there, I didn't specifically go there, with this idea of, let me check out the languages. No, I would go there, I'd hear them speak it, and it's like, okay, it's like a discovery. Okay, this is new. And I've never heard these people before, never seen the indigenous culture. Oh, but look, here are some bookstores. Let me ask if they have some books. And I think that the first one I got was the dictionary before anything else. The dictionary was out on a table on a display where people were selling things, and I saw this dictionary. But it was a table, I think it was outside of a bookstore. And I was like, oh, look at this dictionary. I want to buy it. And I think it was probably the equivalent of $5 US. So I bought that. And then after that, it was probably the same day, I walked into either that bookstore or another bookstore still in the city of San Luis de las Casas. And I asked if there was a book to learn Tzotzil. And the owner of the bookstore, he himself was Tzotzil, and he gladly showed me this book. And he read the title perfectly in Tzotzil. That's how I knew he was Tzotzil himself, because it's something not that just an ordinary Mexican who only speaks Spanish would not be able to pronounce. So he sold me that book, and I think the book was the equivalent of maybe like $10, $15. So I acquired both of those books the same day. Later
Which
that
is
evening,
this?
after a hostel.
Which is this
Yeah,
book you're referring to? Because this is the dictionary.
that's the dictionary, and that blue book with the orange and yellow tab at the bottom of it. That's
Oh, okay.
the course book for Tzotzil, and that's only for Tzotzil. That's back on the First Nations shelf in bookshelf number 1.
It's this
There
one.
you go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So it seems like, could you actually just say a few words on, I think most people have at least some passing rings a bell from history class in middle school or something of the Aztecs and the Mayans, but could you just say a few words on the significance of those two civilizations?
The significance of specifically the Tzotzil civilization. I don't know if I could be more specific about that. Other than that, they just, if I'm speaking to the Mayan civilization, the Mayan culture, so that's a very like deep, long subject, with their knowledge of astronomy and the building of the what do they call it? There's a word for it, snake temple. So it is that famous, not Uxmal, but why does the name escape me? It's in Quintana Roo. It's the pyramid that makes a snake shadow on the summer solstice every year. And that was like over 1,000 years old, but they had this, the Mayan civilization had a deep understanding, mysteriously, the first understanding of astronomy, manifested in their codices, going back, that ties into how to read Mayan hieroglyphs. Someone actually decoded them and found out that they did talk about stories about like the periods of the year, the position of the earth. They had some understanding of the earth revolving around the sun and the existence of other planets and stars, constellations, that sort of thing. And they happen to know where they were. Speaking specifically to the language and the culture of Tzotzil, I don't know anything more specific about that.
Yeah, I've been
other
more
than
just big picture. And wasn't there a calendar system or something?
the Mayan calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that goes like in a sort of like, if you can imagine a cogwheel with other gears inside of it. They came up with a calendar where one wheel that has gears on it spins within the other, which spins inside of a larger final third wheel.
Yep.
And the way that this works together brings out that pretty much the years, the days of the year, almost as precise as what we now know as the Gregorian calendar. Being that it's like 365.25 days in a year, but there's a very more specific nuance to that, where that calendar, if you follow one leap year every 4 years, for about 1,000 years, the sort of the year start kind of gets out of sync, and specifically it's not 0.25, it's point something to something else. But the Mayan civilization was very keen on that, and it's something that they were aware of, and it fits into their calendar. But to explain more on how the calendar works, it's going to take graphs, and you have to see it visually.
So what about the
Uh,
Aztecs? Could you say a few words on their
the Aztecs
civilization?
had a different calendar. It was kind of like a 20-day sort of like month, where each month has each day has a name. And now for modern times, they have their own Nahuatl words for the months that, the Gregorian calendar uses. Tosostontli, for example, that's a word for February. But they'd have like this 20-day system. Like there's air, water, house, dog, deer, reed, lizard, monkey, death. Then these are words like Osomakli, which means monthly, Mikisli, Malinali, Garlin, Kik, Ak, Quetzpaling, Simply, and all those words that the Aztec words, just like a repetitive sort of 20-day month, so to speak. But it's a system that is very different from the Mayan calendar, and I don't think it's anywhere near as accurate to the like that 365 nuance 0.25 something days of the year. I think that's something that the Mayans mastered over the Aztecs.
I mean,
The
having
Maya
a calendar
civilization, where it
system
is, it's
and
a lot. Say it again.
well, just like having a calendar system and an astronomy, those are key sort of signs of civilization in a lot of kind of comparative analysis. But I was wondering more like big picture with the Aztecs. Uh, is there anything in particular that drew you to want to study them in kind of a similar way with the Mayan civilization and then the languages that are in those families?
It's I look at them as two very, very different things, and
Okay.
I don't really look for comparisons. And it's like, uh, I think to be more specific, the reason that I got interested in the Nahuatl language and the Nahuatl culture is because when I was little kid, in Mexico, I think I was 6 years old, I found out that there are, my mother used to call them indios, like what they would call like the Indian villages and stuff. So I knew that they existed. I knew that people were different because they dressed different, they spoke differently, uh, their features were different, the shapes of their faces, the color of their skin was darker, and I knew that they existed. I just knew very little about the language. When I found out that the language existed, it's when I saw the bus, like the headline, the head, signs on the bus.
Yeah.
One bus would go to a place called Tlilapan, Tlilapan, and looking at a map, I'd see other cities that have the letter combination TL in it. So I knew that was a feature of something that was not Spanish. It was not until 2000, I'm sorry, not until 1995, when I discovered that I said, no, there are people that still speak it really well. You can go and learn it if you want to. It's called Nahuatl. In part of that, in history books, I would see it here and there, just kind of like, and just passively look at it and be aware of it. But it was not until I spent an entire month and a half in Mexico in the summer of 2000. I'm sorry, in the summer of 1995. I keep saying 2000 for some reason. That I was like, okay, let's go and see them. Let's meet some. Like, I'd like to meet them and actually learn the language. Let's do it. And my cousin at the time says she has a cousin that is a fluent speaker, so she took me down to the village to meet with him, and we started with the language lessons.
So
With
it's
that, yeah.
yeah. So it was more kind of noticing an individual language and then saying, "Hey, I want to learn."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Notice the language. There's the language. There's me repeating the words, memorizing the words, and how to say them back. Soon after that comes the why and the how. It's like, okay, well, all right. So I've had some lessons. Now let's look at some of these place names. Okay, I found out through when I was a kid, I knew this place that was south of the city. It was called Tlilapan, Tlilapan. Then I find out later that anything that ends with apan means the place of. And the word klit means fire. It was one of the words I learned. Oh, it means the place of the fire. Okay. Tsongkilikan. And then Orisaba, Awilisapa, the place of the happy waters. Now I'm finding out, okay, this is the why. And then the indigenous people themselves, of course, they knew their own history. So I would ask them that, say, why do they call it this? And sometimes even without my curiosity, with the language lesson came the why. So we call it this because there are these medicinal plants that you get from the top of the mountain, or this is Star Mountain, or they would tell stories with it. And I'd listen to these, like, that's really interesting. Now I have a connection with it. I knew that there were the volcanoes of Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, but only after I learned the language did I realize what the words actually meant. Popocatépetl, Popoca means smoke, and Tepetl means mountain, so Smoky Mountain, one of the large volcanoes you see outside of the city of Puebla. And Iztaccíhuatl is the one that looks like sleeping woman. So it's, if you look at it from a particular profile, the volcano looks like there's a woman sleeping on top of a mountain. That's got that form of a woman sleeping, and she's looking up. But knowing the language, I find out, no, it does not mean sleeping woman. It means white woman. And the reason it's called white woman is because it's covered in snow. Because Istak means white. Siwak means woman. So there goes, white woman. Whereas other, like just common everyday Mexicans will think it means sleeping woman because it's a sleeping woman, but that's not what the word means.
Now, am I remembering correctly that this is the area where your mother's from originally?
Yes. So my mother comes from Orizaba, which is in Veracruz. That's 4 hours southeast of Mexico City. But halfway between Orizaba and Mexico City is where you would see these volcanoes that I'm making reference to. That's outside of the city of Puebla. From Orizaba, you cannot see Popocatépetl or Iztaccíhuatl. Instead, you see the Pico de Orizaba, which is North America's highest point. That's Star Mountain. That's that one lone volcano that divides the states of Puebla to the west and Veracruz to the east. It's a very popular destination for people to hike up. You cannot hike up Popocatépetl for obvious reasons. Smoky Mountain. You can't go on there because it'll erupt at any point. It's constantly billowing smoke. It's dangerous.
Wow.
It's, yeah. So the word for the Pico de Orizaba is called Citlaltepec. Citlali means star. Tepec means mountain. It means Star Mountain. It's the one that reaches highest towards the stars. And that's what it had been called for the past 700 years in the Nahuatl language. So now it's coming in. All history's tying up. Now I'm curious. I want to learn more about it. And the people tell the stories that they know of. And I'm also visiting places, reading the plaques, absorbing the information. Same thing happens when I go to Oaxaca. I'm reading the plaques, just taking the story in. The locals are telling me stories themselves. The people that I would ask for linguistic advice on the little bus rides between Oaxaca and the coast, they're excited that I want to learn about Zapotecos. They're telling me stories too. I'm talking to people all the time. I'm riding the bus and meeting people. These people are very friendly. They're very happy to explain to someone, to a foreigner. Especially someone that can speak Spanish, as I do, because I speak fluent Spanish. It's not like just some American cannot communicate in Spanish, but it's like, oh, here I am, this tourist, and I'm picking up all this history, and it's all like tying in. And that follows very soon after learning some of the language. So I'll pick that up, and I'll pick up the stories that come along with it, and the people that share that with me are very interested in sharing.
Do you write stuff down? Do you take notes?
I do all the time. I have like small notebooks, and I'm always jotting notes down too.
So is it like one notebook per language, or is it just more of a free for all?
No, it's some of the notebooks they've already they're full of notes. It is pretty much a free for all, but I have a pretty good memory of where the notes are if I want to ever look back at them.
So do you generally try to set up some lessons with somebody in the area?
If I can, if I have the time, then I do. There are pending lessons, if you will, where I made a mental note to go back to the city and sit in for a formal class. This is the case in the city of San Cristobal de las Casas in Chiapas. there is a school where they teach tilting, and you can sign up for a class. I think it's a 2-week course. Of course, the time that I spent in Chiapas, the few times I've been there, I was only there for 3 or 4 days, not long enough to take the full course. But I kind of, it's like on my bucket list. It's kind of like, okay, I want to go there, stay at a hostel where I can stay for like a very small amount of money, cook my own food, go to the market, buy the food, and really sit down for one of these courses, and just take notes and really just like get versed with it so I can get that firsthand native speaker instruction experience and get the pronunciation to a key. And that's something that I want to do. Other than that, of course, I had actual sit down lessons with the person, my distant cousin, for a lack of a better way to describe our relationship. That's the teacher that speaks Nahuatl, and his uncle, or they're also fluent professors. They know the language to a T as much as anyone could know it. And I've spent a lot of time with them. I'm sitting down, they're giving me the lessons, and I'm taking notes, writing everything down. We're practicing back and forth. We're talking back and forth. We're to a point where we only speak Nahuatl whenever we meet up. It's just we're just speaking Nahuatl, and that's how far I advanced in it over the past. It's going on. This will be the 30 years now, because that was 30 years ago that I started. Wow. Okay. Because it's 2025 already. But yeah. Other than that, I would like to take other courses. I just have not planned them. I haven't really taken them just yet.
So how much time do you generally spend in Mexico per year? Is it like a 1 month, once a year in the summer?
I used to spend 3 months out of the year. Then it went down to 1 month. Because of the change of economics and the fact that my mom needs my help a lot. I spend a lot of time with her, just helping her. It's very much been diminished, unfortunately. So I'm only spending 2 or 3 weeks out of the year in Mexico. I think there was a year when I didn't make it to Mexico at all. And yeah, so it's unfortunate because I'd like to spend more time with the Nahuatl language and actually put lessons up on YouTube. I want to start teaching it.
You want to teach it on YouTube?
I want to teach Nahuatl, yes.
Is there anybody who teaches it already, or would you be the first person to?
I don't know. Well, on Facebook, there are groups where they're like just like a group of people sort of like teaching it. There are, teachers, professors in schools. I think especially in the University of California, Los Angeles, there's a teacher there. I think her name is Professor Herrera, if I'm not mistaken. She teaches the Nahuatl language. It might not be the exact same Nahuatl that we speak in Veracruz. The variation that we speak in Veracruz, I don't think I've met anyone else that formally teaches it to the outside. As far as bilingual schools in the village, it's a common practice for there to be a teacher, like all the teachers that speak Nahuatl, so they're teaching it to the students as they're progressing through the school year. But outside of that, no, I don't know of any particular teachers that specifically teach the Orizavan dialect of Nahuatl anyway.
We don't have to get into this if you don't want to, but in one of your other interviews, you mentioned that your girlfriend lives in Mexico, and I was just curious if she's also polyglot or if there's any kind of polyglot or language aspect to her background or how you guys communicate.
No, I think she was my girlfriend at the time. I don't know, she grew up much of her life in Portland, Oregon. She speaks fluent English.
Okay.
But as far as outside English and Spanish, her family is originally from Chiapas, but she does not know any indigenous languages. She thinks it's really cool that I know these languages and stuff, but that's it as far as just English and Spanish for her.
Is there anything else? We talked a little bit about, and in some of your other interviews, you talked about language preservation. So teaching Nahuatl on YouTube would be, I guess, part of that. But is there any other kind of language preservation stuff you're particularly involved in? And is that part of the other languages you're potentially looking
Currently,
at?
at this time?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the last thing you said?
Just any other future languages, because I was just thinking, like, as I was speaking, I don't know if you would use the word dialect, but it sounds like I don't know if you said 3 or 4 dialects of Nahuatl, and you'd be teaching one of those, I assume?
Yeah. So the one that I know is the Orizaban. I don't think it's called that exactly. I think they would call it Nahuatl de Tehuacan. No, I would call it, yeah, I would refer to it as the Orizaban dialect because it's very particular to the way that the villages speak it around the city of Orizaba. There are different variations. I think there are a total of 52 variants of the Nahuatl language. And from one extreme to the other, I think they can understand like 70%, 80% of what the other person's saying. It's easy to understand the variation that's like kind of like the next town over, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because the closer they are, the more similar they are. But specifically, the Orizaban dialect is what that's the one I know I would like to teach. And it's very pleasant sounding. To me, it just sounds a lot more to home than the other variants that I hear in the state of Puebla or in Guerrero or in Mexico City. But as far as other endeavors in the future, there are other languages that I still want to learn and actually like go into and just get a course in. There are people that reached out to me after the article came out and invited me to go and explore for some Passamaquoddy in Maine. They have weekly meetups where the people that speak Passamaquoddy sort of like they do like a sit-in and they do a practice. And that's always been on my list to like go one day. Okay, let me go spend some time there. And then I want to.
That's in Maine, USA.
Maine, yeah, the state of
Okay.
Maine, US. Yeah. And I'd sort of like put together just sort of like a program where all across the US, I could like pretty much go anywhere, like find out the state of the 178 remaining indigenous languages spoken in the USA.
Fine.
And just really just kind of like see where it's at, give them some encouragement and, like meet with these people and come up with some kind of idea, see if there's anything that I can do to help encourage like the continuation and the preservation of the languages.
Yeah, I remember you had the Bar Harbor shirt on in one of the photos, and I was just up in Bar Harbor last summer. Could you say anything about why you like that town in particular, and if there's any other like polyglot connections to it?
No prior connections to that. It's simply one of the places that I've always been like mystified by the state of Maine. And I wanted to go for the longest time without being able to go until I finally was able to go in 2016 for my birthday. So October of 2016, I go there for the first time and I go to this town called Bar Harbor. I think I was low on shirts and there was an outlet in downtown Bar Harbor where they're selling shirts for like $2 a piece. And I think I bought 20 of them or something. So that's why I have all these like Acadia National Park, Maine, Bar Harbor shirts. It's like most of the shirts that I own are just shirts that I keep already from Bar Harbor. Like today's the exception. It's like just a white paint t-shirt. But it's really conscious. I just kind of like, let's check out pull on this other shirt. Okay, it's on a t-shirt. And then I guess other people notice the patterns. Like you're always wearing a Bar Harbor shirt. What's up with Bar Harbor? And it's like, I like to visit the place. It's nothing that has anything to do with language. But it was like one of my favorite destinations. I think I've been there a total of 6 times already. I would drive there and camp out somewhere in Bass Harbor campground or the Southwest campground or some sound campground. Either like rent a hut, or spend time there, just connect with nature, read some books and relax and hike or just be out in the wilderness in a very beautiful, lovely place. And I'll take other friends with me. And I've shared the experience with several people.
I mean, did you see it in like a movie or a TV show or something? Or you just don't know how you
No, what was my original draw to, I think it goes back to Barnes and Noble. I was looking at the USA travel section, and in fact, those 2 books I still have them there. It's like I wanted to go to Maine. I just didn't know where exactly to go in Maine. But looking at those books, is how I discovered this place called Acadia National Park. It's like the place to go. It's like the gem of the state of Maine. So it was through discovering the book at Barnes and Noble that I found out about that actual place. And I decided to make that my destination. I was like, look, they have bicycle routes where you can ride your bike all over the coast, and there are miles and miles of bike routes. And I had my bike with me, and I had a bike rack that I could put on the back of my Subaru, and I wanted to go, but it just never happened. Finally, by the time I went, I didn't go with my bike. I think it's because it was out of commission and needed some repairs. But 10 years later, after the first, my first, when I first got interested in going to Maine, is when I finally made it to Maine. But yeah, I went with, my friends Pitt and Kevin. So it was three of us going to Maine for the first time, and that's how we discovered it.
What makes Acadia National Park a gem?
It is, just a very, large, picturesque, uh, park with, just a lot of like natural features. It's this sort of peninsula with a lot of like inlets and, bays and, it's like that rich epitome of Maine sort of like culture. It's awful. You have a fisherman
Rural.
there.
It's more rural.
Yeah, well, so it's rural, but it's urban too because there's Bar Harbor right in Acadia National Park. I mean, on the same island. It's a Mount Desert Island. Half of the Mount Desert Island is designated as Acadia National Park, but it's kind of like the park area is sort of like splotched all around the island. And then you have Bar Harbor, which is like the main city on it, which is kind of like that sort of the town, with its coffee shops and restaurants and lobster rolls that
Yeah.
you can get kind of like overpriced, food, and, a tourist shop sort of place.
A
It's
key thing,
all
yeah.
around. And, but even going through the country roads to get there, I like to take the toll freeway. I don't like to pay the tolls because the toll freeway it's longer, but it's a lot more interesting. And it keeps me
Scenic.
awake because it's interesting to drive those 16 hours. I had to drive the whole 16 hours to get there.
You did that
And,
in one day?
I did it
Nonstop?
one day. No, I did it
Wow.
overnight. By the time we got there, it was like 10:30 in the morning the next day. But, yeah, drove for like 16 hours.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the way I think about it is, or I think a big draw for Bar Harbor and the that coastal area is just the weather. So like, especially prior to air conditioning, like there were these certain locations on the northeast coast that are really kind of temperate in the summer. Like they stay under 75, 80 degrees, and Bar Harbor is one of those.
Yes.
Nantucket is another, Martha's Vineyard to a lesser extent, Cape Cod in Massachusetts.
Yep.
They all have these sort of climatological or meteorological features of, um, the air coming off the ocean is basically natural air conditioning. So, that's a really kind of cool component, and Bar Harbor is like way well up north, so it really stays cool in a way that the rest of the East Coast really doesn't. So, um, that's what I think that's sort of why it's got a prestige around it, or like where it sort of came out of. Um, yeah, it's just got a really cool sort of old fashioned vibe to it, which is, um, sort of like old New England. There's an old New England feel to it that I like. Um, so, okay, is there anything else you want to talk about, in terms of the First Nation shelf, or is there anything else on other shelves that maybe connects to these? Because this might be a good place to kind of, wrap up.
I think we pretty much covered all of it. Was there anything
Yeah.
else? There's the Greenlandic, Ohatik. So I think that would be the final,
Which one is that?
maybe
Sorry.
Ohatik. In the middle, the blue book, this is Ohatik. It's a blue book. It's next to the Tsotsi book.
Oh yeah, yeah. This one,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Greenlandic. I think that was probably the most expensive book. That cost almost $100. It was sent to me from Denmark. That is the Greenlandic language. If you know, it's funny. It's a North American indigenous language. It's related to, like, they call it, the best word I can come up with is Eskimo, although they don't like to be referred to that way.
Yeah.
But it is related to Eskimo. And just like an Inuit is going to, in the Inuit family languages, related to Inuktitut and others. This one is called, in Greenlandic, I do believe it's called Inuktitut. But that is the dictionary that's from, it's like a Danish Greenlandic dictionary. And with like word lists and some of the, there might be some phrases and stuff in it as well. Because the words are very agglutinating, so they'll have a long word and the explanation in Danish is probably an entire sentence. That, and then
Let me
several
just
books
define
left.
that for people because a lot of people aren't going to know what agglutinating is. And you can maybe add to this, but basically just means you add prefixes and suffixes usually to a sort of stem. Sometimes you add something in the middle, but you create these. It's sort of like German's sort of like that. Right?
Yeah, just string a bunch of like long words that include the noun or the verb plus several other parts of speech in it, like the preposition, its location, the tense, the person, the doer, or even the recipient pronoun of the verb. It's all like in one word.
Yeah. So
Well, like for example, around the front of a house would be like, or like towards the front of my house. In Finnish would be, it's all one word.
yeah. So what were you going to say after that in terms of?
Yeah. So it's a very, that's a very agglutinating language. To the left of it, several books is this pink book.
This one?
Yeah. So, yeah. So Grundlagstilhangslista, that's kind of like it's a list of suffixes in Greenlandic. So it's an entire book of suffixes. That tells you how agglutinating it is. It's like hundreds and hundreds, thousands of suffixes that mean very specific things, and these are just like one suffix. I'll give you an example of it. It means there's a suffix that means I'm very hungry for it right now, or something that I lost yesterday. These suffixes are like ridiculous concepts kind of squeezed into one word. And that's a feature of our language.
Is that something that I think a lot of people coming from English maybe think of the agglutinizing languages as the most difficult in some ways? Do you agree with that? And do you find that once you have one of those under your belt, it's easier or more intuitive to pick up other agglutinizing languages?
I think the difficulty in agglutinating languages comes when you have the concept of on possession, or you have a concept of preposition in, on, the placement from one word to another. In English, in Spanish, and several other languages, it's all one word. In is in. But when that word changes to suit the word, the noun or the verb that it modifies, out of any reason, for example, vocal harmony, or it's just like a noun class or verb class, that's where the difficulty comes in. In agglutinating languages where it's all standard and it's like, no, it's the same prefix, the same suffix, whatever it is, then it really should not be any harder than just learning the syntax in any language where it would be a separate word. It's just the fact of putting the words together, and it gives the impression, the sort of like illusion that it makes the word more difficult simply because it's longer, like German words. But most of them are just compound words. Where the difficulty comes in is in a lot of the First Nations languages. The concepts are more esoteric, depending on the verb class, the noun class. For example, you would not use the same possessor. If I'm talking about me, like my head, my house, my sister, my car, these are different concepts. If they're my head, my part of the body, use a different form of my. If it's something like a family member or a friend, use a different form of mine. Or something that's man-made, a different form. Something that's an animal, that you really should not have total possession because it's a freebie. It's a different form. And this is one small example. If you take that concept and spread it into all the prepositions, all of the tenses of time, there are languages that have present, past, and future tenses for adverbs. There are words that mean today as in later today or earlier today, and they're different. That's where it becomes very complicated because it's a lot more vocabulary to have to memorize.
Mhm. But it
And
gives
this
you
is
a
very common. It's like they come hand in hand with a lot of the Latvian languages. Not so much German because German is all compounding words.
Can you distinguish, and I was thinking of Arabic also, could you sort of distinguish agglutinizing from compounding?
What? I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Could you distinguish agglutinizing languages like some of the First Nation ones we've talked about versus like Arabic and German that also have a sort of compounding feature, but it's not maybe as extensive? I'm not sure if I'm describing it correctly.
So the Ugaritic languages, as far as the First Nations that I'm aware of, are definitely Navajo, and I think the one that the winner, just like is Greenlandic, that we were just talking about. Um, Navajo, Salish to an extent, um, puts yeah. The way we're talking about Salish, they're combining a few different concepts. They're combining the doer of say a specific verb. Yeah, Atri, Schnapfi, like Atskish, Atski, they saw, we saw, I saw. Uh and that's sort of the same sort of morph happens in Arabic, like that talks about yabhak, pubhak, like I'm writing, you're writing, ishness, but the way that you change it based you change a verb in the imperative mood based on if you're speaking to a woman or to a man. Other languages do this as well, but that's just kind of like basic uh, nuances of grammar. The same thing happens in Spanish when you change verbs. It happens more in Slavic languages because not only do you have to change the verb, but you also have to modify nouns and adjectives to modify those nouns based on the case on the sentence. And there are 6 different ways of doing this because you have 6 different cases in Russian, for example. And in German, um, we don't have to conjugate, you don't have to decline nouns, but you do conjugate verbs. So it's not exactly the same thing as what happens in Navajo or in Greenlandic. And
Yeah.
Navajo, there's a lot more that you have to take into an account, and it's not something that I completely understand, even myself. I'm still learning it, but I do know that Navajo has many different rules and criteria for how you combine the words, how you morph the words, depending on what's doing it, who's doing it. When animals do something that's the same verb as a human doing it, it's a different word altogether. And when you're doing something with things in nature or with like the shape of something, that changes the ending of the nouns that you use. Because you're talking about, I picked up a flat object, I pick up a book or a newspaper, that's something different. Or if I pick up a roundish, bulky object, that's a different word as well. If I'm handling animals, if I'm handling food, I have to use respectful words. And if I'm placing this, like other languages, if the sun is shining on you, that changes some of the words. If somebody is present, you're talking about them in the third person, you use a different word for if the person is present there. You use a different word if you cannot see the person, and you use a different word if the person is deceased. And there are several different, there's no limit really to these different rules that you have to really take into account when working with the language and using the right phase, the right endings, and the right forms to accommodate those changes.
I mean, maybe this is too
I
superficial,
think
but
that
do you like,
I
I find that something that makes a language seem harder to a novice is just how long is the average word? Like when you mentioned Russian, I was thinking, yeah, Russian also has that, you get some of these words that are just quite long and it can be intimidating. So it's uh kind of like German in a sense, in that you sometimes get these long words. And I'm wondering if have you found that to be, is that just a superficial thing that you get beyond as you become more of a polyglot, uh, or not, or something else maybe?
Before learning anything, I always like long words kind of like are scary. It's, oh my gosh, it's a long word. How could I ever learn that? And I think it's a very common thing with people. They're not very, maybe they're visiting your country. They don't speak the language, but they see this long word. Like, no, I give up. This especially happens in Finland. I travel in Finland. I meet other people who go to Finland. They're not learning any Finnish at all. And I think like going out, looking at the long words on signs and noticing how very different the Finnish language is from anything Germanic that they'll, or anything like any of the Romance family that they would otherwise have been exposed to. Like, that's kind of like this daunting sort of like false idea that's, oh, it's impossible. We can't learn this because it's not possible. And I see this a lot. I saw it a lot when I was traveling through Europe. I go to Sweden, people are there, they're starting to learn Swedish, the short words. No, we use these very short words that are very easy to learn, and people are learning Swedish, they're learning, Norwegian or what have you. The longer the word, so there's truth to what you're saying, the longer the word, the scarier it looks. I don't particularly think that Russian has very long words as a regular sort of thing. I the thing with dostoprimichatnosti, which means like points of interest, it's all one word. Dostoprimichatnost. Not only is this long word, but it is a word that's written in an alphabet unfamiliar to those that use the Latin script. So it's Cyrillic. It's very daunting. I think part of the also the scary factor of learning Russian or other Slavic languages that use the Cyrillic alphabet is just that, right? The Cyrillic alphabet. They see the way that you have to read it. They're like, oh no, it's too hard. I can't do it. Um, so definitely there's elements to that, but I think this is a very silly idea. It's a silly, stupid reason to say no. It's like you have to sort of like accept that, this is the way it is. Let's start small. And if we start with small words and start to combine them, then we'll know how those words function. It can be done. But the simple monolingual American mind looks at that or says, no, nope, I give up. It's too long, too complicated, too scary. Forget it. I'm just going to stick to English. And that's a very it's a very popular and unfortunate way to think. What have you
Yeah, I guess the way I think about it is like, the common thing about short-term memory where you have like 7 plus or minus 2 chunks, and it's like, there's almost a Procrustean bed of like, does this fit into my kind of that little loop of auditory memory or not? And if the word's too long, it's like you can't. I mean, this is what I've experienced. So I've pushed myself past that and sort of accepted the challenge. But um, it sounds like that's what you recommend as well, is just kind of stick with it, don't give up, and it don't make that kind of the reason you don't
what
pursue
things have been? Sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said? It's getting kind of loud in here.
Yeah, just don't give up and kind of slow down. I think you said this in one of your other interviews, like your best advice is just kind of slow down, take your time, and don't take a break when you're overwhelmed, like when you have a list of words, come back to it later. Um, but I guess I think there's a lot of what being a polyglot helps you do when you're approaching a new language is, and we'll get more into this later, but like, I think my theory, and maybe I'm wrong about this, is like, uh, by first tackling some easier languages or languages where tons of people learn them, and so it's not as intimidating, maybe that made you feel more comfortable learning these First Nation languages, where maybe, if you started out there, it would have been more intimidating.
I think that's a very good assessment. Yeah, let's go wait a little bit.
It's just like there's a self-confidence that you get from having, played these other games and gotten to you can dribble the ball, you can sort of do the basic things. You're not intimidated anymore by these superficial features that maybe you don't pick up in the first hour or day.
Yeah, definitely. Just, but I've never been really scared of like, or I've never had this idea. It's like it's too complicated. It's hard. It's true. I can't do it. It's actually, I always knew. I think since it started to learn German, I pick up the words very quickly. Kind of like, wow, German looks really hard, but I am pretty good at memorizing these words. When I can pronounce them, I can read them, and so yeah, if I can tackle German, I can tackle Russian. So Russian was a little more difficult, but I got it and learned it very quickly. So I thought after that. Hungarian, I think, is what I started to learn after Russian. And although Hungarian uses the Latin script, it's much more grammatically a lot more complicated than Russian is, believe it or not. And given it's also it's not it is not an Indo-European language, the vocabulary is also very foreign. So we don't really have cognates when doing Hungarian. These words are all completely new. I tackle that as like I can do this, like I can tackle anything. And Finnish was kind of like the same way. Finnish is just like another Hungarian, but just very different. They're actually related. Finnish and Hungarian are related, but you can't understand one from the other. They're still super very different languages. And then after that, it's like nothing's beyond my reach. Like I'm learning how to write Japanese characters. I can do that. I memorized some Mandarin characters. So that now you're really so yeah, going into the First Nations languages, I thought, look, it's something that's very possible to do, and I never thought, hey, it's going to be something that it's like it's beyond me. I'll have to stop. I have to quit. But interestingly enough, it was not until I started to learn, just to really study some Navajo, for example, Salish, Nahuatl, that I really got this idea. Oh wow, it really is a lot complicated than I thought, but that's a lot more exciting. That just encouraged me. So I can learn this. Okay. Oh wow, there are these nuances to it. I've never seen this before in the English. Let's continue. Let's keep on. And that's when they can do it.
It also seems to me that, like, by having familiarity with several different families of languages, you have a sense of, like, what are the different kind of superficial types of difficulty, or just in terms of, like, the language stack. There's orthographies that are unfamiliar, like Chinese, Japanese. Then there's complicated grammars. Then are there cognates? Then are there phonemes that you're not familiar with? Um, and one of the things that's maybe easy about, uh, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but these First Nation languages is they tend to have a Latin script, right? So that's kind of a easier on ramp compared to whether it's Cyrillic or Japanese, for example.
You didn't think so? I think it's not. Certainly does make it easier. Um, yeah. Well, if I were to look at indigenous languages written with the Cyrillic script, I think it would be just as easy. Um, but I think it's certainly the fact that North American indigenous languages are almost all written with the Latin script makes it pretty much. It's kind of like the key. It's like that connecting link that makes it so that anyone can look at it and learn it with ease, and they're familiar with the characters already. And I say most of them because there are some that are the exception. I believe the Cree, CREE, the Cree writing system, at least for a while, was pictorial. So their words were written with hieroglyphs that kind of resemble, that's stick figure drawing of a fish and bird and that sort of thing. They might have already adapted the Latin script for writing. But the other exceptions are Ojibwe. Ojibwe is written with triangles and geometric signs facing any one of four directions, and small adaptations around those. Ojibwe is one of them, and I do believe that other languages, such as some of the Inuit languages, not Inuktitut because it's Greenlandic, but some of them, such as some of the ones that are like in a lot of First Nation languages spoken in Alaska, also use that sort of triangle shaped writing system that Ojibwe uses. Another exception is Cherokee. Cherokee has its own syllabary. Um, one syllable is two sounds in Cherokee, so it's a much larger alphabet that you have to dedicate yourself to. This was a writing system that was invented by Sequoia, who was the Cherokee that he discovered that and he theorized that the reason that the European invaders are so successful is because they have a writing system. And we decided that the Cherokee language must have its own writing system. So he invented these symbols. They're probably about 73 or 75 symbols or so. That make the sound of one consonant and one vowel. And there are 6 different vowels. There's 6 variations of each sound.
Is that like
Some of them have
Sanskrit, kind of?
Sanskrit, you have to, well, in that idea, yes. Yeah, Sanskrit, I think it's also, as you say, one symbol is a consonant and a vowel. So these are called diaphonemes. There's a word for it. I can't escape me right now, but basically that's what that is. And what Sequoia did is he found pages of German literature and American English literature. So he looked at symbols and he made adaptations of the symbols he found. Some of the characters resembled that like German Gothic script, and that was for that reason. It's because he found German
Black letter, right?
Yeah, right. Now, oddly enough, Sequoia, he had no idea what the letters sounded like in English. So there is the symbol that looks like the capital letter D, but it makes the sound like na or something like that. It doesn't sound like D. The letter A doesn't sound like A. The
Cyrillic is kind of like that.
Kind of like that, but this is even more so. This is like 100%.
Oh, wow.
The Cherokee alphabet would be 100%, nothing matches.
Wow.
Whereas the Cyrillic alphabet, 40%.
Yeah.
Look here, you could get away with like maybe 30% of it is like, look, the letters T, A, K, O, and M, they're exact, and Cyrillic and English. Whereas in the Cherokee language, well, nothing is the way it should sound.
Yeah, that's there's a lot there. I mean, the history of how each language has obtained an orthography or writing system is really interesting. And I think a big part of the magic of becoming a polyglot is like having that experience where a new orthography kind of starts making sense to you and it's like becoming a child again, where you look at like your kindergarten or first grade writings and you're writing the R backwards or the N backwards. And like when I was learning Cyrillic, it was like, now I have to do it. And I kept on messing it up, the N and the R. So it's like going back to the very beginnings of learning English. And if you're a parent and you're like, your kids are going through that experience, it's just sort of an interesting to kind of become a beginner again. And then once you do that a few times, like you sort of enjoy it, and it's you're finding your sea legs sort of. So
Let me ask you, how old were you when you started learning Cyrillic script?
just recently. So I was actually, my father, part of his background in chemistry, and he was also a math major. So he learned the Greek alphabet because you sort of use that for math, and for science, you need to have usually just a handful of them, but and also just Greek frat culture. My dad wasn't in a frat, but there's that aspect of it also. Um, it was really cool seeing like, hey, the Greek alphabet sort of carries over into Cyrillic. And once I made that connection, it made Cyrillic a lot more kind of natural or just sort of intuitive. And then there were just a few other things to learn. And I also got into the habit of like one thing that really annoyed me in a lot of the Russian books is like they try to teach you cursive, and from what you know, they say everybody still uses cursive, but then I go on YouTube and a lot of the teachers aren't using cursive, they're just printing it. And then I was like, for the D sound where it's like kind of a triangle on a table, I just it's the D sound, and I was thinking, well, in Greek, it's just a triangle, like delta is just a triangle, so I just write a triangle, and I don't bother with the feet underneath it, and so it's kind of like, you develop a little bit of and even with Arabic, like, all the different ways you write like, all the different hands, cursive by default, it's like you kind of you develop a sense of, like, these are the different variables you can adjust with different languages, and it becomes interesting, and it all kind of combines together at a certain point. So I assume you've had similar kind of experiences. We can get more into that, in our next session, but I this has been great. I've always wanted to, like, talk to somebody who had experience with a lot of different, First Nation languages and kind of explored them, and so this has been really cool, and I think people are gonna there isn't as far as I've kind of come across, there isn't I tend to not, like, see somebody who's learned several different First Nation languages and can kind of compare and contrast them and, um, connect it with the geography and everything and the history, so I really appreciate that, and, it's been eye-opening, so, um, this is really cool, and I think people in the comments are gonna have a bunch of questions, and it'll be interesting to see, what people think about it. So, okay, so we finished last time talking about the First Nations bookshelf, and now we're gonna head back to shelf number 1 on bookshelf number 1 right here. And I just wanted to ask Vaughn about one other item, which is this series, the 501 verbs series. So that's a series that's actually shown up on some other bookshelves that I've toured, including the original bookshelf tour with Greg of Reddit. And so, Vaughn, do you have anything in particular uh, that you like about this series, or has it been particularly influential?
All right, so the 501 verb series in X language, I've seen it with other people that learn. It is a very popular sort of fundamental learning tool because it conjugates like a list of the most popular verbs in the target language. And since I was, like a young kid, I remember it being in publication. And of course, I got one for Russian, Portuguese, and the most recent one that I got was Italian. I've had that for about a year, and it comes with it's a comprehensive list of the present tense indicative conjugations at the top left on each page. It'll of course give you the translation, and it'll have the imperative form, imperative singular, imperative plural if there's a difference between the two, which there usually is. And at the bottom, you would find examples of the verbs used in sentences.
So, in your I'm curious if also if this has changed as you've learned more languages. To what extent do you find yourself wanting to learn inductively by looking at a story, and sort of figuring out the conjugations as you go or kind of intuiting them versus diving into something that's more explicit like this and taking a more deductive approach? And would you even use those terms, or do you think about it in a different way?
It's been different for every language. When I started to learn Russian, I was pretty new at this whole like learning on your like going on a just going on a course on your own to learn a language. And Russian was really the first time that I sort of like dove into the serious sort of like self study, but at the same time getting advice and asking friends in my high school classrooms for translations of things I wanted to know. Uh, I was not aware of the existence of these Barron's book series for a while, so I did not sort of. I was at a point where I didn't really pay close enough attention or think that it was imperatively important to learn the proper conjugations of verbs. It was still kind of like a new thing to me, the Slavic languages. That being the Russian was the first Slavic language that I learned. So it was not until maybe after a few years where I realized, hey, I'm messing up these verbs. There's not just a one size fits all, one formula works for all the verbs um, rule. So I need to look for ways that I can find the proper conjugations for verbs if I want to specify who is doing the action. And browsing the bookstore, I came across these the Russian verbs, Spanish verbs. I see them in French, I see them in German, etc. And then I open, it's like, okay, well, there it is. It's a whole list of verbs being put together. And when I started to learn other languages, I already had the advantage of grabbing textbooks. Some of those are up actually on that top shelf that comprehensively give you a small grammar lesson as you go with each of the lessons. So those, like the ones you see to the left of it, the series of the Colloquial, so they will include some pages and some notes of grammar to give you an example, an idea of how the verbs are conjugated. So it's enough for each of the lessons that they would give me. And as far as the teach yourself books, all the way to the right end of that first shelf, the same thing. But it is not set up in such a way that you can easily just look at a page and reference the verbs as that's like the target things you're looking for.
Mhm. Yeah, by the way, I don't think you said much about the Colloquial. This is another very popular publisher and series and put out by Routledge.
Routledge, yes.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts on the Colloquial series?
The Colloquial series is set up very much like the Teach Yourself series, but I think that the choice of vocabulary, how it starts off, is a little bit different, and the style is a little bit different. I don't know if I can get into too much detail. It'll be a little bit too specific. I do like using them, and it's very easy to retype, and short, concise lessons that are very easy to memorize the first time you look through them. And they mix up the notes so that it keeps it so that it's not boring. The learning process is interesting and stimulating because the first few lessons will give you like a small 4 or 5 sentence paragraph to read with a list of maybe 10 or 15 vocabulary verbs. Then it will go on to cultural notes. It will go on to the usage, a little bit of speech. It'll say something about the culture that speaks the language. Then it will go into a little bit of grammar, and then you'll get into sort of like a secondary sort of like reading paragraph with a little bit of additional grammar at the end of each lesson. So it's like 2 lessons in one. And that keeps it kind of like flowing. I really like to use those.
Is there any reason why you choose, some people might be thinking, why don't you have a 501 of every language? And why don't you have, Colloquial for every language and Teach Yourself, same thing? Like, how do you choose which book goes with which language?
Interesting question. I think that with the differences, the nuances with the types of material that I already had to learn languages before, I would make the decision as to whether or not to purchase a Barron's 501 verbs, etc. Some of the languages don't come with such guides. I don't have one for Catalan, for example, but I do have one that was published in Spain. So it does not come with the translation in English, but it's still a verb guide. So I would like to have verb guides for all the languages in which the verbs are very complicated, to where I would need some sort of reference in order to know how to conjugate each verb properly. One does not exist for Finnish, but there is one that you can buy from Finland from the Akademin Kirjakauppa, which is like the Academy bookstore in Helsinki. And but it's a little bit pricey, so I kind of waited on that. There, yeah, like I said, so some of them they're lacking. You don't have 501, for example, Hungarian verbs or Latvian verbs, Lithuanian verbs, et cetera, et cetera. But the Colloquial Latvian series already comes with sort of like, as I said, a small section that shows you how to basically conjugate the most common verbs. But as far as like the other ones, besides those 3, there are 2 books. There are 201 verbs, one in Swedish and one in Dutch. So I have those in addition. They're smaller. I don't think they had come up with the 501 version of each of those books for those languages. But to supplement that, I also have the essential Hungarian grammar guide and 2 volumes of books for Finnish grammar. So those are helpful in that case.
Okay, so I guess we'll be coming to those later on. Or are those on here? Are those up here?
I think so the essential Hungarian grammar might be 2 shelves down, I think. Actually, it's right there. Let's see if I can find it. Because I'm right at my shelf. I'm in my room. Somewhere. Yes, 2 shelves down towards the right. Hungarian Essentials of Grammar, next to the blue and red Magyar Angol Szótár. There you go.
Nice.
That's an indispensable tool given the difficulty of Hungarian grammar and the complexities.
Is that a well-known company? I can't really read that. Is that
So-
just the name of the author?
Berlitz, that's the author.
Okay.
I purchased that while I was, I think 2002, 2003, while I was in Santa Rosa, California. They happened to have that at a bookstore, and I purchased that there.
And these are basically chronological order
Somewhat.
for the most. Okay. So
Yeah, from top down, they're kind of in chronological order. Or from bookshelf to bookshelf, they're in chronological order. So I filled up that first bookshelf first with most of the books that you see there. But I did make changes when I decided to dedicate the 4th shelf to the First Nations languages. Then all the new acquisitions, I still will put them in that shelf.
Okay, so then we have more teach yourself. These look like the newer vintage Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish.
Oh yeah, those are new. Those are actually very new. I think I had a spot in there because I had taken one book out. So I was like, okay, well, there's a gap. I'll just put these books here.
When you start with a new language, do you tend to go for a book like this as your first, or get a dictionary or something else?
I absolutely did do that with Swedish. While I was in Göteborg, Sweden, in it would have been the end of June of last year, I was looking at bookstores to see what I can find, and I saw that they had complete Swedish. But I think I was loaded with books at the time. I was like, I'll buy this later because I can order this at home. And soon after I returned to the U.S., that's what I ordered. And I was like, okay, well, let me start using this and learn a lot of new things, especially the differences that Swedish has as opposed to Norwegian. The Enjoy Norwegian is advanced Norwegian. So I think I bought that, I would say, almost a year ago. And a new acquisition, just very much more esoteric vocabulary and a lot more challenging. The Finnish tutor, which is to the right of that, I've had that for about 2 or so years. Also like advanced Finnish. I would say more intermediate.
Yeah.
As far as other languages, if we're not going to use Swedish as an example, let me think of something.
Yeah.
So Tzotzil, I think I had spoken about that. That one is, that was just, okay, I bought the book, I bought the dictionary at the same time. But I think also that same trip, I was asking locals on how to say basic phrases. Means that it is so. Koloval, thank you, a bunch of different phrases here and there.
There's it's not something I've looked into in a huge amount of depth, but there's certain kind of strategies that anthropologists use to, and I don't know all the terms for these people that basically learn languages that have never been documented before. Have you ever looked into that process or used any of those kind of techniques?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Because it sounds like some of the stuff you do when you're sort of meeting people in a new city are kind of you know, is there a certain process you use for doing that tends to work?
If I were to use Zapoteco is a good example of that. That's what I did when I went to Mitla. I'm in this new city, or this new town, a small part of the state of Oaxaca, where the Mitla ruins are located. And I'm listening to this new language being spoken. And, of course, I'm kind of curious. I didn't know what it was the first time that I heard it on the street. Then I think that the first time that I found out what it was, I was at the Mitla Museum. And there's a bookstore, and they have books on Zapoteco. So they have like an introduction to Zapoteco. And walking up and down the street between the ruins and where the bus stop is, there's a bunch of shops and people try to sell you things and they try to strike up conversations, and they're very interested in all the foreigners that are going up and down the street. It's on Nezahualcóyotl is the name of the street that goes up and down. And it's kind of like the main drag between the downtown Mitla and the ruins. So it's pretty often that I would just get into conversations with people. That's when I started to ask questions. Hey, so is it the language? What is it? Is it called Zapoteco? And they said, yes. I showed them the book that I purchased, and this kind young lady that looked at it immediately said, no, that's not the right one. That's not our Zapoteco. We have a different one. It's from Mitla. So I started to learn some. Yeah, I asked questions. Okay, well, how would I say, for example, this food is very delicious. So and Shkishtio Ostelu for thank you, and Dios Chenetlu, God bless you, and that sort of thing. And here I am just like taking notes already, and I do realize it is very different from the lessons that are taught in this book that I purchased at the museum. And I think that's the reason is because it's the speakers that speak Isthmus Zapotec, which is a different variety. They managed to publish a book, and they simply distributed it to a bunch of places all over the state of Oaxaca. Now, to continue with the story of Zapoteco, I'd visit the town probably about like once a year, especially like in late December, early January, or sometimes February. And I'll take different friends to check out the Mitla ruins and sort of like give them a tour. And I'd run into the same people that I ran into last time, and they'd say, hey, how are you doing? And on one occasion, my aunt and I were just randomly pulled off the street and invited to this party. And it was kind of like a funeral party, sort of like a wake. And there were a bunch of Zapoteco people. I had already known some words and exchanged them, and they were pretty impressed with that. So I learned a lot of other words that they taught me about their customs and food and civilities and that sort of thing. So here I am with notebook and making lists in my journals or whatever piece of paper I have with me. And I already have just sort of like put together this maybe 4 or 5 or 6 page curriculum of the words and phrases I'm learning already. It was not until a few years after having met them that they sort of guided me to the linguistic center, which is on the other side of town. And that's when I actually purchased the Bible and the Bible, which is printed in Zapoteco, and the dictionary. Yeah, those two blue books that are together. The Nuevo Testamento and, of course, Vocabularios Indígenas, those two. And those are written in the Zapoteco that is true to the Zapotec spoken in Mitla.
Might be interesting to pull one of those out later.
Yeah, well, I got it on me.
So, how do you keep track of the pronunciation? Do you ever use IPA or a system you've created for yourself?
No, I just memorized the sound.
Mhm. How would you say you sort of talked about this in some of the other articles and interviews, but I'm just curious, like, to what extent would you like? You've said you have like a better than average memory, but you know, what part, like, how much better of a memory do you think you have than the average person? And then how much of that is also supplemented by the more languages you know, everything sort of becomes easier, or learning a new language becomes easier.
Difficult thing to gauge. Other people's memory capacities vary.
Yep.
I think that I'll give the example as for Using a couple friends that couldn't memorize things pretty well. So I had so I sort of like made a bet with my friend George that he could tell me a 10-digit phone number and I would memorize it just the first time that he said it. And I was driving my car, he's in the back seat, and says, "Okay, I think he only gave me a 7-digit number. 257. It was 257-359-01. That's 8 digits, but I think that the last number that he said was 1, but he said 01, and it sounded like he said 01. He said, no, he didn't say that. Okay, 257. Yeah. Yeah, 247-359-01. And I had that memorized, like I still remember it. But the next time I saw him, I think a few months after that, I said, I still have that number memorized. Yeah, 247-359-01. And he had no idea what I was talking about. He didn't even remember the question. He didn't remember the bet. He didn't remember anything. And so I'll remember instances that happen, and I'll bring them up sometime in conversation. No one has any idea what I'm talking about. And yeah, I think, but there are differences here between like short-term memory, long-term memory, and I even believe to an extent that there's something exists that sort of like a midterm memory, just kind of like in the middle. Uh, Something where it's like it's a repetitive thing, and someone could have it memorized for about like maybe a year and 2 years, but after that, it's gone. So it's not something that someone would memorize for a lifetime. And it's not something that's kind of that you forget about in just a few minutes in the day. But like I see that happening a lot. It's people that they lose memory of something after 1 year or 2 years. That's sort of like this interim like time frame where they can no longer recall the information.
When you have like a phone number like that, are you memorizing it as a audio, as like a sound?
Usually, yes. Yeah, I remember the person's voice as the person tells me the phone number, for example.
Yeah, because the way you said it, there was kind of a rhythm to it where it was like you were kind of chunking it and there was kind of a melody or rhythm or both to how you kind of stored that. And I mean, I find myself doing something similar, kind of like breaking up a phone number into chunks. Um, do you find that that would obviously make remembering pronunciation a lot easier. So that would be, um, do you feel like that helps you with pronunciation?
Absolutely. Yep.
And then what about when you're reading a book like the Colloquial or the Teach Yourself? Do you find yourself like remembering where something is on a page or kind of having a snapshot of the conjugations from one of the 501 books?
I do take mental snapshots, sorry, of the pages in the conjugation, not the entire page, inch by inch. But for example, like a table of maybe like 6 or 7 different conjugations. It's like, okay, well, I see that, and I think it's a combination of 2 things. I remember what the font is, I remember what the print looks like, but as I'm reading it, I'm sort of like repeating it in my inner head voice. And I'll remember my inner head voice reading off the list of words. But sometimes I also do remember the picture, and if I think about it hard enough, it's not something that comes up to memory 100%, but if I concentrate, it's like, I remember there was this in the picture. Oh, there was this too, there was this too. The details come back very slowly. Whereas in the audio sense, it's just an instant playback,
Do
like
you
just a
did you
live.
ever get Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, just
Okay.
like at live speed.
Um, what about images? Like, do you ever with some of these storybooks, for example, they'll have a cartoon or they'll have illustrations. Do you ever remember that or are those helpful ever?
I do remember those, yeah. Um, as far as whether or not they're helpful, if you're talking about just like images in the story where it's like, okay, well, there's an illustration of what's going on in the story. Well, there's just the illustration. But whether or not that helps me remember the story, I don't think it really makes a difference as to the story itself. If I remember, kind of reading the story to myself, I'll have parts of it memorized in my mind, and I'll remember the basic uh, synopsis of the story, and I'll remember a lot of the vocabulary from it. But I think that, for example, if I were talking about picture dictionaries or guidebooks where it has an image of something and there's the word written underneath it, then that's something that's like instantly it will help me like remember it. I'll have even the Zapoteco book. I don't know if there's
Well, yeah, I was just thinking of, I remember seeing the Italian visual dictionary. That's the
yes,
only one I remember seeing.
correct. There is
There was a
another.
Zapoteco one.
No, it's
Oh,
the Zapotec dictionary. Basically, what I wanted to say about this briefly is that it'll give you pictures of like it's got the shob is the maize, if you can see that, the corn. So
the way the
it's over.
recording works is when we're in screen share mode, it records a very low resolution version of our cameras, and then when we get out of screen share, it'll go to full resolution. So anything where it's like showing something in a book or holding up a book, we should wait to do that until after we finish with the screen share
Makes
stuff.
sense.
Okay.
Makes sense. So the two examples I here on this page, page 121, just remember,
Yeah.
sheil is sheep, and it's got a picture of a sheep. So I see the sheep, I see the word sheil written down, and I'll see the plate of corn, and there's shob written next to it. So it's like, okay, well, I have this visual image of the sheep and the writing sheil. I can even see the font. I can see that it's in italics. I can see that there are, without even looking back at the book, I can still see that there are 3 lines of text underneath it, and then there's the bottom of the page. Whereas shob is on the right side, there's nothing under it. And now I have memorized that it's page 121. So definitely a help there.
Do you ever? You're just memorizing the page number for us today, but you don't usually memorize page numbers, or you do?
Typically, I'll try to memorize the page number if I find something in the book that's important and I need to remember, okay, well, this is on page 73 or whatever page it is.
Oh, well. So
But it's
this
not
is the
something
book
that,
you were holding up, right?
yes.
Okay. Um, and then what about episodic memory? Do you find yourself remembering stories particularly well, or I guess there's two aspects of that. There's stories that you read, but then there's also your own life and sort of memories. How do you find your memory in those uh, two examples or types?
I just think it's adequate. I don't really know how to compare it to other people's memories.
I guess what I thought
I
was
can remember
interesting
things.
when we started is that you could remember the year associated with the different First Nation languages we were discussing. And I thought that was really impressive because, it's, at least in my experience, it's very rare that people have that level of specificity. And I certainly, I'd say my episodic memory is particularly bad. Part of it is I don't put any effort into trying to remember. Um, but I also just like, I don't even remember what I did yesterday or a couple days ago a lot of times because I was just learning something or working on something and I was in the flow. So, um, could you say how does that strike you? That sounds like very different from your experience.
It's not something I really think about. I don't really know how to put into words. I just I I
Well,
can
well,
say that
the way that you can connect years with trips you went on or, specific years, how are you doing that, for example?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't know how other people don't do it.
Okay.
It's like asking you, Timothy, how do you know that your name is Timothy?
Wow. I mean, you know, I think people of my generation, we grew up with GPS and so we don't remember like street names, but
Right.
people, used to, like, they'll sometimes tell me, oh, you go on this street and then that street. And I just never pay attention to it. So I think there's an element of not paying attention to it, but there's also, I guess part of the pattern that I'm sensing is like it's sort of a normal thing to do to associate reference points with pieces of information. So whether it's a year or it's the page number in a book, that's sort of a normal operating procedure to sort of connect a number or a reference point to whatever you're interacting with. That
Right.
sounds
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about maps? Do you ever get into maps or atlases?
Oh, very much so. I go on road trips all the time. Just remember ways how to get from places. Uh, I like to avoid using GPS, and being raised by my dad, who always had a map in the car, just hand it to me and say, "Vaughn, explain to me how to get from here to here. I need to go there. Just tell me where to turn." Looking at the map, I just know how to read everything. But one of the things I like to do is just study the way on the map for like read it over about 3 or 4 times. Then I'll have the road memorized, and so I'll know what to look for at every turn. I could probably do this for a trip that lasts well beyond an hour or so.
Wow.
Maybe if I make a stop somewhere, I'll look at the map again, and make sure. Okay, do I have this memorized? Do I have this right? I'll look at that. After driving someplace 2 times, I know how to get there already, so I don't have to look at the map anymore. I have it memorized after maybe 2, maybe 3. If it's a longer trip, I think after 3 times, I'll have it memorized to the point where I don't have to look at the list.
So that sounds like there's a pretty good connection between seeing the top-down map and the sort of illustration version of it, and that sort of mind melds with your three-dimensional experience traveling on the road.
Yes.
That's cool. So have you ever gotten into like studying savants or other people that have like elevated memory talent?
No. No, I've read articles about it. I think there was an article in the Washington Post. It was called Savant Guard, and that came out in the style section. It was talking about employees of the Smithsonian Institution that had special abilities as far as just like how to interpret the arts, memorization of data. And I found that article to be pretty interesting. I sort of read through, I think, um, a few paragraphs of it before my short attention span got the better of me, and I was distracted by something, and I went to eat. I don't know. I went to get a snack or something. I didn't come back to it. Um, I did that. It piqued my interest, and really started to to like notice. Okay, this is something that other people talk about. There's information out there, and there are stories that people are telling, and these people are not locked up in a loony bin or anything. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. And I thought, okay, well, interesting, cool. It was kind of like a realization that was like, okay, these people are special. They're useful. And people can look up to them, and there are
Sort of
redeeming
like
qualities.
X-Men.
In a certain extent, yeah, somewhat. Yeah,
Um,
like they don't have to be locked up in an X-Men
yeah.
Academy or anything like that. But no, but I do. I remember that the title of it is called Savant Guard, and Garde. Kind of like a play on words, like avant-garde, the French, that the French phrase means like ahead of its time. Uh, I guess I could reference it and look at it later, but I would like to look back at that article if I can find it again. Other than that, no, not really. I've met other so-called quote unquote savants while I attended the first Polyglot conference that I ever did with Richard Simcott in Puebla. And I had some pretty interesting conversations there, particularly with this Mexican young guy. He's really tall, long curly hair, just sort of like it really stands out, like this really sort of like a hipstery appearance. from Mexico City, but he attended the conference. He actually came up to me because he saw the article. He himself has Asperger's. He's autistic as well. And it came to me with a bunch of questions and advice on life and how to manage things and social interactions and how do I do it and what do I do. And so like I talked to him for quite a bit. I gave him some guidance, this and that. We had a lot of things in common. We had a lot of things that were not in common. But this guy was kind of like really craving some sort of connection with people that he can identify with on that sort of like autistic level. He also felt like just like an outcast in his own home. And that was a very important and significant meeting that I learned a lot from, just like speaking with him. And I think there were probably a couple others there as well. These sort of like savant type people that are also polyglots.
Could you share
I
any
think
of? Good, good.
right.
Well, I was just going to say, is there anything you had in common that you could share? Anything that kind of was interesting to you? Maybe, you said it was really interesting kind of seeing that connection or
I think that
commonalities.
I think when I talked to him about like his upbringing, and I talked about like how when I was a younger kid, I had a very poor understanding of social interactions. I had a poor understanding of body language. There was a time when I didn't understand what the teachers wanted me to do. I remember this in kindergarten and first grade. Um, I think one example I shared with him is the teacher told me, Vaughn, you need to sit down and finish your assignment or something, or take this crayon and mark this. And I understand the words. I understand Vaughn. She's telling me that it is necessary for me to complete a task. I know what the words mean, but I'm not connecting the two to actually put into action. I don't realize that I have to do what she's telling me. I just understand the words that she's telling me, but I don't realize that it's a command. It's a very difficult thing for an average person to sort of fathom. Well, what do you mean? She just told you what to do. And then I had to, and I think that Sebastian had something very similar to this where he would be told to do something, or he would say, or there'd be his parents, or they something is needed, and he understands that there's a necessity for something, but he's not connecting it to that he has to be the one to step in and actually, stand up from his chair and walk over, pick something up, and bring it to whoever it is that needs the thing that they're asking for. And this is difficulty for me when I was about 5, 6, 7 years old. Um, so like after that, it's like, okay, well now I'm being responsible. Now I'm actually putting commands into action. And he had a similar experience to this. Then the problem was like making friends, talking to people in the classroom, or like, talking to his peers, or his family, his relatives, or, people in the park, or just so like everyday social things. Then it became sort of like, okay, now I know that when someone's telling me a command, it's a command, and I know how to do the things that I'm being commanded to do. Now I have a new problem, is that people are telling me things, and there's like an underlying reason for why someone is telling me some sort of in the indicative mood, just some like facts, or like an example. Hey, I'm really hungry. Someone would say, "Hey, I'm really hungry." And I was satisfied with that because I thought, "Oh, this person wants me to know that he's very hungry. Now I know that he's hungry. I'm glad that he told me because now it's something that I know." And then they'll skip something, "Hey, let's go to the library," or just like, "Oh, it's time to go back into class." I don't realize that the reason the person is telling me that he's very hungry is because he's suggesting we all go get something to eat. And I might not be hungry at the time, so I don't see it as a necessity to actually go up and do something. But it's kind of like this, there's the social dynamic of people interacting, and they don't specifically have to say exactly what they want you to do or what needs to be done, but it'll be sort of a suggestion, or they'll say something in a manner that they will only want their close friends to understand, and sort of like this vague hint is so as to keep their intentions unknown to the other people around them. That was also a problem, and it was a problem for him as well. I think those are, without getting into too many details, those are some very,
Yeah.
you know, good examples of what we had in common in our youth.
So how did you did you ever take that to like pragmatics, or did you ever like how did you get out of that?
Slowly learning and realizing, oh, I made a mistake. A lot of it was in hindsight, and it would not be a minute later or a day later. It would be maybe months later,
Wow.
where I was like, oh, I remember this happened, and the people seemed really upset, and I didn't realize that's what they wanted. That was the intention. So it was kind of like this looking back after long periods of time, learning from those mistakes, and you know, just keeping those in memory, and making commitment to myself. The next time somebody says something like this, the next time I see this kind of body language or whatever the communication is, I'll know better and I'll understand. Okay, this is what needs to be done. This is what I got to do. This is what they're expecting of me. But it's very sort of like looking way back, studying what happened in the past. The blessing in all this is that I remember exactly what happened. I remember the intonation. I remember the facial expressions of the person that did it. I remember where we were, what time it was in the day, the sound of the person's voice, what they were wearing. All of those facts, they're still there in the memory, and it's kind of like a movie that I can play back and look at it later.
Wow.
And that was very helpful. I think if it were not for that kind of memory capacity, I don't think that I would have learned even a fraction of the of things I know now is in terms of social interactions and communication with people.
Did you ever approach body language as a language, or do you put it kind of in a separate category?
Separate category.
Okay. So you've just learned body language through observation and kind of connecting the dots.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever
But also
study?
at the same time,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Timothy, but I think it's important. I did not get into detail the last time I asked about this. The reason I don't see it as a language is because it differs from person to person. People have their own nuances of body language. So one person standing a certain way doesn't mean the same thing if another person is doing it. And especially if I'm going to places far away from my home, I'm going to different countries, different states, it changes from
Mhm.
place to place. And so it's kind of a thing where it's like, okay, well, here's a general guide of what this person means with the body language, but it's different because we're in this place and they do things differently, and the articulations they do are going to be very different. And I think that's important to discern, to differentiate.
Did you ever study pragmatics or implicature in terms of the sort of people hinting at their intentions through declarative type statements?
No, it's not something like study as in
Okay.
look, Google search it, or no books, nothing like that. It's just
Okay.
live learning, just being out in the world.
Okay. Because
Mm.
one of the I remember seeing this graph that graphed languages based on how much they're context dependent versus context independent. And it was an eye opening way of thinking about languages and how they sort of represent culture, and how culture sort of has this element of to what, what assumptions do you make about people, and common understanding, and what do you say explicitly. So have you ever seen a graph like that, or do you um, have you noticed a difference in different languages in terms of how context dependent or independent they are?
Yeah, it's something I didn't haven't really put together in a sort of like comprehensive list where I can pinpoint what those differences, those nuances are. So again, it's something I never really like studied
Mhm.
like in and of itself. But I do. The difference we're talking about, does it change from culture to culture, from language to language? Absolutely, it does. And
Like Nahuatl, for example, would that be in one direction or the other? And or like, can you maybe name two that are on opposite ends of the spectrum, and maybe some feature of each one that kind of is a good example of that context dependent versus context independent aspect of it?
Could you describe to me the difference in your words between context dependent and context independent, and give an example, just so that I know that I'm thinking about
Yeah.
the same thing?
Um, I think it's a lot of it is connected to politeness. I can't actually remember that well how that's defined. So, um, I don't have a good example, but I'll I made a note of it so I can look that up and we can potentially come back to that later. But I the example that I use just within English is when you're using like slang and you're part of like a subculture and people are using the slang and there's a lot of you have to understand the slang to sort of put things together. That's context dependent. You're sort of assuming the other person knows all the slang. Whereas like if you talk to a lot of times people in engineering type fields tend to speak even the way they pronounce things, they pronounce every syllable and it's very crisp and they don't kind of sand off the edges of words. But it's also they will kind of take longer and exactly describe each thing. So there's no ambiguity and there's no way you could misinterpret, almost like programming a computer where you have to say everything explicitly. So, um, does that does that make sense?
It does make sense, yeah. It's how I like to explain a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like, it's
So
the engineering, like, the very in the precise way to avoid ambiguity.
yeah.
It's
So I mean, there's contexts where that kind of thing, to me, it's more of an efficiency thing. You don't want to like over explain something, but you also don't want to under explain. And so in different situations, it makes sense to, you know, slide along that scale. Um, so, okay. Uh, so I think we were on this. I noticed you've got a few of these Oxford, um, actually I want to go back to one more other thing with memory, which is, uh, did you ever use mnemonics?
yeah, no devices, sure. Yeah.
And do you just come up with them on your own?
Some of them are, sometimes I'll come up with my own mnemonic devices, especially if I'm instructing other people. Then that's like they just, pull them out of a hat. I make some pretty creative ones. If I'm teaching my niece Spanish or Salish, for example, then I come up with mnemonic devices to remember the words.
Do they tend to be visual or sound-based, rhyming, or
Most of them are sound based.
okay. Acronyms? Like, what's an example of, the kind of maybe one you've used with your niece?
I think Play is the word for onion, and just remember
Is that
I told
Salish?
her it's Salish,
Okay.
yes. So Play is that's onion. It's like just remember, it's like it helps. It just when you cut it, you just kind of like want to lay it away so that it doesn't bother you. So Play sort of sounds like that. There are probably about 200 others, but I have them written in books somewhere. I might not remember to just come up with them right on the spot. Oh yeah, probably a mnemonic device of one way or another for just about half of the words that I learned in any language. Some of them, and a lot of the vocabulary is just prefixes and suffixes and modifications of words that I already knew. Um, yeah, right now I can't think of other examples, but I do. We'll come up with them quite
Yeah.
often.
That's pretty incredible, though, that 50% of the words you're learning have a mnemonic of some type.
So yeah,
So, like, is there an I mean,
Like
the one you
for
go ahead.
example, jeszcze, I think would be like jeszcze is Czech for still. Or jeszcze, it just kind of, I don't know how does it come up? I remember it being sort of mnemonic when I said jeszcze. It's like one more time, we're going to say the yeah sound because it occurs 2 times in the word jeszcze. Like jeszcze, oh yeah, that's right. Jeszcze jedno. Jeszcze jedno means still once, and it's the Czech phrase to say one more time. So I'm saying the word, the sound yeah, I make the sound yeah again, and I'm going to make the sound yeah one more time, and that's how I get jeszcze jedno.
Hmm. So it almost, I mean, when you said that, I thought of encore in French, go again. There's sort of like a etymological breaking down of words, maybe into their parts, or breaking out a phrase into its parts.
Yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, encore. I just remember it as encore. I think that you know what? If I'm, it's this mnemonic device thing is it's when I'm reading vocabulary to myself.
Mhm.
Not so much when I'm learning actively by listening and memorizing what a word sounds like. So pretty much all Spanish, because I grew up as a kid learning Spanish and just memorize when I hear it. I think that if I'm hearing it, I don't come up with mnemonic devices to memorize those words. It's more so when I'm reading something off a dictionary or a word list in a book where no one's actually there to say it to me so that I would hear it and memorize it audibly. It will just be in reading.
Yeah, I mean, when you were describing it, I was kind of thinking of my own experience of rhyming. I feel like your brain, to an extent, almost automatically thinks of things that rhyme with a word you're looking at or saying in your head.
Yep. That is part of the mnemonic devices. So absolutely.
And so the more languages you know, the more likely you are to find more rhymes, and one of those is gonna click and have some kind of semantic parallel probably.
Yes. Yeah. I think that there are some words that fit into that paradigm.
Um, I just noticed here the 201, we mentioned these in the prior, do you have anything to say about these? These are also Barons. They look older
Those
before
are
they had a
older,
logo.
very good. Especially the 201. I think that was sometime maybe in the 70s or something. Yeah, so that's the oldest. I would have to say the 201 Swedish verbs is kind of redundant. Um, and I say that because in all the other languages that I have verb guides for, in Dutch, Portuguese, and Italian and Russian, all the verbs are conjugated to the person. Now in Swedish, even just a little word list would suffice. 3 forms to every verb is all you really get. The verbs are not conjugated to the person. So I am, you are, he is. It's all the same word in Swedish. It's är. Jag är, du är, hon är, han är, vi är, ni är, de är. So like all of us, all of you, it's the same form for every single verb. And if I open that book and look at the pages, you'll see it. It's the same form on the whole page, with some maybe some modals put before it to say like I would have gone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hade bort vart, there's other forms like that. It's just kind of like all I need is a list and just a piece it together. Then I have it. I think that I bought that book because it was cheap. And I bought it more so for a verb list that I could memorize rather than a tool of reference because I already know how to conjugate every verb as soon as I see the infinitive form. So I don't need the specific tense, person, number, etc., to find out how the verb is used in Swedish. The same goes for Norwegian and the same goes for Danish. It's the same form no matter who does it.
With Dutch, there's I haven't learned Dutch, but sort of the little bit that I've looked into it, it's got this. I heard somebody say like it's sort of like half English, half German, and
It's kind of like the halfway point between the two. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. So, um, how do you approach languages like that are like halfway in between two other languages you already know? I don't know if Dutch is the only example of that. I was thinking maybe some of the other Slavic had dynamics like that where you already had other Slavic, and there is part of the history, I think, of some of those languages is they have a mixture of, vocabulary from one language and then grammatical base of another language.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
To answer your question, how do I approach learning Dutch? Specifically, if your question is, what is my opinion of the Dutch language, or what is my opinion of how easy it is to learn Dutch? So, given the fact that it is a Germanic language, it's related to English, which is my first primary language. Of course, that does make it quite easier to memorize a lot of their words. Some of them actually sound a lot like English words, like water, for example, and class. Ik wil graag have een glas water, the world. Um, and if you listen carefully, they sound just like English words. The world means world. Um, but Dutch is more like German than it is like English. So one of three things would happen. When I'm studying Dutch vocabulary, it's either a new word, it doesn't resemble anything in English or in German, or it's easy for you to memorize because I already knew the German version, or it's easy because it resembles English. And the same thing happened after I learned German and I wanted to learn Czech and Bulgarian and Serbian, all these other languages. I already have the base of Russian. Sorry, yeah, Russian is what I meant to say. I learned Russian and went on to other Slavic languages. So having that Russian background, the understanding of the grammar was pretty fundamental. And it's like an indispensable base to facilitate learning the other Slavic languages. I think with the furthest example from that being Bulgarian, being that in Bulgarian there are no cases really for the nouns, and Bulgarian I think it's the oddball of the Slavic languages because it's the furthest away from uh, th- all the words that are sort of like in common amongst all the Slavic languages. But Bulgarian has a lot of Turkish words in it, and a lot of words that are you know uh, very just very much in their sort of like southeastern Slavic bubble. That
Would
being Macedonian and Bulgarian, it's these two kind of like sister languages, the furthest away from the rest of the Slavic family.
Yeah. It's sort of like with, I think a lot of people who aren't deeper into this stuff, they don't make the connection with English through the Anglo-Saxon, which is a branch of Germanic. And then that comes to Britain and that becomes um, the sort of base of the language. And then French comes in through the Norman invasion. And you have Latin that comes in through the Romans, the Roman Empire and Britannia. So that's sort of that's the thing that struck me um, when I first learned German is just how similar a lot of the words are. And then Dutch, the very brief amount of time I've looked at it, it also has uh, a lot of those elements I was familiar with through German. So Bulgarian and Dutch for you are the two that really have that kind of combo feature or almost I was thinking like pidgin, Creole, those are other kind of terms for language contact. Do you ever did you ever get it study that kind of stuff? Language contact?
I think when I was in Belize, I have this good friend who lives in Placencia, Lyra Spang, and she's of Slovenian descent. And her parents, I think, originally were from Pennsylvania, but they moved to Belize. They had their kids there, so Lyra grew up in Belize. She speaks fluent Belizean Creole, I met her in DC while she was a student at American University, and just a very bright student. She studied cultural anthropology, and then moved on to Bloomington University. To University of Indiana in Bloomington, rather. And for years and years, I spoke to her. She speaks just like an American, more so like someone from Pennsylvania. And then when I go to see her in Belize for the first time, this is 2011. So I go there on the 27th of December 2011. 2010 rather. And I hang out with her, and she's talking to all her neighbors and her boyfriend at the time in Belizean Creole. So it's like she knows both languages. She's speaking American English, but she goes into Belizean Creole when she's there. And there are words that are unique to Belizean Creole, and a lot of the words are just like English words with Belizean pronunciation. But then there's also there's like syntactical compositions that only exist in Belizean Creole, and I'll give you an example. Like the word "d," it's spelled "di." D is the present participle marker. So if I say I walk down the road, it means like I'm walking down the road. But I did walk down the road. That means I am walking the road. That's the present continuous. I think another one is the word "fee." They say "fee" instead of "to." Like we like to eat in Belize. We like fee eat in a Belize. They'll say "fee" instead of "to," which is "to" as in toward something. And other such. Yeah, that's that Belizean Creole. That's
What did
what
that
I've
come
had the
out
most
of?
exposure to. Oh, I wouldn't know. I
Okay.
Belizean history, but I don't know the specifics of it. Like like I know that it's the Garifuna that came that were imported. The British brought the Garifuna to Belize so that they could cut down the mahogany. The British harvested a lot of the mahogany wood from Belize. They would cut it down, toss it into the river, and through slave labor, they had the mahogany collected onto the ships and brought back to England. So there's that. So yeah, definitely there's the whole Britain coming to Belize. There's that history. And as far as the other cultures that was in contact with, I don't know too many specifics about that.
Okay.
But there's also three branches of Mayan cultures that exist in Belize to this day. Quechua Mayan, Mopan Mayan. There's a third Mayan one. It might be Yucatec, in fact. But so there's that. There's the Garifuna, and Africans that were brought over by the British. That's the extent of what I know.
Okay. I see this Turkish book here. Could you say a few words about what Turkish is like and if it's similar to any other languages?
Turkish is, of course, the Turkic language. If I were to say what it's similar to, it's definitely similar to Azerbaijani, Turkmen, and a lot of the Ottoman Empire languages in southern Central Asia, Kazakh, Uzbek, etc. I do believe that this book and cassette tape combination was the first piece of Turkish language instruction that I ever owned.
Hmm.
So I purchased that in 1999 at the Second Story Bookstore on 22nd and P Street Northwest. So that would be when I was living in Georgetown at the time. That's like a 15-minute walk over there, and I think I picked it up for maybe $2. And I saw that I had cassette tape. Of course, I had a cassette tape player at the time because we're talking about 1999. It was soon after that at the foundation we had artists arrive from Azerbaijan, from Baku, after Madame Lodic had made a recent trip to observe art exhibits and installations in Azerbaijan. She invited the artists to come to stay at the house, the residence, and I used the Turkish that I learned from these tapes to communicate with the ambassador of the embassy of Azerbaijan and also with the artists themselves.
Wow.
So certainly that was useful to that. Prior to having purchased this cassette tape and book combination, I already knew some Turkish. I could count to 10, probably count to 100 now. but basic again, basic phrases, maybe some swear words as well that my friend Chinar taught me back in high school. Yeah, it's a nice little sort of like a pictorial, easy to follow, comprehensive guide with the cassettes that I would just pop into my car, and when I'm driving, I'd be listening to it.
You said phrases and square roots.
Phrases and square roots. I did not say square roots. I probably mumbled something fast that sounded like that.
Oh, okay. Um, so
Pictures, phrases and images, phrases and pictures. I can't remember what I said now.
um, so could you say a few words about that? Because that was your biggest sort of like continuous job, right? At that art institute. Could you say a little bit more about what you did there and what your role was and how languages fit into it?
Yeah, language fit into it because Melodic employed people from all over Eastern Europe, primarily from the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And I think she did it just to help people that were looking for something to do, like something in their career, or because it was easy for her to communicate with them, but also because we would often have embassy staff or other visitors from the Czech Republic or Slovakia or other parts of Eastern Europe come to the house, and she wanted someone to communicate with them, to be able to communicate at all times. So I was pretty much kind of like the all-purpose guy at this foundation. So I had a room there. I could use whatever part of the house I wanted to be in. There was a library downstairs. There's a swimming pool. So you're welcome to the swimming pool if you wanted to. I had my own kitchen. Now, starting with 1996, when I knocked on the door to look for my friend Peter, who is Slovak, and Peter is someone that I met in high school at Wilson. Mrs. Mladic came downstairs, opened the door, and informed me that Peter's no longer living at that residence, and I had not seen him for about 2 years or so. Then I think we got into talking about other things. I was speaking in Czech because I already could speak some Czech. So in the little amount of Czech that I did know, she explained to me that she needed someone to watch over the house. I think at the time she was desperate to have someone work for her because she had nobody and she leaves the country quite often. So um, basically, I ended up with the job, and I stayed in the same room that Peter used to occupy. Started answering the phones, and in the meantime, I had to speak Czech every day with the other people that were coming in and out of the residence, or the other workers that did the housekeeping during the week. And every single day, it's a conversation. Okay, well, it's more Czech vocabulary, and I got a dictionary finally, and learned some more words while I was there, and I made my own lists. Uh, After some time, the work got more interesting as she revamped her efforts in the Central and East European Art Foundation in the work that she was doing. So we had other visitors from the former Yugoslavia. So, we had a Croatian artist that was over. She would be speaking on the phone with Jagoda Bulic and or Magdalena and other artists that were in Eastern Europe. There was a lot of international phone calls coming in and out, and a lot of different languages being exchanged. And we also employed a one housekeeper that was Romanian and another housekeeper that was from Bulgaria. And I introduced some people I guess they were from Serbia. I think like Novi Sad or somewhere. And so I had two Serb parents, my friend's Serb parents living with me as well. So every day it's a Serbian conversation. And as far as my duties, again, Mrs. Mike would put me to organize books and papers and file the taxes and put together a lot of the documents that she had in her office. And everything was kind of like in disarray, but it was my job to at least organize part of it. So there was that, answering the phones, speaking to other people. And then when she had parties over, I suddenly became the butler. So I put on a nice suit and go out and serve the food, bring everything back and forth from the kitchen to the dining area, and help with entertaining. And in the meantime, get into conversations with some of the attendees that thought it was kind of interesting that I'm this American guy, but I know this and that. And that went on for several years.
And why did that come to an end?
So Mrs. Mladek as she became older, she moved to the Czech Republic. The last time I saw her was the 20th of June, 2012. I took her to Dulles Airport. I was the last person in the U.S. to see her. She flew to Prague with an unknown return date, but then some things changed. I think she became somewhat ill, and she had to stay in Prague. She did intend to come back to the house, but that never happened. And she handed over the operations of the foundation to someone that she had met. I think it was a minister of justice at the time in the Czech Republic. And so it just basically changed hands. They had to sell the house. I moved out, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, when I was reading about it in one of the articles, I thought it was like almost an art gallery where people were coming in and looking at paintings or something. So it sounds like that's not really what it was. It was more of a headquarters for her foundation, and she was more of coordinating things and people rather than having people come in to view art. Is that right?
Somewhat, Timothy. So on paper, it is as you describe. On paper, for her, for logistics purposes, officially, that's what it is. It's the headquarters of a foundation. But no, it is exactly what you read. It is an art gallery. There were paintings all over the house, in all 12 rooms of the main part of the house, and even in the swimming pool area, in the dining room, downstairs, in each of the bathrooms, there's art. And there are closets that were full of art, stacked upon art. And she also had warehouses in a Slovak church in Brooklyn, where she had stored several works by the Slovak artist Fylko, Fylko. Most of the work that she had in her possession could not be put on display because it was in storage, and there was just so much. But no, she did have people over quite often. People would come to the house and view the art. So it was that at the same time, although not on paper. It was a gallery for practical purposes. And it was
So
also an art space. She had artists that would do residencies and spend a month, 2 months, or 3 months in one of her rooms to do some writing, or to do some research, or to make art, to put together pieces, to do some paintings, and that sort of thing. Especially as in the case with the 5 artists that she invited to her residence, the Azerbaijani artists from Baku that came in 1999. They got busy and did a lot of art while they were at her house, inspired by all the art that's hanging all over the place.
wow. And was it for sale? Did people ever buy the art, or was it just for display?
Well, as far as her collection was strictly for display. She had the largest collection of František Hubka, which is sort of like a surrealist. He's a Czech artist, and all of his paintings, there were, I think, a mixture of oil and acrylic. Not exactly certain, but it's the same sort of style, like spirals, the very intricate sort of model patterns surrounded by spirals, circles, ovals, geometric shapes covering something. Probably the most fascinating art, I think, was her collection of František Kupka. And that was
Could you
all
spell
about
that? Could
all
you spell that name if people want to look that up?
František is Frantisek. The last name is Kupka. František Kupka.
So this was really kind of a hub for people that wanted to view or participate or were artists of Central or Eastern European art. This was one of the major hubs in the DC area.
Correct.
Okay. And that's one of the families, the Slavic languages is one of your strongest areas.
That's correct.
So almost, these almost look handwritten, or kind of, is there anything going on with these books here?
The reason that the appears to be handwritten is because it's handwritten. So those are Soviet era published books where the paperback versions lack the title on the spine for whatever reason. Or the book is too small. It's like, we can't fit anything there. Boris, let's forget about it, move on to something else. Yeah, I think that just for ease of reference, before when I first got the books, I didn't know where I was going to put them. I still had to identify them. So at that point, with a Sharpie pen or with a ballpoint pen, I wrote, of course, English Georgian dictionary or Samuchito Gruzinskого Yazyka. Both of those are Georgian. They're associated with the Georgian language. And they were actually sent to me from Georgia by my friend in the early 90s.
So going down to the next shelf here, anything here stand out to you? Got another picture dictionary.
Oh, that's the other one. Yeah, that's the Russian one. There's a Lipa Latviešu valoda gramata. So Lipa, that book on the left, it's a more recent acquisition, 2023, and I purchased that in 25th of June when I went to Valters and Rapa Bookstore on the main boulevard in Riga. That's just out on the edge of the old town Riga. So I like that one a lot. It's very pictorial and very comprehensive, easy to use. A2 level Latvian language book. So it does not come with a translation in English. It's all in Latvian, but the pictures themselves sort of like give you a hint as to what the words mean. But besides that, I already know enough Latvian that I can get it from the context. So there's that one. Now
I just want to pause on this for a second. To what extent do you use this sort of common framework terminology of A1, A2? Do you find that to be useful for measuring your progress or finding resources?
I use that. It's really for the listener to know exactly what I'm talking about. I use the words, and I think even in the article that came out, I'm using the words. Okay, well, proficient conversational, or basic fundamental knowledge of vocabulary. Well, what does that mean to someone that is knows a little bit more, or in order to qualify for a certain test, for the official government grading system as to proficiency in a language. So there is actually a system that's A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. It's only those 6 categories. And so I talk about those. So that A2 is no longer beginner. It's not beginner. It's sort of like I would call that maybe like advanced beginner in a language. Someone already knows about 1,000 or so words of vocabulary in it, and they want to increase a little bit more in that. Half of the words in the book I already know, but there are half of them, still a good amount, that I don't. So like detailed words on dusting the furniture, things that I never talked about in Latvian, because the Latvian conversations that I had with friends were mostly out in the street or out in the bar. We wouldn't talk about like the linens or the pillows or like the zipper and that sort of thing. It's like, so that's everything's in up, all the household yard work vocabulary, everyday work vocabulary is in that book. It's on the A2 level. That's what they call A2. And if you move on to like B1, I would say is more cultural. It's in my perspective, it's like, okay, now we're talking about history. Now we're talking about the invasion of this castle. We're talking about feelings. We're talking about more of the underlying life things, the emotional side of the human experience. That fits more in, as my understanding, the B2, that's like the B1 level, where B2 is like kind of like an advancement of that. The other books that stand out. Give me a second. I think I need to plug in my laptop, but you can continue speaking.
Yeah.
I'll just get my charger.
Yeah. So got some tapes here, some cassettes.
We plug this in.
Some old school Barrons, it looks like. getting by in Chinese.
That's quite a story. I'll get by in Chinese. I wish Chris were here with me.
Who's Chris?
Chris Riggs, an old friend of mine from the Bethesda area, and then I ran into him again when he worked at Starbucks in Georgetown, the M Street Starbucks, a few doors over from the Barnes and Noble. So I go to Barnes and Noble a lot because it's right down the street from where I used to live. And I went to Starbucks all the time because the second story of Starbucks is the quiet place with the fireplace, where a lot of students would go and study, and I go there and read some of our language books. But going to Starbucks pretty much every day, I sort of developed this friendship with Chris, who I had not seen in a couple of years, Christopher Riggs, and I had friends in common. Like he's this really funny, sort of like cocky, skinny guy that just this very ballsy, crazy friend.
So you met him a
And
few years ago, you're saying?
I met him in, I think the first time I met him was like 97 or 98. And
Oh,
then,
so this is Starbucks back in like the late 1990s.
no, there are two different things going on. So
Oh,
Chris
sorry.
is someone that I had met like in Bethesda, 97 or 98, because we were hanging out with friends in common. I saw him again. He recognized me when I walked into Starbucks a few years later. So now we're talking about the early 2000s,
Okay, I got it.
mid 2000s, rather. I think it was 2005. It was 2005 when Chris started working at Starbucks and I started going there more frequently. Then we just kind of like became friends. Then later in the year 2009, fast forward 4 years, crazy things happened. He's no longer working at Starbucks. He is in Huntington, West Virginia, and he had broken his toe or something. He had an accident while he was playing soccer. He needed to be picked up to be brought back to the Bethesda area, or to brought back to DC so he could stay with his father or with some friends, I think. So now begins the Chris Riggs rescue mission. At the time, I had a Subaru Legacy station wagon, a 95. It was white. And I stopped at the bookstore, the same bookstore I bought the Turkish tapes. I picked up some coffee at Soho Cafe, and around the corner from Soho, on the corner of 22nd and P, is that used bookstore. And I go in, I think it was another $2 that I bought this getting by in Chinese. The first thing that I bought for as far as material to learn Chinese. So we're talking about 2009. I put the tapes in my car and I start driving. So I'm on a long mission where I'm making a stop first in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. The whole time I'm listening to the tape. The sun's coming up. I'm listening to it repeatedly. And finally I pick up Chris and I say, "Hey, Chris, don't mind. I just bought this little Chinese thing. We're listening to it." Chris and I listened to the tape on this whole road trip to Pittsburgh, Bloomington, Indiana, to see Lyra, the Belizean friend, and all the way back home. And by the time Chris and I get back, we're speaking to each other using these Chinese phrases. So he can count to 10. He knows, as Van helped me with something. He goes, "Chini bantu wo." So we know all these things that it's unique to us. Like Chris and I both learned Chinese at the same time from these tapes. And we're listening to them
Awesome.
because we've got nothing better to do on these long road trips. The entire trip, I think, to pick him up to go back to Thomas, West Virginia was 44 hours. I didn't sleep those 44 hours from when I started leaving my house to go pick him up, and we went back to Thomas, kind of in a reverse direction. Then we continued on the trip to Bloomington. I got some sleep finally, and then we continued to Bloomington. And 2 more days, I think, of just like listening to this tape over and over and over again. It was it's really comical. I don't know why. We just found it entertaining. It was funny at the same time. The way that the way that the presenter, they're Chinese, so when they speak in English, they still have that strong accent. So it's kind of, it's the whole thing is kind of amusing. And that's integral to one of our like biggest lifetime stories. My friend with my friend Chris, is how he learned Chinese by during the Chris Riggs rescue mission.
I don't know if this was an issue for you, but one of the challenges I had when I was beginning to learn Chinese is my vocal pitch, and like the teacher's vocal pitch was like an octave up. And so I felt like I was to repeat things back. I either had to like talk of an octave up, or I had to like transpose down an octave. And then that like added a cognitive load to the job, and it made everything harder.
Oh,
Did you ever have something like that, or run into issues like that?
I had issues when when I first, in 1991, I asked Tato Koji, an exchange student from Japan, how to say happy birthday in Japanese. It was, I think, the first thing I ever learned in Japanese. So it's just two ways. The popular way to say friend, tanjoubi omedetou and otanjoubi omedetou gozaimasu. So he told me, I wrote down the pronunciation. He wrote it down in Japanese, how it's written, because every time they write something, they have to write the Japanese version of it, in whatever, the katakana or the kanji. And then, it was up to me to write the pronunciation down, but I repeated it, not giving the intonation that it deserved. And we're not even talking about Mandarin, we're talking about Japanese. But it was the first time when I was made aware that the intonation was extremely important. So in the Japanese language, the intonation does not necessarily change the meaning of the word. It doesn't change the anything with the grammar. It's just that's how it needs to be said that way. Whereas it's tonation, the grammar is tone dependent in Mandarin, in Cantonese, in Vietnamese, and in other of the Southeast Asian languages. I do believe Thai as well. I'm not 100% certain, but Cambodian, etc. Yeah, that's very dependent. So with the Chinese tapes, when having begun to listen to them, the first lesson is Mei Ling giving the examples of the four tones. You have to know all four. The first tone is ah, second was ah, third is ah, and the last one is oh. It's like the sharp down. Now it's one octave lower when Barron, the male speaker, comes in and he's doing the phrases. So I'm thinking, okay, there's difference between how the woman says it, how the man says it. I'm going to adjust my tone to match the discrepancy between the way that Mei Ling says it and the way that Darin says it. So that's something I was prepared for. Okay, so it's not an issue. I'm using Mandarin phrases with people I meet from China. I'm very excited about it, and I'm using the tones. No one's saying that I'm doing anything wrong. I'm using tones correctly. But there is a difference in the octave. Not only the octave, but it's not even the same note. It's not the same note when it's not just one octave over, but it's an octave and a few notes up and down or something. But it's interesting that you bring that up because there is certainly something to be noticed in those differences. But I did I caught it and I went with Darwin's pronunciation, and I think that worked.
Oh, I think there was another book you were about to point out here. Actually, I wanted to ask you one other question first, because you mentioned Starbucks, and in our previous session, you were at another coffee shop, and I thought it'd be interesting if you could sort of take us through what does an average visit look like to a coffee shop when you bring a stack of books with you, and how what's your standard order, and like how long do you stay, and do you focus on one book or several? Like what's sort of your average routine like?
In the mid 2005s when I would visit Chris, that Starbucks would stay open until 11 p.m. So I would go there sometime before the sunset, maybe like 5 or 6 or 7. So I'd be staying there for several hours, and I think that the reason for that was because I was in an environment where that was a very normal thing, where there were students, reading and stuff. But we're on the second floor. We're far away from the noisy order area where I would otherwise get, really distracted. And slur my words if I speak too fast. I need to be more careful. So, yeah, so that was kind of like the environment that was welcoming to that sort of thing. I would bring maybe just one book, maybe up to 3 or 4 books. Or I'd have the books in my bag, but I'd only use one, pulling out, or I'd do some writing, that sort of thing. It was a peaceful, sort of like a safe sort of getaway place for me to do all the studying, all the reading I needed to do. Now, to more modern times, that Starbucks
Why
has
do you
since,
say needed to do?
whatever studying I needed to do, just as I'm saying, whatever study I was planning to do.
So you were, I guess that opens up
I
another.
would say,
Yeah.
say the word needed, for example, say that the Bulgarians call me Nastya, or Tanya, Asya will call me, Ben, will you come to a party that's going to be Bulgarians this Saturday at 7 o'clock at our house? Okay, well, I need to brush up on some vocabulary. Then now I have a goal. Okay, I'm going to take the Bulgarian book with me and brush up on the sort of like the B1, B2 level, the advanced level Bulgarian, so that I am more prepared in my mind to talk about more things. So, like, it's kind of like I'm imposing it on myself, though. Like, I was invited to
Yeah.
this party, so I have a goal, but need to is more in the context of, oh, I need to study these words, but it's self-imposed. It's not really for any sort of like, no one hired me to do it.
I guess I was thinking like, I sort of come away with your other interviews that it did seem kind of random, or just sort of you picked up languages out of, you'd be at Barnes and Noble and you saw something and you'd pick up, oh, I might be interested in that language. And then it would you just kind of go from language to language when you felt like it, or when something came up in your life that prioritized one in particular. But there's some people that like will have a spreadsheet and they'll plan things out weeks, months, years in advance, and like have you know, all these goals at different levels of what they're trying to achieve. And it never struck me that you were that type of learner. So when you said need, I was thinking, oh, maybe you were planning things out more than I had thought.
Only in terms of um like an upcoming event or something, a trip
Yeah.
going somewhere,
Yeah. So outside of that, how would you decide? I guess there's sort of an implied planning when you're carrying, you said before you carry 5 or 10 books in the car with you.
Yeah.
That's sort of like a plan of, maybe this month or this quarter, I'm going to focus on these 10 languages or these 5 languages. Is that right?
Yeah, to an
So then
extent, yeah.
you'd put a few of those in your bag, and you'd you'd say like, today I feel like this language.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think that's there's truth in that.
So we talked about, you didn't say, so you show up 5, 7 p.m., you spend several hours, you might stay there till closing at 11. What would you order there? What was your standard order if you
My
had one?
standard order, which started when I had migraines, that's a different story altogether. Was an iced quad grave mocha. That's such silly sounding Starbucks lingo. What it is basically, it's it's 1 pump of mocha syrup. I didn't like the taste of coffee, but I started drinking it because it got rid of the migraines that I was having almost on a daily basis. But it had to be strong coffee, so I'd get 4 shots of espresso, which, for an average person, that seems like a lot. But since the coffee was bitter, I wanted to add some cream to it, so I'd add half and half. I didn't like it hot, so I made it iced, and it needed to have something to combat the bitterness. So I thought, okay, why don't we just put chocolate? And that's basically the recipe for an iced mocha. And that was my go-to drink. So I'd go in there, Chris would see me, he'd already start making it. And so grab my drink, go upstairs, and I kind of like had this drink. I didn't drink it all at once because it's got 4 shots in it. I don't need to slam it down, but it's kind of like the drink that lasts all night, and I'll probably finish it just as closing time is happening, and I'll just toss it away.
Can you say the order again? Because I think I missed a piece of it.
Yeah, iced quad breve mocha.
Quad. Okay, I thought you said WOD, WOD, like a. I was like, what's the WOD? That sounds like tea, or it's like a CrossFit term, I think.
Yeah, quad, iced quad breve mocha.
And did you get anything to eat, or you just get the drink?
Sometimes I get something to eat. Sometimes I'd get like a sandwich or their protein box or whatever it is. You know, that the box has got the hard-boiled egg with the shell already peeled and maybe some fruit and
Yeah.
slices of cheese and crackers and that sort of thing.
So what
Yeah.
was the deal with the migraines? Did you ever figure out why you were getting them?
No, I figured out that there's no figuring out. That's what I figured
Yeah.
out. I figured out there's no logic to why people get migraines. I'll never know. But that certain lifestyle changes could like minimize them. My theory is that while I was living at the house in Georgetown, I was exposed to mold, or exhaust from driving the cars, or bad fumes in the house, or just a poor circulatory system. I was the only person who had the migraines. There were other people in the house, but they didn't get sick like I did. So my theory is that the house where I lived in, it was an old house in Georgetown. Uh, some friends that I would have coming over would complain about the mildew smell. So I think there might have been some like toxic mold, unfortunately, a prolonged toxic mold exposure. But it stopped when I get the coffee and the migraines stopped. I stopped having them. They would usually start at 3 p.m. every day. Or they would be worse after I drive one of the cars because an exhaust smell would come into the car. Or if I don't get enough sleep, don't drink enough water, eat too much salt, or smell someone smoking a cigarette. I would like the whiff of cigarette smoke would get in my face. All it took was one breath of it. And it would not happen immediately, but it would be several hours later. Okay, well, the migraine's going to happen later now. But that was something that was true 100% of the time. I'd be around my father, and I told him, like, I don't want to be around cigarette smoke. He didn't care. He smoked anyway. I got sick later. The same thing the next day. Working with him, he'd smoke. I got sick later on. I got a headache. I didn't know what to do. But so one thing is the coffee sort of like it got rid of the headache, but also I was more conscious. Now that I didn't have the headaches, I was more conscious of the 5 stressors that started, and I just like made more of an effort to avoid them altogether. And since then, no more problems. I would still get like 1 or 2 bad headaches per year. And that would be really, really bad. And then I'd have headaches that are not migraines, they're just regular headaches. But the migraines were by far the worst, and I was just simply not functional when I had them.
So when did they finally go away? When you moved out?
In 2000, when I started going to Starbucks.
Wow. Did you also have a morning coffee, or was this like the only time of the day?
That was the only time of the day 'cause I didn't like coffee. I didn't like the taste of coffee. I thought it was too bitter. I thought it smelled terrible. But I had a bad example of coffee growing up because it was just my dad. Like I was thinking coffee is simply Folgers crystals and hot water, and it's
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah.
You know, and that was my idea of what coffee was. I didn't know there was a thing. Oh, the coffee bean has to be fermented, and this has to be done to it, and there's a science to espresso, and then this and that. The first time I had espresso, it tasted really delicious. Like I couldn't. It was something different. It's like this. I'm thinking in my head, it's coffee, but it's like a finer, just like a fancy coffee, but it's still bitter. It was my friend Nicholas Jones who told me that a good thing to get rid of migraines is caffeine. So he just one night we were in Tenleytown. There was the Starbucks in Tenleytown on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue, just north of Chesapeake. So that's where like the old Sears building was. And then it was Heckinger's for a while. But was Heckinger's at the time. So there's Heckinger's across the street. There's Starbucks. We go into Starbucks, and I order the drink the way I said. It's like it's got to be strong coffee, iced. It's got to have some whipped cream, some half and half, and chocolate. And I didn't believe him at first. I said, I'll take it just to see what happens. I didn't think that it was going to help, but I drank it. I think 20 minutes later, it's good as new. No more headache. I'm good. The next day, I did the same thing. 3 o'clock is coming. I'm starting to get sick. Oh, I know what to do. I'll go to Starbucks. I'll get the same drink I got yesterday. Cured. Done. That was it.
One thing I noticed is I'll usually have a coffee in the morning, but if I skip it, this one weekend I skipped it and went on a bike ride, and I noticed myself starting to get a headache as I started really exerting myself. And I've made a similar kind of connection where, but it's parallel where it's a physical exertion or a mental exertion. There's something about your brain really uses a lot of energy and effort to when you're doing whether reading an academic book or studying language and really, you know, grinding through a bunch of new stuff. And grinding is maybe not the right term, but like you're just really putting stress on your brain to learn new stuff and you're focusing intently for a long period of time. It seems that if your brain is sort of depleted of energy, it's going to have a really tough time making any progress.
All right. I guess what I can add to that is that one, if I'm reading something for too long, I get something kind of like this mental fatigue, where it's like the brain is tired of trying to memorize this list of words, take a pause, do something else. So there's that. What's important to me is kind of like that break. But speaking to coffee, coffee helps me to concentrate a great deal. So not only is it an anti-migraine medicine, but it's like my focus, sort of my focus medicine. So I'll have some coffee. Typically, I don't drink it in the morning so much as I do. It's more of an afternoon thing. And again, I'm having coffee and I'm able to read through the book and I can finish it or finish this paragraph or like a certain amount of pages. It's helpful to me. I really don't get the headaches anymore unless it's under unusual circumstances or something else happens. Like if I take a flight, there's a significant air pressure change, then that would cause it. Or going to certain cities, that also causes a headache. But I've skipped coffee for about like a day or two, and I would not have the withdrawal headaches. I would kind of expect it's like, oh no, I didn't have my coffee, I might get a headache. But no, it doesn't really happen. But it certainly does help with the focus. Focus is something that I struggle with as well.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because I think a lot of people would think ADHD. I don't know if you mentioned ADHD, but um, people would think if you have that kind of issue with focus, you wouldn't be able to study languages and do a 4-hour session at Starbucks. So how are you able to do that?
I think it takes a lot of concentration to answer the question. It takes a lot of focus, but the same thing could be said about anything. So it's kind of like a redundant thing to say. But I think it's also, I'm not always focused. I don't always focus. That's more the reality of it. I'm not always focused on anything I'm doing, for any particular amount of time. But, I notice that if I'm somewhere that's away from distractions, um, it's a lot more easy to focus, and it's also I focus a lot better. I do a better job focusing in the late night hours, like after most people go to sleep. If I'm still up at midnight, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, that's when I have the most focus. That's like, okay, it's wow, I'm really getting this done. I'm not distracted by anything, and my mind isn't thinking about other things. I'm just thinking about this one thing, and I'm getting a lot done. Um, there's no other time in the day where that would occur naturally to me, where I can focus just like that.
I think for a lot of people, they like going to a Starbucks or a location like going to the library because they can kind of bring just what they need, and then they're sort of forced to just focus on, like, if they bring one book, there's no other books to get distracted by. So is that part of it?
No, it's
No.
I
Okay.
decide. I have the books that I can choose. It's like of a mini library that's inside my backpack. Now that I'm here, let me choose which book to use. But whether I bring one book with me or I bring the 10 books, I'll just be focusing on the one book. If that's what I'm doing. If I'm going to a library or a coffee shop to do the studying, then that's all I'm going to be focused on. Or or maybe I'll decide that I am going to be focusing on two books because I'm practicing two languages at the same time because I'm going to, for example, Sweden and Finland. So I'll bring my Swedish book, I'll bring my Finnish book, and that's what I'm doing. But the number of books or the fact that there are other books in my bag has nothing to do with it.
Do you bring notebooks to write in, or
Yes,
you
yes.
do? So do
Yeah,
you keep
absolutely.
like, how does that work?
I have this default book that I use. It's right under the laptop. In fact, it's always on my desk because earlier today, in fact, um, it's like a journal, a 2021 sort of planner. This yellow book with that had a lot of extra empty pages, and it's kind of nice looking. I just kind of carry it with me. I already started
What
one.
brand is it?
It is good question. And the reason I don't know the brand is because the brand doesn't say anything. Okay, sorry, Gallery Leather, Maine. It's sort of like stamped on the back. You can't see it printed. It's sort of like it's etched in there.
Mhm. I know some people want to know, they'll want to look it up. Um, so you just do, you always bring that with you. And, some people don't like writing in the book. So they always want to write stuff in a separate.
Absolutely. I always wanted to keep the book as pure as possible.
Yeah.
The original, that is. So I almost always have this yellow book with me. Sometimes if I'm going and I don't have much, I want to carry some smaller books. I have smaller sized books. There's this one I really like, the Field Notes, made in the USA by, I think it's, yeah, fieldnotesbrand.com. That's the name of the brand, Field Notes. And it's these sort of like little books. Some of them have no lines, some of them have the grid, and some of them are lined. But they fit into all my pockets. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Just
Okay,
got
we know what
these
I'm talking about.
because these are the ones that I guess are rainproof or waterproof. I haven't tested them out yet, but
I've got some of the rainproof ones as well. Yeah.
so how do you use those?
So I'll just use it just like a notebook. I'll just put notes in it, and at the top I'll put. I always date my notes. For whatever reason, it's sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't make a difference. But at the top I'll put like a Suomi, the name of the language, in the language. Like this will be like Swedish, or I'll put one if I need to write down some phone numbers that I'm talking with, and my phone's not handy. I'll just put like phone numbers at the top. There's always a title so that I know what's on that page because what's on the page is very small, so I can fit notes as tightly as possible on all the pages. I write really small if there are no lines to guide. It's not ruled, and I don't know how to space it. So I can fit a lot of notes onto one page. And I'll start from the top, come down, just turn the pages, but at the top, I'll always write down what the notes are about. But
So yeah.
that's good for when like I don't feel like to carry my backpack with me, or I have like the source book is small enough it'll fit in my pockets, and I'm going out for a stroll. A lot of the phrase books are pretty small, so they can fit in any pocket. And yeah, I'll just walk down along the Potomac River and maybe stop at a coffee shop later on. It's like, okay, let me sit down and do some studying while I'm here. And those small books come in handy, both the field notes that I can write notes in and whatever the source book is.
What do you think? I don't know if you've ever gotten into a conversation like this with a fellow polyglot where it's like, should you use phrase books, or is that cheating, or is that, not as good as like one of these teach yourself books, or, uh, do you have any thoughts on that? Like how, phrase book versus, which is more sort of templatized language versus, a more standard grammar oriented book.
Whatever part of learning is cheating?
I guess it's because
I don't
yeah.
see that as cheating. It's like, oh, okay, it's a phrase book. That's what it is. It says so on the front. It's available for sale. People will buy it. You want to know the phrase, buy the phrase book. That doesn't look like cheating to me. It looks like someone who wants to learn the phrases. Okay, we'll learn the phrases. Um,
Yeah.
or like, how does that? How would I compare that to? You're asking somebody directly to say it to you. What is that cheating too? No, it's you're asking someone. That's really the best way to learn the languages, to learn the words, is to get direct from the source, someone that knows it, a fluent speaker, a native speaker. What I don't like, a little bit off topic, but I'll just put this in really quickly. What I don't like is people cheating. It's like they're going to say, "Oh, you speak Russian. Tell me all these bad words." Like how do you say like all this profanity and stuff? That's cheating to me. That's like you're taking the language and you're using it as a weapon, just like taking the cheap, the ugly aspects of it, not even appreciating. You don't even learn any like count 1 to 10 or some nice words to go along with it. That's the only thing. The only part about language learning I don't like. I never like that. But as far as, there's all these different references. Someone that uses a book, they look at the title, they know what the book offers. Okay, well, there are these phrases. Okay, well, okay, learn the phrases. Maybe the person's learning the phrases, it doesn't teach you the grammar. Okay, well, maybe they're not interested in learning the grammar at that time. Maybe they want to know the phrase. It's still an effort. I still applaud that. I still say, okay, look, you want to know how to say that in a different language. You're probably going to go there. You probably don't have much time to study. You're leaving to go to the Czech Republic tomorrow, and you need this Czech phrase book. So take it, and it's going to help you along the way. I applaud whatever effort someone puts in, regardless of the source, to actually say anything in the language versus an arrogant traveler that expects someone to speak English for them all the time when they're in a non-English speaking country. Then that would be, that's cheating. Cheating is not doing anything. Cheating is not making any effort. Cheating is going everywhere using English. I see people going into villages in Mexico expecting to be understood in English. That's cheating. That's really gross. Yeah.
I guess I don't know if do you know who Alexander Arguez is?
Nope.
Well, he made a video talking about, I think the might have been Teach Yourself or Colloquial or one of those series where he just noticed that over time the publishers had adjusted the content where it was more phrase book oriented and the old fashioned was sort of the more grammatical approach. And he thought it was somewhat of a watering down of maybe there was more market demand over time for like phrase books are considered easier because you don't have to learn the grammar, or maybe the average buyer doesn't want to learn grammar. They just want the phrases. So I think that's where the sort of notion of cheating may have came from, just in the sense that it's easier, but it's also the publishers potentially cheating the buyer, the consumer, out of a more rigorous or detailed grammatical understanding of the language. Um, so I don't necessarily, I don't believe that. I think I think there's an element of truth of, it does take more effort to learn the grammar. So, um, just learning strings of words on its own isn't as difficult maybe, but, I think I th one of the things I like most about learning different languages is the phrasing and the sort of idiomatic nature of them and how express they express ideas differently, and that's where if you learn things purely grammatically, then you might just try to translate from English word for word, and then it wouldn't sound right because you wouldn't be using the idiomatic phrasing of the language, and so you really need the phrase book for that. Um, so my opinion is you really need both, and it's sort of like the left hand and the right hand, and they have complementary roles.
Right. Right.
Um, how do you
Well,
how do you go through a phrase book? Like, do you just read it cover to cover or page by page? Um,
I think the first phrase book that I ever purchased, my dad got it for me. It's a German phrase book. And that one I did read, cover to cover, to start with page 1, page 2, the greetings and civilities, and my name is this, and I come from here. And I went through it in that way. I did the same thing when I bought my second phrase book, which is Hungarian for Travelers. I think I bought, as far as the Hungarian language, that was the only book that I had for years. As far as, for learning Hungarian, I don't think I even have, besides the grammar guide, I don't own any official learn Hungarian books. But so to begin with, yeah, so like in my late teenage years, the early 90s, that's how I treated it. I got the phrase book and started learning from cover to cover, from beginning to the end. Now, to speak to something that you noticed, the Alguires, what was the author's name? Repeat it again, please.
Alexander Arguez.
Arguez, okay. So, yeah, when I borrowed books from the Martin Luther King Library close to Gallery Place, what they had was the old version Teach Yourself books. And although it was not the exact format across all the languages, there was not uniform because each book had a different author. So the author decided how to format the work. That back then, at the time, it was very grammatical. At the beginning, there would be a paragraph of 5 or 6 sentences at the beginning, a little sort of introductory, and right after that, grammar lesson. This is the grammar, this grammar. It was for the same thing for Danish, the same thing for Hungarian, the same thing for Swedish. All the ones that I borrowed there, the old Teach Yourself books had big lists of grammar. And I think that, someone as technical as me, it's like I'm looking at it kind of like how an engineering is studying, frequencies and the, like how to put together circuits and watts versus resistance and the formulas and all that. It's kind of like this really scientific way of learning, like the difficult, the most boring part. But to me, it's fascinating. But it's not, I'm not everybody. So I think that they realized that for like more of the average learner, I guess they did try to appeal to a broader audience. They came up with the more modern style of Rutledge with their colloquial, and also Teach Yourself with their revisions, their second and third editions that came out in the 90s and such. It was more like the conversation, but the grammar part was still there. Like the essential part, you had to know it. It would just be a disservice to the learner to not have that grammar section in there. But it started off with a conversation. Look at this conversation, and the grammar part is still there. In all the books I have, it still has the grammar part in in like the Teach Yourself and the Rutledge ones. The only part that's really missing the grammar or lacks it, the lack thereof, is the smaller phrase books. So the smaller phrase books, like as you said, it's just the phrases, very little to no grammar explanations whatsoever. And yeah, so I think that's it. But it really is a different audience at that point. So I think that I remember the one for Finnish. It's like you had this big list in every lesson, a large list of vocabulary, most of them nouns. They would start off with the first one. The first one was breakfast, because in Finnish, the word for breakfast, aamiainen, starts with 2 A's. So it'll be the first in the list. So aamiainen, aamiaisen, aamiaiset, aamiaista. It would give you 4 different base cases and forms for each of the nouns. And it was a long list. You had to memorize that. Probably about 100 or so words in the first list. And that was okay with me because, it was okay. Well, my language, there it is. I'm just like either copying it down or like trying to memorize it by reading it. But I would think that the average person today would find that very daunting and very boring, and would simply put the book down after the first couple pages or so and not continue. I think that the researchers found a balance between the conversation and the sort of getting people interested in the vocabulary, sort of like pulling somebody into the story, whatever the story is, and right after that, after the vocabulary list, with the little grammar section, but explained it in such a way that was very quote unquote user friendly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And still kind of like this interesting sort of a lot more thought was put together into the grammar explanation sections, which do happen in each lesson. Some of these on average are 20 lessons for the entire book. And that really keeps up, it really kept it going. I think that was a key to their success, really, I would have to say.
Yeah, while you were describing all that, I was thinking of Pimsleur. And I think you had mentioned Pimsleur in maybe the Washington Post or one of your other interviews. Is that right? You use Pimsleur at all?
I use Pimsleur in the app, yeah. And I do believe I have I think maybe 3 of their CD courses.
Are any of them on here in the bookshelves?
Oh, oh my gosh, they're in a different room on a different bookshelf.
Okay.
One
I was
that's
just-
not included. Drove.
I was just gonna. What I was thinking about as you were saying that is the thing that I like about Pimsleur is they get you started in a realistic touristy type conversation right from the start. I think they sometimes go a little bit quickly, so the pacing can be aggressive if you're not ready for it, or you might have to go through it a few times. But I think they do a good job of really getting you into the action and getting a feel for what the language is like in conversation.
Timothy, I'm very sorry. I was just distracted because my niece Julia's here. I was supposed to cook her dinner.
Oh, no problem. Well, we can wrap up now if you want. We can.
Just Julia, 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 urgent. Course you had. So you could sneak a little bit of conversation in Salish. Julia. What's chat? Hi, Quas. Ha, which is that. Oh, Queen Hans, Julia. Versika. Haka, niet zijn fiets. Maar dan trap zijn fiets. Snap.
Oh, you don't have?
Mahi. Yeah.
Oh, that's delicious.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Ha, mensch.
Nice.
Aha, which is correct.
Oh.
Say.
Yeah.
Yep, and correct. See if me.
See.
Una. Then Julia.
What's this? Oh.
Yes, I'll interview with an assistant. All right. Sorry for the interruption, Timothy. So yeah, I think if we could pause now because I gotta get busy cooking dinner.
Okay, so we're back for session 3, and we're jumping back into bookshelf 1, shelf 3, and I wanted to make sure we covered this set right here. So Vaughn, could you say a little bit about what this set is about?
That's set is published by Living Language. It's kind of like a complete package of Japanese language lessons. So it'd be essential, intermediate, and advanced. And it comes with the audio, which is in CDs. At the time that I bought it, I think the CD method was the most popular form of playback, and also the guide to reading and writing. So it's like a pictorial guide of nicely laid out lessons with the audio so that you can get the pronunciation right. And the writing there is also the katakana, hiragana, and the kanji. The 3 writing systems for Japanese are also in the books.
Do they do this for other languages, or
They do. Living Language has they keep every like 3 or 4 years or so, they will revise their system, and this I think is the latest one that I at least own that has the audio on CD format. There are older ones that have with cassette tapes, and the even older ones that came out with records. But I think since the 1960s or so, maybe even sooner than that, Living Language published materials in other languages: Spanish, Italian, Russian, Mandarin, Japanese. This being the latest one that I ever purchased.
So do you remember how you picked this up and why you chose their brand?
I think it was, I got a fat paycheck out of work one day when I was in Georgetown. I walked down to the Barnes & Noble on the south side of M Street in Georgetown, Northwest DC, and I happened to see that, and I was like, well, this is very useful because I don't have a comprehensive, full guide for the Japanese language. And at the time, I was very adamant about taking the time to take it to put serious effort into studying Japanese, and I bought it. I think it was probably $70 or so. I'm not exactly sure about the price, but yeah, I went there, just purchased it, and looked at it when I got to the house.
Do you like it?
Oh yeah, it's very comprehensive. It is a very good system.
Um, how does it compare to some of the other Southeast languages, Asian languages,
Is your question about how the living language force compares with it, or the Japanese language itself?
I guess both. I'm interested in, your experience, not so much maybe the course itself, but, your experience learning Japanese. And did you already have some other Southeast Asian languages under your belt at that time, or?
Oh, yeah, so I'll answer in order. So the Japanese language, just it's a unique language, a very sought after language. Um, Very short, easy to learn words. The difficulty comes somewhat in the grammar, but also in the writing systems. And I don't have a very, uh, I don't have a very vast, large network of Japanese speaking friends that I could practice with very often. It's something that I'll only encounter once in a while. Uh, Definitely this course is helpful with that. I really can't compare it to any other languages. It is quite different. It is somewhat, it sort of reminds me more or less of Korean or vice versa. The Korean language, the way it sounds, kind of reminds me of Japanese, but the two languages are still not exactly related. They might have cognates among them. And I am familiar with some Mandarin, of course, and some Vietnamese and some Mongolian. Each of those is very distinct. So there are not too many comparisons that I can make amongst those. I do know that the Tagalog language and Indonesian are those two are related, and there are similarities like in the counting system, and a lot of the vocabulary is somewhat similar between those two. But as far as the others the aforementioned, no, they're all distinct, and especially Mongolian, I think would be like Mongolian is like the odd man out, and simply because it's a very old language, but it's also just a very harsh sounding one. It does not sound at all like any of the languages from the countries that surround Mongolia.
Do you have books on Mongolian?
I only have like a small phrase book.
Okay. How did you get interested in it?
In Georgetown where I live. The Mongolian embassy is right down the street from there, and I also had Mongolian friends that have worked at the Japanese restaurant where I maintained the fish tank. So I had some exposure just meeting them.
Oh, cool.
And they would teach me phrases once in a while. "1 to 10. And many like I didn't order this, simple, silly phrases as such.
Nice.
Yeah.
You shared an anecdote a time or two ago about how remember the octave shifting with or transposing for learning Mandarin, and you shared something about Japanese with learning the tonality. I don't know if that rings any bells.
Yeah. So that would be the very first phrase that I learned in Japanese came with a lesson of intonation. The good thing about if I come to a native Japanese speaker, they seem to be very serious about their language. You ask them a question, they answer you very seriously. So it's like a complete lesson all in one. I was not prepared for that. When I asked Pato Koji back in my high school how to say happy birthday in Japanese, he wrote it down for me. He wrote the pronunciation as best he could, but he also wrote down the script, how it is written in Japanese. And he told me how to pronounce it, and he corrected me on the intonation because I was like, "Oh, otanjobi gozaimasu." I was like, "Nope, it's gonna be otanjobi gozaimasu." And it's what is peculiar about Japanese and intonation. The intonation does not necessarily change the meaning of the word, as is the case with Mandarin and other languages that are tonal. The issue with Japanese is that they're very strict on the style of the speaking. It's got to be said this way. You can't just blurt it out saying it. The intonation's got to be the way we Japanese people speak it. So I think that was an interesting thing. There are some exceptions with the Japanese word like hashi and hashi. They're both Hashi. One of them means beach, and one of them means chopsticks. So hashi, it's like hashi kudasai, chopsticks, please. So hashi, chopsticks, and hashi, beach.
So are there any other books on this shelf you wanted to point out here? I mean, this
Very
one's
much
kind of interesting. Just, it looks like a hefty dictionary, maybe.
That is a quite hefty dictionary, and for a while, that was the heftiest dictionary that I owned. Back in high school, one of the exchange students, he was from Hungary, Laszlo Szökörnyös, and I think that he was like in the sophomore year. He and I, he spoke English really well, but I still wanted to learn some Hungarian from him that I already knew some, and he gifted me this dictionary that he brought along with him. So it is like an unabridged, complete magyarongo kézi szótár. Kézi szótár means hand dictionary, like a large dictionary you hold in your hand. And so that's that. Just about any word in Hungarian I could find in that dictionary.
Okay, so we'll jump to, we previously discussed your First Nations shelf here, shelf 4. So go to shelf 5 here. Is anything, you've got Afrikaans and I'm not sure how to say this other one.
Zulu?
Oh, Zulu.
Zulu, yeah.
Zulu.
Yeah, Afrikaans and Zulu. Those were very recent acquisitions. My good friend Ioanna Angelakis, who's Greek, had traveled to South Africa, I think for, it might have been business related. While she was there, she looked for some books. She found the Afrikaans handbook, and I think she had great difficulty finding the isiZulu handbook, but she wanted to get that for me. And she went on a mission to find me this book. And it's like a study guide and handbook for the Zulu language. It's quite a fascinating book. It's just very this colorful text, very nicely written and laid out. She gifted me both of those at the same time. This was less than a year ago, so I think it would have been October of last year when I got these two.
Where is Zulu spoken?
Zulu spoken throughout South Africa, and I think in other countries in the south of Africa.
And Afrikaans is related to Dutch, right?
Yes, Afrikaans was like the Boers brought to South Africa when they arrived there, early 1800s, I think, when it was.
Okay. What does this mean, amphigory?
Amphigory, I think it's a play on words by Edward Gorey. So Edward Gorey is that British illustrator. He writes a lot of morbid stories. Some of them have a comical twist to them. Yeah, I picked that book up at Kramer Books, where my friend Joe Passarelli used to work. And I don't know, I was browsing. Maybe it was about 1 a.m. at Kramer Books. That's on the east side of Connecticut Avenue, just north of DuPont Circle. And it's kind of like it's a restaurant too and a cafe, so people there hanging out. And if someone's bored, got nothing to do, and they're walking around the town, Kramer Books has to be open very late. It happens to be open until like 2 a.m. or something. And I browse and just like find interesting books, and one of them was this Amphigory by Edward Gorey. And I have other smaller pieces of literature also by the same author. He illustrates a lot of his stories too, and the illustrations are like pen lines, sort of crosshatch, that kind of art. Very interesting stuff. Like there's the Haunted Tea Cozy, the Gashly Chromtinies, which is like an ABCD sort of book about how for every letter of the alphabet, there's a tragedy where a kid perishes. It's a funny story of his. You have to look into it, I guess, separately.
Is Kramer Books still open?
Yes, I do believe they are.
Sounds like a cool place to visit.
Yeah, Kramer Books and afterwards, and they have really good food as well.
What do you get there?
When I used to go there, I would get like there's like the taco bites, sort of like a fajita style beef and vegetables with some tortillas, and it's kind of like it comes with a small salad. It's one of those like a $5.50 sort of like cheap fare. So I'll get that. It's like $5.50, and it would just be my lunch.
Nice.
I've had other things there too, like the catfish that was breaded in cornflakes. Very interesting meal, and really good. Surprisingly, very good. Seared tuna. I think I've had other things from there as well. I think the seared tuna was also phenomenally tasty.
Yeah, sounds like they have good fish and you trust their fish.
Yeah.
So they're known for their food, not just the bookstore.
Yeah, I don't know which one they're known for best, really. I remember that many years ago when Kramer Books was featured on a nightly news thing, the owner of the store was saying that it was late at night when they would make most of their book sales. But I think it was the people just kind of like they got tipsy because they had alcohol and like, oh, let me just buy some books. And I think that might have had something to do with it. It is a very interesting place. I used to see the owner there all the time. I don't know if it's still the same owner, but this is someplace, like the late 90s, early 2000s, and throughout the 2000s, I'd spend a lot of time in Kramer Books.
Love poems in Irish. That looks interesting.
That was a gift from Matt McEntee. His parents went to Ireland and I asked Matt to ask his parents if they could find me a book in Gaelic. So it is like a dual reader, bilingual Irish Gaelic and English side by side sort of poetry.
Could you pronounce this?
Okay. Filioch ra na Gaeilge. Filiocht, like poetry, and ra is like of the heart, like love. Na Gaeilge, like of Irish.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yes.
So that's a biography in French
That's in Norwegian.
or Norwegian. Okay.
Yeah.
Slightly different languages.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. It's great story. I'd like to talk about a really thin one that's kind of the text is upside down in Cyrillic.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
under the onion. If you look at this way, yeah, now it's right side up. So it's white letters on a red background. Детска иллюстрована история на Bulgaria. One of my favorite books in Bulgarian, because at the time that I was gifted this book, I think it was 2001, I had met some Bulgarian women who, some of them worked at the embassy, some of them worked at the State Department, but they were speaking Bulgarian. I was simply talking to them while I was walking my dog, and we became friends. And on a recent trip to Bulgaria, I think it was Monica Henche. She purchased me this book. It's basically like a children's illustrated history of Bulgaria. It's kind of like maybe like the teenager level reading. So it's not basic. It's not like baby elementary, but it's very informative, very easy to understand, yet a little bit challenging Bulgarian. So I use it as like a learning tool. And of course, it's illustrated, and I'm learning about Bulgarian history at the same time. That might be one of my top 15, one of them that I'd like to look into later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've
The
got some
Japanese that you see
unlabeled.
there. Yeah,
Which one?
So the Japanese, the cassette edition,
Yeah.
that one is also, I do believe, it's Living Language. That's like the older, basically the same publisher's Living Language that we looked at 10 minutes ago. but that is like the 1960s or the 1970s edition with the cassettes. But the material has been revised. It is still not as in-depth, as informative as the newer one. This newer version is a lot more complete.
What
As a
about these
comparison, you
unmarked?
can see how they change. The unmarked ones, that white one, which is that? Let's see. The green one is really interesting. The green one is a children's German language nursery rhymes and fairy tales. Well, let me. I think that's at least 100 years old. This white one is. The white was Aknatas. It's like Windows of the TASS. It's like a from 1941 to 1945. So we're talking about World War II era posters in the Russian language. But even more interesting is what is the title of it? Okay, Neue Deutsche Märchenschach. So it's like that. What then would have been like the newer German fairy tales, or like it's like a fairy tale book, but it's the old sort of like the Gothic script inside of it. This book used to kind of be really creepy. When I would open it up and I was alone in my house, weird things would happen in the house every time that I opened this book. So it's so it's all like the fairy tales with an illustration, that really old style art, that very low color intensity style print. And there's one in particular that's very scary. It's like a picture of an albatross approaching a ship. And as I recall, in the English language at least, I've heard it might have been on the television where I saw the story. There's a ship that's going into a storm at the nighttime. The albatross is kind of like this bad omen of something that's going to happen. And I see that story here in German in this old book. And the last story in here is written in they actually took the consideration to include Low German. Low German is, I guess, a dialect of German. It's a lot more like Dutch than it is like German. And that last story in here is in Low German, and it comes to the very long vocabulary list at the bottom of each page. So I think that was a very interesting feature of the book. It's heavy, it's old, it's over 100 years old, and even the inside art, just there's no other page here, but like that's, I don't know what they call that. There's a word for that where they put the art in the inside the hardcover and before the first page and at the end as well. And I think that the green tape was put on there by the last owner because the book might have been falling apart. So they put this. I don't think that the green tape is original to it, but it might be.
Yeah, so sort of rebinding, giving it a sort of new spine.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Okay. Are there any other ones here that catch your eye?
A favorite places in Brittany, Soluzioni. I like that. The Practical Guide to Italian Grammar. That is I do recommend that to anyone who's learning Italian. A very comprehensive and very well organized grammar book. One of the first books that I bought when I started to take Italian seriously. And that was not until like 2004 or something. And it's very useful. I learned a lot in just the few first pages. It's easy to reference. The very highly recommended book for students of Italian.
Is this a series for other Romance languages or other McGraw-Hill?
I have not seen that type of publication for other languages. They might exist, but if it's in Spanish, I wouldn't know because I don't look for Spanish when I go to the bookstores. So it might be strictly an Italian publication, and the target language being English. It's to target the English-speaking audience. I might have to look into it more to see to answer that question. But
it's got a good design.
Yeah. Yes, I like it very much. That very thin green book, Getting Started in Electronics. You can barely see it. It's a Radio Shack publication. I think my father bought it when it came out, or he got a hold of it. This is like in the early 80s. And he handed it down to me. And I think when I was a teenager, it was the kind of like one of the first books that got me, from which I learned the basic circuitry, electronics, electrical engineering. The very basics are there. It's laid out. It's sort of like a handwritten. It's the writing is all, somebody actually wrote it with a pen and copied it. And the illustrations are also just kind of like hand doodles of like cartoon images of LEDs and circuit components with like eyes and facial expressions, kind of funny. But yeah, it's very comprehensive and easy to use. I think it might have been one of the oldest books I have.
What about the Anarchist Cookbook?
So back in the punk rock days, that was I think it was, the late 90s where, it's like self, called revolutionaries would get this book. Somebody, by the name of Nicholas Jones, had this, and, on a night he just came over, he just gave it to me. I think he didn't want to be caught with it, but the Anarchist Cookbook, it's like, protest stuff and like how to rate things, how to cheat the system, how to make free phone calls from a payphone, silly stuff like that.
Yeah, it's sort of a famous book like that. I don't know if it's a banned book necessarily, but
it might be. It might actually be a banned book. Yeah.
But it's sort of similar. There is sort of a do-it-yourself aspect that's kind of like Radio Shack. Okay, so that finishes bookshelf 1, and then we have. We already did. I guess we should zoom out first. So we finished down there, and now I'm going to go to bookshelf 2. We already discussed this at the very beginning, so we're going to skip to shelf 2, and we have some close-ups.
Okay.
So it looks like you got some notebooks here. These are your language notebooks or something else?
No, those are the non-ruled pages. So those are art books. Those are a lot of my drawings.
Do you have anything, subjects in particular you like to do, or is it just a variety?
It's a good variety, but I think one of those in particular, I think the one at the very left end, so it would be the bottom of this. One of those, that might be it. It's a lot of illustrations that I would draw, like every day I would illustrate something, like just do a rendering in black ink from a post that I found interesting on Instagram. And this would have been the like 2010, 2011, 2012. When I first got into Instagram, I saw a lot of the things that I thought would be cool if I drew them. And I also sort of, in some of them, I scribbled in the story that came with the post. And these are not really people that I knew. It's just, threads that I found interesting that I would start to follow, because it was kind of like it was this new novel thing using Instagram. And I think most of the book is actually drawn up. So some of the illustrations I think I'm really proud of. They came out really nice. And some of them are just kind of like, whatever.
I think there was a famous NFT guy that did a painting or a drawing each day on Instagram. Kind of reminds me of that. We discussed before about your sort of, sometimes you memorize something on a page. Have you found that you have any like special abilities with drawing or memorizing something that you see and then being able to draw it?
That's a very interesting question, and I can answer this. In fourth grade, when I attended Piney Branch Elementary School, we had this teacher, Dora Shane, a very, very nice teacher. And we went on this sort of like tour of Tacoma Park. So So that would be like 3-4 blocks up from the school. There's a mural on a wall, on a brick wall of an old policeman with a hat, and he's got a whistle, and there's like a trolley car, and there's like a sort of like it's kind of like framed in. There's like a big circle going around it. Outside the circle is the border is painted brown sort of color, and on the inside it's mostly white. There's bushes, shrubbery, flowers, and the streetcar and the policeman. And I think she asked us to look at it and just like, just observe it. And then when we got back to the class, as a surprise, she asked us, okay, draw what you remember from it. And it was kind of like a sort of like a pop quiz, but like an art assignment at the same time. So she handed us paper. And I remember that I got the closest rendition to it. And
Wow.
she was kind of like surprised, and she made a big thing of the whole class. Like, Vaughn is so like, if I remembered so much of it, you got the most accurate one. I think that was the first time when I realized it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm good at memorizing, things that I see. That would be, I think that the best answer I could give, because it's like a third person actually saying this. And yeah,
You mentioned like you were really good with directions. So I was thinking maybe you were good with like landscapes and, faces is another one where it's like some people are really good at memorizing faces. So I was just wondering if there was any particular, um, there's people that can sort of memorize a skyline or just have a very good ability to, um, render certain things in particular. So, uh, it sounds
I
like
would
you
say,
just do a variety of stuff.
yeah,
Okay. You have Humans of New York here. So that's
yeah,
photos of people.
yeah. Yeah, I was pretty captivated by that. It's like it's street photography, but there's a story because this guy Brandon Stanton well, you're familiar with it, but one thing that I will say
I'm
is that
actually not that familiar, so maybe you could say a few words.
Humans of New York, I believe, was a project that he started off on Instagram, where it was just Humans of New York on Instagram. It might have been, I might be wrong about that. It might be a different social media platform, but it was a blog. I think it might be his own website, where he has like a blog. But it was a daily thing where he took a picture. He's a photographer. He's got a digital camera. He takes a picture of someone in the city of New York, but at the same time, he'll say some words about it. The guy or the subject, the man, the woman, whoever it is, would say some words about his or her life, and he would inscript them under the and as far as the first edition, it's just like maybe 2 or 3 sentences. What's interesting is that I realized later that I was sitting right beside Brandon Stanton, in Washington Square Park. I think it was the year 2014 when he was interviewing somebody, and he had this large camera. He was interviewing somebody that was sitting down, this older guy that's kind of like lounging on one of those expandable lawn chairs, soaking up the sun on the grassy part of Washington Square Park. And a picture of that guy is in the first book. And as I put 2 and 2 together, I was there. I was there when he interviewed the guy, and he
Wow.
yeah. So he would like get like some of them just like ordinary people, some interesting looking people, however whatever social engineering this guy would use to sort of like engage with the person, so that person would agree to being photographed and also agree to talk about the story. He mastered that somehow, and he got a very large following on Instagram or whatever his platform is. And finally, he came out with the books. And when the books came out, I thought I gotta buy one because I'm a person who prefers to have, as you can tell, there's a hard copy. I want to carry it around and look at it. When I think 1 or 2 years later, the second book came out, and it's Humans of New York Stories. And now it's not just 2 or 3 sentences, it's entire paragraphs of life stories that his subjects would share with Brandon. Both of them very interesting reads, very interesting photography, and kind of the thing that I also like to do when I'm doing street photography. I just haven't really mastered the engagement part as much as I think Brandon did. He just made his living this way.
What's worked best for you when you do street photography?
It's really the camera that I'm holding. If I'm holding if I have the rolly cord on me, let's see if I can quickly grab it. It's right here. This is the camera. I don't think too much of it, but for some reason, when I have this camera, everybody notices. It's like, wow, that's a serious camera. I think it's not the 35 millimeter format, so it's more vertical than it is horizontal. And it's a twin lens reflex. And people look at this like, wow, what kind of camera is this? Or what kind of camera is that? And a lot of the times, if they're engaged and like my intuition tells me this would be someone good to photograph, I would ask. And 95% of the time, they say yes. And so I get portraits of people, but I'd also share it with them. It's like, okay, well, let me give you your Instagram so I can send it to you later. And I'd get followers that way, or they'd talk about other things. They might ask me questions about camera that they have themselves. It would happen somewhat if I have just a regular 35 millimeter or the Leica or something, I might get a little bit of interaction. But this one by far, it gets everyone's attention.
Can you just say the manufacturer again and the model number?
This is a rolly cord. I think it's just rolly cord. This was built in 1950. The serial number's on there, 1337515. And I can tell you the lens. It's a Xenar 3.5, 75 millimeter. So it's a 75 millimeter 3.5 aperture.
Is it removable, the lens?
No. The only thing that I can remove is the filters. I have filters I like to use. So there's like a ring adapter. I put the filter on there because I like to I use the polarizer to deepen the blue of the sky to get the glare out of the shot. And so it's like a little adapter that just comes on and off, but that's not the lens itself. This is just a filter, just a polarizer.
Yeah.
But these two, they're fixed lenses. They're identical lenses. And the reason for that is because they want the viewer, you can see in there, like a little TV screen where you can, let's see, block this line here. It's like a TV screen there where you can see my bookshelf now. And
it's sort of before the LCD screen. It's sort of a viewfinder.
Yeah, it's a viewfinder, but it's also a screen where you don't have to have your eye on it. You could, and there's the optional lens, or if you want to do it that way, to block some light out. But so both lenses are on a single plane. So when you see that the viewfinder shows you the image in focus, that means that whatever light hits the film will also be in focus.
It might be cool to show people that when we do the top 10 to 15, because that's a really interesting. The other thing I was thinking is, or two things, like how do you develop the film? Where do you go for that?
Yeah, I go to my darkroom.
Oh, wow.
I developed today. I developed last night. Let's see. I cut the film already, but so this one I developed last night in my darkroom. If it's black and white is a different process from color. I did color earlier today with C41 chemicals, and that's like this whole other project altogether. If you want to get into that, and if you're curious about it, I can tell you about the steps.
Yeah, I think we should save that for next time because then we can hold everything up to the camera. But you have so where can people find this stuff? Do you have an Instagram?
I have an Instagram, and my Instagram handle is Majestyven, MAJESTYVEN.
VEN.
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to check that out. So, and then the other question was just, do you generally find people on the street or in a park? Like, is it harder to stop people if they're, walking on the sidewalk?
I just go, I kind of like play it by ear, really. So someone will be in the park, or some people might be, just resting on the handrail looking at something. Some people might be getting some coffee somewhere and they're just sitting down. If the person doesn't look too busy, then that person might be approachable.
Could you tilt up your camera? Because I want to make sure your face is in frame.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I think I'm trying to get the glare out of this light. Let me see if I can change the light here.
The other thing I was thinking is, like, do you ever call out to people if you in another language and like, does that ever work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's dark background, but I don't know. Do you think this is better? Sorry.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I think
Right.
that's better.
Yep.
Okay, so what about Life, Love, Beauty? That looks like that's another St. Martin's Press.
Egan Allen. I think I didn't know who this guy was, but I just came up on it, and when I look at the content, it's a lot of things that I like to do. It's just another. It's like his own personal life, and he takes pictures of his friends, and I think he used a Leica, so it's all film. And he come up with he would put stories in it with the pictures. And I looked at this, and I was like, dude, this is totally me. I would totally do something like this. I haven't put together enough to really publish a book, so I don't have everything organized, but that was an inspiration for me to do something similar. And if you look through it, it's like it's his life. I think he's an actor or something, from the Los Angeles area, if I'm not mistaken. Don't know too much about him. Not someone I've ever heard of, but I think it's because it was in that same section of the bookstore as the Humans of New York. I sort of like earmarked in my head as like maybe later I'll check this book out and buy that. I think that was also in Georgetown where I purchased that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so we can move to the next shelf here. Looks like this is mostly marine biology type stuff.
It is, yeah. So I think the three aquarium corals. So the reef and the ocean books, I picked those up at Barnes and Noble in Rockville. I had a saltwater fish tank at the time, and I was very interested in learning more about marine life.
What kind of fish did you have?
So I had several different kinds of clownfish. I had yellow-tailed damsels, it's electric blue fish with the yellow tails. I had what's it called? The Ritterai? No, sorry. Well, I had corals too, and I also had anemones. I had seahorses that actually multiplied, but I could not save the babies. That was very sad. Uh, a good variety of other sort of like unusual marine fish. I think I'm trying to remember there's like I had a bunch of gobies that would pair up with the pistol shrimp, and the pistol shrimp is like this cute little red and white striped lobster that has like this one big claw and it goes snap, snap, snap. And it lives together with the goby, which is like, gobies kind of look like mud skippers. They got the eyes at the top of their head, much like a frog. And they sort of like hang out at the bottom on the substrate of the ocean floor. And they dig burrows, and they'll swim a little bit just to get food, and they'll zip back to their burrow. And I think those were my favorites.
Did you ever do a quiz bowl or any type of competitive quiz type stuff?
Quiz Bowl? I don't know what Quiz Bowl is.
I think it's just I don't know a lot about it, but it's like Jeopardy, or it's like you go to a bar and they have a trivia night. Um, or it's a college competition where you have a team of 4 people and it's 2 teams go head to head to answer questions. Um, you seem like somebody, with your strong memory, you would be uh, a good person for that kind of competition.
No, I've never engaged in any sort of competition like that, but I've played trivia. Of course, Trivial Pursuit, with friends, or like, I think we played it in school one time. And I remember the Slovak people that I used to work / live with a pair from Slovakia, a couple from Slovakia, when I was at the foundation. Their favorite thing to watch was Jeopardy. And depending on the subject, I get the answer. It's like, oh, who is this? What is that? What is the Bering Strait and that sort of thing. Part of it was because I spoke English, and part of it was because I actually know some geography or I knew the subject. And Dustin's like, "Chosanyo hasish na Jeopardy." It's like, why don't you like sign up again for Jeopardy? And I explained to him, no, I cannot, because I know I'm very ignorant when it comes to pop culture. And a lot of it, like this pop culture and authors and who's who, I'm not very good at that part. So there's a lot of that I just wouldn't get. Sports details and playoffs and like famous plays and that sort of thing. And I have no knowledge of those basic things. So those would be my weakest subjects, and even in Trivial Pursuit or any sort of competition, if it was about pop culture or the like, I would be helpless.
This pinhole and homemade camera thing looks interesting. Have you made your own cameras at all, or?
I did. I made a pinhole camera with that book. In fact, the book has hard pages that you cut out and you put together and use tape to make your own pinhole camera. And I made one. It's here somewhere. I might show it with my other camera when we do the other.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, so that was
Anything
really
else
cool.
on this shelf you want to point out?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Print Your Own Pictures was a very useful book by the Kodak. It's published by Kodak. Yeah, but I think I acquired this book at the same time that I was doing the photography course at Gaithersburg High School. That's where I learned to do all the darkroom stuff and to process black and white. Just above it, Watercolor in Nature by Rosalie Hazlett. I think the most intriguing, the most beautiful watercolor illustrations are by this author slash artist. She lives in West Virginia, and she publishes a lot of sort of watercolor guides and illustrated. I have 2 books of hers. In fact, I got one that's about the Appalachian Trail that's on Bookshelf number 1. And the Watercolor in Nature is the first one that I bought of hers. A local artist. I never met her personally, but she knows friends of mine, and a lot of her stickers and her art are sold in the art shops in Thomas, West Virginia.
Do you remember where it
I
is?
frequent a lot. So it would be down, I think it's shelf 4. Or is it? Why am I not seeing it there? Maybe it's not. Where is it? It's here. So it's the shelf above the First Nations languages shelf. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. So, yeah, Hazlitt, Tiny Worlds of the Appalachian Mountains.
Have you ever hiked any of the Appalachian Trail?
I hiked a 2-day portion of it in Pennsylvania with a friend of mine.
Oh, cool.
From Delaware Gap to, we started in Delaware Gap, and I don't remember the place where we ended. But there was a shelter we stayed at overnight, and it was very rocky, just endless rocks. It rained a little bit, but it was a lot of fun. That's the longest I've been on there. And my friend Greg Shimpo is an avid hiker. He made 3 attempts to hike the Appalachian Trail, and each for distinct reasons could not finish. I have 3 other friends that I know that are through hikers, and 1 person that hikes it in portions, like maybe a week at a time each year.
What time of year was it when you hiked it?
So when I hiked it, it was in April.
So is that pretty nice weather? Not too hot, not too cold?
It was not too hot, not too cold. It was just rainy. I was hoping it would be nicer so I could take more pictures and so I could get a better view of the scenery. But because it rained, it was foggy at the same time. So I couldn't really enjoy the scenery as I had hoped that I would. But it was an experience. It was exercise. It was fun.
Yeah, it's definitely on my bucket list.
Very good.
Sign language dictionary. Wow. Can you talk a little bit about how you first got into sign language?
So if I think like the first time that I met someone like, deaf people living in Washington, D.C., that was like in some like night, I forget the word, so like night club. Like like I met some like dancers that I saw were deaf. And I was like, already now it's difficult for me to put it together now. I have to think about it more before I get into sign language. So I made some like acquaintances. Really, I didn't really make friends, but like I would see some people and just uh practice with them. And eventually, I was invited to go to the sign language meetup that they had at um Montgomery College. That's in the Rockville campus. And I learned a lot from going to those meetings. I
Where's
don't know if they still
Rockville?
have them, but say again.
Where's Rockville?
Rockville is the city that's south of where I am at right now. So that's in Maryland.
Okay.
Mm.
Do you have other sign language resources?
I think that's the only one.
Okay.
There's that, and that, of course, I would just use the internet. But as far as books, no, that's the only one.
Do you use videos mostly?
I use videos, yeah.
Is there any site in particular that you like?
There are some on Instagram. I can't recall exactly the name of it because I was just looking at it in passing. But no, right now I can't think of any particular site.
Are there any interesting aspects of sign language that strike you as either different from all other languages or maybe similar to whether grammatically or otherwise any other languages you've learned?
So something in particular about the nuances of sign language, American Sign Language in particular, that I'm familiar with. So it does not follow grammar. It does not follow the English grammar. It's very simplified, and it's made to be um, a lot more efficient just to get the words across. One of the things, it's one of the ways when I was first learning it, my friend David told me, it's like, you don't ask people like, are you deaf? It would say you deaf you, and so it's like the you two times, you deaf you, and that would be the way to sort of like to ask ask the question if someone is deaf. Um, so and these other things like right now we go Wendy's. Like Wendy's was a popular spot for the Gallaudet kids to meet up, and there are slang terms for Wendy's, like they take the two W's and make that like the golden hair of the Wendy's. I don't even think she has like wavy hair like that. So it might be a ponytail, but
Well, I
this would
thought
be
she had
the
red
Wendy's.
hair.
It was red hair. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It is red hair, but I don't remember it being wavy. I thought it was in a ponytail. It might be
Might be
maybe level
pigtails.
stocking or
I'm
something.
not sure.
That's what it is. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's right. I studied some Norwegian Sign Language, some Mexican Sign Language, and the words, of course, are very different. The alphabet is almost the same between American Sign Language and Mexican, but it's somewhat a little bit different when it gets to Norwegian. Um, and I think, but it's the same theme with the sign languages. They don't follow the grammar exactly, so it's like it's sort of sped up, simplified, uh, more loose rules on like the word order, and like the signs, basically what order they come in, and they skip a lot of like they'll skip the definite article, the articles themselves, the word is, uh, and
What about conjugation and declension
so
and stuff like
there's
that?
no conjugation declension in sign language, as far as like as far as the American Sign Language that I know.
I guess I
Uh,
was thinking it's maybe a little bit like Chinese in that it doesn't have, reading or just, yeah, there's context that you need to sort of put together to understand the tense and other details.
Correct. Yeah, but that is a good way to compare it.
I seem to remember, and I could be wrong about this, that American Sign Language traces back to French Sign Language, but I'm not sure about that. But I
don't
have
know about that.
no.
I don't know.
Okay.
There might be some truth to that because of the French influence in the pre-revolutionary North American interactions with indigenous people. A lot of American Sign Language comes from indigenous sign language in North America.
Could you say
A lot
more
of the
about
signs
that? I've never heard that.
Yeah. I and I don't even know specifically which words. I forgot to mention I'm familiar with some Salish sign language.
Oh,
Salish
cool.
sign language, depending on the tribe. Salish sign language is a sign language that they use while they're speaking. It's not for deaf people. It's like, it's I'll give you like simply there's like, what is this? They'd say, what? This means what? What? This. So simply and they don't really use it for deaf people. It's that they're talking and moving their hands at the same time. And they'll just say this from the heart, this is good. Or they'll use this scissors in front of the mouth to say that someone's lying. And the other signs like that.
Is there an element
Those are
like
not.
that with Italian?
So very good question. I don't know.
Maybe somebody in the comments can say. That just sprang to mind as you were talking. I think
Fatto il piano qui. I don't know. It's like no lo so. Soltanto utilizando just using their fingers like this. I see that.
I think there was also something with the Greeks or the Romans where there was specific meanings to. I don't know if it was exactly what you're talking about with Salish sign language, but a lot of that stuff seems to have sort of been not covered in a lot of stuff on spoken language, the sort of paralanguage or whatever you call it.
Yeah, the body language too.
Yeah.
All goes into
Yeah.
The only other peculiar thing I remember about Italian is I met this guy Fabio from Milano. He was from Milan, and have you ever seen that movie Euro Trip where that Italian guy's on the train and he's like, "Oh, scusi." He's just very like hands-on, very touchy-feely sort of guy. And I meet this guy from Milan, and I'm speaking to him in Italian, and the Italian just as much as I know. It's not fluent, but because he hears me speaking Italian, he's thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to talk to this guy like I talk to somebody in Milan." So when he's talking, he's like grabbing my hands and like grab my shoulder and going like this, and just like, and it's a different motion for like the words that he's saying, and I thought, okay, well, this is interesting. I guess it's just an Italian thing. But it's like it's part of the communication. It's this very like he's putting his hands on me and touching me, like rubbing my shoulders as he's talking, but it's like a normal thing for him. To me, it was kind of like a shock. It's like I wasn't used to it, but that me trying to be like open minded, be a little more understanding instead of saying, "Hey," I just tried to like understand it more. But only the person from Milan that I ever met is someone who did that. The other Italians wouldn't. That I spoke to didn't didn't do those like hand gestures and all that like strange stuff. So I thought that was a very interesting thing.
I also I don't know if you have any experience with Braille, but my memory seems to be that was I remember some story about Napoleon, I guess, wanted a silent system of communication for military purposes and you also didn't need light. And I don't know if that's where Braille came from or it was some other system competing with Braille, but I think Braille sounds French to me. So I think.
Yeah, Braille is a French word. I do believe that's a French in origin. So that makes sense.
Did you ever try to learn Braille or look into that at all?
No. I just memorize what I see on the elevators and signs and stuff. Like I was okay, well that's all right, that's this and that. the numbers, but it's not the kind of thing when I was like, it's interesting how I would try to imagine someone associating the feeling if they're going across it with the actual shape of the dots, but I think that just comes with practice.
I mean, everybody's going to want to know what's going on with this book.
That was a gift from someone from an art store, and I used it as sort of like a journal. So in it are some writings and some illustrations with color pastel that I would try to fix using a spray fixative so it doesn't transfer and rub onto the next page. But the book is mostly empty. It just has like maybe the first 10 or 15 pages or so are used up. It's like it's a Lama Lee publication, so it out of Nepal, that really sort of that leafy sort of paper, really rough edged.
So it is. I was going to ask you what the material is.
Like a papyrus kind of.
It looks sort of like leather, but it's not.
No, it's like a hemp paper or something like
Hemp.
that. It's just kind of like a weedy. I don't know the exact material. It might have been written someplace, but Lama Lee is the name of the company that imports these from Nepal.
Could you spell that?
LAMA space LI. So I made those books, and they made some. I have a bunch of the smaller ones that I like.
Why do you have two of this book?
E.T. Jameson, he's a personal friend of mine, and when he published his book, Learning to Share, with his poetry, my friends went with me to Thomas, and we met him at a cafe. He's a local from Thomas, West Virginia, and he had some extra copies, and he sort of gifted one to my friend and gifted one to me. But my friend is very close-minded, doesn't like any poetry or anything. He's like, here, just take it. He just gave it to me. That's why I have two copies.
Would it be about about Greece?
About Greece, a gift from Ioanna Angelakis, my Greek friend, and she had come back from Greece, I think, on one of the trips. This is about maybe 14, 15 years ago, and gifted me that book.
What about Diana F?
Diana F is the book that accompanies the Diana F Plus replica. It is a camera. It's a medium format camera, very cheap plastic parts, but it takes very interesting pictures. And this book that comes with it, I think that's like a photography book of like other users of the Diana, and it's got pictures of older Diana models. The cheaply made Hong Kong plastic medium format camera that's got a cheap plastic lens that takes interesting pictures. It got kind of like a cult following, I think, when it came out. And Lomography, which is a company out of Austria, took it upon themselves to recreate the Diana and to sell it. So I have one that I have some pretty good lenses on. I have one that actually comes with a glass lens, which is pretty nice. But that book is kind of like the other photography books. It's got a collection of street photography and whatever interesting images other people had taken using the Diana, and maybe some instructions of it as well. The Lomography publication. They have a store in New York City. They used to have one in San Francisco, but the San Francisco one closed down. They have their own line of film and several other sort of like innovative, fun cameras, if you will, that they sell.
Any special stuff you do with these dictionaries, or they just sort of look stuff up?
Nothing special. Just for reference. I think the one I use the most, of course, is the sign language one.
Oh, really?
I keep it. I keep the Oxford Desk Dictionary and the Webster one, so I have like the best of two worlds. So I have like the British English Standard. I have the American English Standard. And they're there for reference, because it's silly to have I just would believe it would be silly to have books, but not one single dictionary of the English language in case you ever need to reference it. I think any scholarly person should have a Webster dictionary. And I just happen to have both. I have the Oxford Standard as well. So,
do they have good etymology? Do you use it for that?
Yeah, I use it for that sometimes, and I'm just realizing, wait a minute, it says at the bottom of it, American edition. So it does me no good for a British English reference. Look at that.
Uh,
Just didn't know
Right,
that.
yeah.
I got the Oxford because of Oxford. All right. Yeah.
I saw Signet or Signet. Do you know why they have this up top?
That's got to do with the source of the. I don't know. I'm taking a guess, but I don't even like. I've heard of Signet, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah. I was
Berkeley, of
just going to
course-
ask, like, do you try to always look up the etymology of every word, and is that part of your sort of polyglot practice?
No, that's not something I do often.
Okay.
I do that more so when I'm studying the etymology of place names, proper nouns, because that's something I want to know. Why Connecticut is called Connecticut, where the word Texas comes from. Texas comes from the Wichita word Texas, which means friends, if I am not mistaken. If the source that I was reading was true to that. So for those things, yeah, I like to look up the etymology.
And there must be, I mean, a lot of First Nation type stuff. I know Massachusetts, Connecticut. I mean, a lot of those are tribe names, right?
Massa Pequot, Massa I do believe it means place, because there are other place names that start with Massa and then the suffix that comes after it.
And we talked earlier, I think, about agglutinating languages, and so people can check that out.
Yeah.
Maine Coast, you've got your Bar Harbor shirt on. Have you made your trip yet this year to Bar Harbor?
Not this year. I would like to go in October. Every time I go, I try to go in October.
Is it a little chilly in October? I would think.
It's a little bit chillier. I go in October for many reasons. One, it's my birthday, October 13th. That's when I like to go out in nature, just be on my own and do something epic for my birthday. Another reason, it's the end of the summer season, so no long lines waiting for stuff. Reason number 3, all the Massachusetts people go back to Massachusetts, so they're not in the way and they're not holding up lines and blocking traffic, and it's easier to find parking in October.
I would think it'd be a little too late. Like, don't a lot of places really close like end of August or early in September once the summer vacation is over?
I don't know about which places exactly would close around that time as far as Maine goes, but the thing with Maine, the most important reason I like to go in October is for the foliage.
Yeah.
That's when all the bright orange, bright red, the bright yellow comes out all over the place. The bushes with those magenta colored leaves against the white picket fence. It's all the color comes out. Since I'm doing photography, that's the time for me to go. Things are starting to close, but I'm there. Usually my birthday coincides with the last weekend that everything is open. Well, not every single thing, but that maybe half of the businesses, the coffee shops, the places that sell the blueberry pie, the lobster, the seafood, it's all still there when I go.
What's your
And
favorite blueberry pie and lobster places?
my favorite blueberry pie place is the Independent Coffee. My friend Tim actually runs it. Independent Coffee on Main Street in Bar Harbor. And his pie is expensive. It's $37, I think, for the whole pie, but it's by far the most delicious. He
Do they
makes it
do
really
raspberry?
well. I do believe he might also do raspberry. I've seen raspberry pies in other places. I don't
Ogunquit?
know.
You ever been to Ogunquit?
No, I've heard of it though. I've been recommended to. Yeah.
Anyway,
Check
so
it out.
yeah, and then what about for lobster?
For lobster, Charlotte's Lobster Pound on the southeast end of like the southeast corner of Mount Desert Island. It's on the main road that goes to there. Charlotte's Lobster Pound. They've got lobster mac and cheese. No, sorry, lobster grilled cheese. Um, there's like Soma's Cafe or something like that in what's it called? Southwest Harbor. There's a coffee shop that does like a fresh lobster Benedict, which I think is phenomenally good. But really, my favorite way to do it is to go to the grocery store, Hannaford, in downtown Bar Harbor, and just buy a lobster, cook it myself.
Wow.
I've had friends that help me do that, and it's the cheapest way to go about it. It's like $8 a pound, and a delicious, yummy lobster every time.
How do you cook it?
You have to boil it for 15 minutes. My friend Ryan taught me this trick. Ryan Harding is actually a kind of like this culinary guru friend of mine, but also interested in languages, but really good cook. Instead of tossing the lobster into the water, because it's very painful for the lobster, we cut the lobster's head in half, split the brain in half so it kills all the nerves, and it's gone. Soon after that, put it in there, 15 minutes, take it out. A large boiling pot of water, so that, a large volume compared to the mass of the lobster, so the water just keeps boiling. It doesn't cool the water down too fast.
How
And
big of a
15 minutes
lobster
is
do you
about
usually use?
I get like I've had like a 1.5 pounder to 2 pounder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go ahead. So you put it in, make sure a lot of boiling water.
Yes.
And then you just, after 15 minutes, you take it out and you're good to go.
Yeah, you just take it out, and I'll season it. I'll prepare like a freshly. I'll take fresh garlic, just kind of like grind it up, add some salt and pepper, and just put like in some Kerrygold butter to kind of melt it down to make sort of like a dip. Or sometimes I'll just use like some lime juice, some cocktail sauce if I want to, get fancier with it. But the lobster is so good. It's just the lobster itself. Like it is a very delicate, light flavor. So you don't want to like
Yeah.
overshadow it either. You want to be able to taste the lobster. And sometimes I'll just have like a piece of it just all by itself so I can taste the lobster.
You said you like to do epic stuff for your birthday. So like what are some examples of that?
Climbing Chaplin Mountain on Mount Desert Island, or just go on a hike somewhere in West Virginia, just go camping. A lot of times I would go by myself, just like connect with nature, go out somewhere where it's like just out in the wilderness, or take an all night exposure of the sky if it's very clear, because you can see a lot of stars. It's very, it's like no light pollution, no pollution in the air, just very clean air out in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. So I'll spend the night there just looking at the stars. What other things? I have planned to go to Australia for my birthday, but that kind of fell apart because of COVID. But I was supposed to go. And there's a lot of these are just ideas that I have for like the future, like what I want to do. I think this year, for my birthday, I'll either be in Mexico or I'll be in Maine. I'd like to be in one of those two places.
What do you eat when you go camping usually? Do you do anything
I
special or just?
I'll check out stuff. Sometimes I'll stop at a local store and see whatever, anyone who cooks, or first thing they go to the store, look at the proteins, because it's the biggest variable. Some things will be on sale, some things will be local, some things will be okay. We have this brisket that was made by this farmer over here. Sometimes I'll go to farmer's market, see what's there. I just decide the moment I'm actually at the place where I buy something. I might buy something beforehand, like close to my house, if I think I'm going to get there very late and stay like overnight at a time when everything's closed. But I'll get like bratwurst, I'll put some sticks together, make a fire. I won't use any pine wood because you cannot cook with pine. But like some hardwoods, I'll like take some charcoal or something on a grill, make bratwurst, and heat up the sauerkraut, cut up some onions, get a good like a spicy mustard, some good bread. I think one of my favorite things to do is, in fact, bratwurst when I'm camping.
I was imagining you earlier with the lobster, like cooking it over a fire. Have you ever done that?
At the times that we cooked the lobster were over in the kitchen at the place where we stayed, or
Yeah.
on my propane gas stove. But to cook it on a fire, I've yet to do that, but that's something I'd like to try.
What was it like when you put on the propane?
You'd have to wait a long time because it's a lot of water, and I think I used 2 propane tanks
Oh
to
yeah.
do that,
Okay.
so it took a while. Uh,
What's special about West Virginia?
the mountain state. I think I have never been to any part of West Virginia where I could not see a mountain. It is a very sort of like overlooked, close place. I mean, I'm in DC. It's just 3 hours to get to Tucker County, which is like in the middle of it. And it's like an escape. It's a very different atmosphere. It's a different kind of life. It's Appalachian people. It's very country sort of, sort of like atmosphere. It reminds me a lot of my dad and my father's relatives, my aunts and such. They're also very country. My dad's from Nebraska, not from West Virginia by any means, but one of his favorite places to go to drive would be West Virginia. There's very twisted, windy roads that go up the mountains up and down. Very beautiful, clean air. Absolutely gorgeous for the autumn foliage. A very easy place to go camping. A lot of free campsites as well. Place where you can go camping and you don't pay anything. They're just pack in, pack out. The town of Thomas. It's like I pretty much know all the people that run the downtown businesses in the town of Thomas. I've got a lot of friends there. It's a place I keep going back to. I like to go to Harper's Ferry, which is even closer. It's just like an hour and 15 minutes from here, maybe just an hour. Shepherdstown has a really good coffee shop. It's just, it's a very vibrant, beautiful Appalachian culture. There are a lot more things I could say about that, but it would take a long time. Yeah.
Did you ever get into motorcycles or?
No.
Motorcycles?
No, I wanted to at one point. There was a motorcycle, I think, on sale for someone was selling it for something stupid, like $120, and I didn't buy it. It was like a small motorcycle, and it ran, and it was at a yard sale, and they just wanted to get rid of it, and I decided not to get it. But that was the moment, like, I kind of want to get this, and I didn't.
Yeah, I always thought it'd be cool to go camping out of a motorcycle.
That would be sweet. That would be something that maybe I'll put on my bucket list. Maybe I'll buy a motorcycle for my 50th birthday and do that.
Anything else here?
Let's see. Life of Fire, Cream with Fire. I like those cookbooks at the top, but not too much to say about that. Just like little pictorial cookbooks, inspiration to try out new recipes when I go camping. The rail trails in the Mid-Atlantic, those are simply, so like Washington, D.C., the tri-state area, former railroads that were sort of like the rails were removed and they were made into trails. And I used that to look up some of the places where I would ride my bike in West Virginia. That's all I really have to say about that. And then there's the New River Gorge Trail Guide. I like to go to the New River Gorge from time to time. I'll go like once a year. That's a little bit further away. It's a 5-hour drive to get to there, but it's where the largest single span steel arch bridge in North America goes over the New River Gorge. The New River Gorge, counterintuitively, the New River is the oldest river in North America, and it flows north. It's a northbound flowing river, and a lot of beautiful nature all around there. It's a very beautiful place.
What is a gorge?
A gorge is like a valley, but with like a river at the bottom of it. Just like a gorge is like a V-shaped valley cut out of the earth. Mountains on both sides.
Ooh.
Or it could just be a plateau on both sides, but a gorge is kind of this V-shaped sort of land coming down.
Got some more camera stuff here.
Yeah.
What script is this?
That's Georgian. That's the Georgian language. Atenisionis mochatuloba. That is like the A10. Basically, it's a collection of pictures of the frescoes that line the inside of the church. But Siona, I forget what the word is in English. It's like a temple.
Chapel.
Chapel. Something. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it would be a chapel. Yeah, it's the Aten Chapel frescoes, the old Christian-inspired paintings that are inside of the church. Josef Kodelka, it's upside down, but the black script on the silvery gray That's signed by him. I might have spoken about this book, maybe to somebody else, but in 2006, I attended a presentation at American University's Katzen Center in Washington, D.C., where Josef Kodelka himself presented this book. He has he's well known for his collection of black and white photographs during the Soviet occupation. They came to invade Prague because Prague was resisting and trying to break free from this. It was the Spring Uprising, I think it is, the
Prague Spring.
Prague Spring. And after the Prague Spring, the Soviets came out. It's like, нет, вот это запрещено все. Josef Kodelka was out taking pictures. I think there was a time when he was being pursued by some Soviet agents. He had to hide the film by eating it and swallowing it, and he was bleeding out of his mouth. I'm not 100% sure that's the same guy, but it was something like this happened. It might have been Josef Kodelka, but for many, many years, no one knew who the photographer was until after the fall of socialism in Czechoslovakia, split into two on the 1st of January, 1993. And it might have been between 1991 where they broke free from the satellite from Soviet control, that finally it came out to light. You know what? I'm the photographer. It's here's my collection. And pictures of tanks, pictures of people being rounded up, buildings on fire, people throwing Molotov cocktails at the tanks, and that sort of thing. All a collection of black and white photographs that he took himself. We had a reception for him at our house at the office of the foundation, where the ambassador, the Czech ambassador Vondra, came over with his wife, and we made them a nice dinner and just had an evening of discussion of history. He personally signed the book and gave it to me, and so that was very special.
Any other books here you want to say something about? I think is this a
Kenmore in Pennsylvania. It's between Pennsylvania and Maryland on the Mason-Dixon line. This was a loan that my friend Justin gave to me because he, someone that likes to go to Penmore a lot. It's like this sort of park, old amusement park, sort of. They have some like old railroads on display. I've never personally been there, but he lent it to me. It's those series of like those old, like old time. They have books for many other places where it's like a collection of old photographs of what they used to look like a then and now sort of comparison.
Where I live, they have these at Walgreens, and there's like a set of 10 of them at the end of an aisle, and they're like little histories of local happenings and historical places and stuff. Institutions.
Yeah, that would be it. That would be it. Yes.
They're
the same publisher. Yeah.
Do you know what publisher that is? Because
oh man,
it's actually an interesting kind of. I never really looked into their whole deal, but they must have published like thousands of books in this series. Just the level of detail. It's sort of an interesting, sort of like the very short introductions by Oxford University Press. It's turned into, they must be making a lot of money with these because the amount of different books they've put out I've never really thought about it till now, but it must be a massive amount.
Images of America is the title of the series, and it's published by arcadiapublishing.com.
Could you hold up the cover? I just want to make sure I'm thinking of the same. Yeah, because they all have that kind of thing on the title, that like
that same
street
shape
sign.
Yeah, Arcadia Publishing. If you can see it. Yeah.
Any other books you want to talk about here?
I like just very quickly, the Elements book by Theodore Gray. It was on sale at Micro Center, and it's like it's got iridescent silver type reference to every element known, with a sample of every element and an explanation of each one. So it starts off with like 1 hydrogen helium. The next 3 pages will be like 3, which is lithium, and then 4 beryllium, 5 boron, etc. Like 2 pages with pictures and illustrations dedicated to details and facts about each element. And me being like I'm very interested in like engineering and science, so I bought that as a reference to know something about it. I'm
There's
still
a
working
really
on
cool
memorizing all the elements and the properties.
there's a really cool YouTube channel um by a guy named Brady Haran, Haran, who he has multiple channels: number file, computer file, periodic videos, and 60 symbols, which is on physics. But the periodic videos one is really good for sort of a video version of what I think this is. They sort of like do a video on each element, and they like for gold, I think they visit a gold vault or a gold factory or something, and it's just a really cool channel. But yeah, periodic videos. So I believe this is the final. Yeah, it's the final
Bottom
shelf
shelf
here for
period.
bookshelf 2. So now we'll head over to bookshelf 3 here. And I think you already spoke about these books earlier, the collectible ones, I believe. Um, I don't know if you said anything about this kind of cool marble looking.
I like that marble book. That's it's just like a ruled notebook where I put notes in. And that one in particular has to do with my ideas of offering tourism and just like facts about the United States and using my van to give people tours and the places where I visit. Uh, that's it's like just a notebook dedicated to those notes in particular.
What's your van?
I have a high top conversion van, so it's like it's a Ford E150, and it's got really plush captain's chairs inside of it. It's got the back bench folds up into a bed. We've used it as kind of like our camping van, driving across the country, and we purchased it in 2010. My brother got it, then he just let me have it. He sold it to me after that. But for 1 month, we drove all the way across the U.S. to the West Coast and back home, and we took that van. It was like our living quarters, our space, and a very comfortable, reliable vehicle.
I also have a van that's a E350. Not that I needed the extra horsepower, but it was just the cheapest possible van I could find on Craigslist back when I bought it a long time ago.
Okay.
And then I put shag carpeting and wood panel for
Nice.
the ceiling and a bed and everything. So I did a similar kind of. I don't know if you have the book, The Blue Highways.
The Blue Highways,
I
no.
don't think I saw it, but I think I believe it was a Native American man who sort of wrote a memoir about going on the Blue Highways, which are the sort of pre-interstate highways that go through towns, and it's much more scenic than just seeing kind of the same Home Depots and Walmarts and everything, and McDonald's on the interstate. So
Yeah.
I was really inspired by his book and decided to go cross country, just taking the state what he calls blue highways. And it was pretty cool, pretty fun.
It reminds me of the Road Trip USA book that I have by was it Jamie Barber? It's like the 2-lane highways all across the U.S. instead of the interstates, and that was an inspiration. Yeah, Road Trip USA.
Yeah. So
It's not
2
Jamie
lane
Bowler, it's
means
Jamie,
1
but
lane in each direction, right?
yes, that 1 lane in each direction. That's right.
And then what about Edda?
Edda is that's the Old Norse epic. So it's a collection of 3 books. I think it's Old Norse mythology. And this is a recent acquisition I got in September of last year. This is the Swedish version, and it was gifted to me by a good friend of mine, Shelby Sinka, who used to live in the DC area but moved to Göteborg, Sweden. And I hung out with him the 2 times that I went to Göteborg. We met up with my friends as well that came with me on the last trip last year. And when he was coming to visit, he asked if I wanted something. I said, yeah, give me a book. I want like a good Swedish book. And he got me this, and I think it's like the greatest gift. It's like it's all in Swedish, like the complete stories of the Edda. And it's something you might have to reference. I don't know really how to describe it, but it talks about the old Norse gods and Balder and the Balder's death and like the way he was tricked into no longer being invincible. There's a story about that in there. That's among other pieces of literature, all in Swedish. And I use that. I'll use that one temporarily. Look at it as kind of like a lesson for myself. Yeah, it's probably my favorite. Those and the Welsh books are like my favorite on that shelf. And those 2 novels at the end, Veikko um,
Which is the Welsh?
So if you go Cynefin Cymru ar Byd. So if you look to right side up, if you look to the left on that shelf, I might have already spoken about those. Yeah, Cynefin Cymru ar Byd, and also Hannes in a Tier by Ellen Jones. The same publisher made both books, but it's all like a comprehensive pictorial contemporary history of Wales, and there's one that's about like a society, Wales and the world. That's the one with the longer title. Kind of like it's world geography and interesting facts about the world. Like a sort of like a scholastic level Welsh language book. Nice and heavy paper. It's really well printed, very beautiful. I might make one of those, one of the 15 for a later show.
Yeah, cool.
This is
Also
really
looks like
cool.
a
I like those
Taschen.
books.
Almost looks like a Taschen book, just in terms of like everything looks really high quality.
Yeah. Dictionary of Russian obscenities.
You were saying earlier that that's cheating to just learn the obscenities.
Yeah.
So it's part of a balanced diet of
It's
Russian.
no longer cheating. I already speak Russian.
Yeah.
It's not cheating. Yeah. No, I got that to sound like have a reference of other obscenities that I just don't know. And there's like they're very esoteric. A lot of these, just like some of them are just very regional, but a lot of things I've never even heard of. Yeah. Not
So-
something I like to use every day, but just kind of like a reference.
Could you just explain what Maya Yucatec means?
Yucatec it's the Mayan language spoken in Merida, Quintana Roo, Mexico, in basically the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Where I was recently just at in Tulum. Most of the everyday people that work and live in Tulum speak Mayan as well as Spanish, and they use it amongst themselves. I learned some more phrases while I was just there. But it's kind of like it's a Hippocrene dictionary and phrase book, so it's not a very in-depth, a very basic vocabulary, maybe like 2,000 words or so.
What does that
And,
mean, Hippocrene?
Hippocrene is the publisher, Hippocrene, and that symbol you see at the bottom, it's like this open book, sort of M shaped with two. Yeah, it's this very strange symbol. So Hippocrene publishes a lot of literature for minority languages or for like obscure languages. They'd have like Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian dictionaries and that sort of thing before other publishers really took it upon themselves to publish books. I believe they're out of New York City, so it's referenced with American English. And they also published a Zapotec English dictionary, a Nahuatl English dictionary. A lot of the First Nations languages are spoken in Mexico, as well as maybe even some of them in the United States. I know that 2 Navajo language books that I have are also by Hippocrene.
So could you just clarify, Maya is both a language and a civilization,
Yes.
and Yucatec is a region and also
Yucatec
a
is
dialect?
a region. Yeah, so a region, it's like a more specific dialect of the Mayan language because Mayan languages are many.
So it's not just a dialect. It's Maya is like a family of languages that are not intelligible.
It's a little bit more nuanced than that. Let me try to explain it in terms of say like
Think of like Chinese. Like is it kind of like that where they're not mutually intelligible, but
so there's Chinese and there are different dialects of Chinese, but if you're talking about like Mandarin, so that would be one. This is not a very good
Cantonese.
parallel conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, to a degree. You see, when people say in Spanish, hablo Maya, like I speak Mayan, they're talking about Yucatec Mayan, but they won't say hablo Yucateco. And if they're talking about languages that are related to Mayan, one of two things happens. In the case of Belize, there are 3 variations of Mayan, so it's not sufficient to say, I speak Mayan. They say, I speak Quechua Mayan, I speak Mopan Mayan, or I speak Yucatec Mayan. If you're in Mexico, and if a Mexican says, I speak Mayan, they don't have to specify with Yucateco, but it's understood that they're speaking the biggest standard of the Mayan language, which is Yucateco. Scholars would be more specific, and they would say it's Yucatec Mayan. And in the state of Chiapas and other places around that region, there are languages called Chol, Tzotzil, Celtal, among others, that are related to Mayan, but they wouldn't call themselves Mayan. It's like, no, they said, I speak Chol, I speak Celtal, I speak Tzotzil, without using the word Maya. So they're related to Mayan, but they just keep it to that word, to whatever the name of that is. As you get closer to the peninsula, you'll get other variations of Mayan that are a lot more similar to the standard Mayan, which is Yucatec Mayan. So it's kind of complicated there.
Yeah, I was just looking up in AI the Yucatan Peninsula. So people might. I was just trying to connect the dots of is Yucatec related to the Yucatan Peninsula, and it is. So people might, if you know what the Yucatan Peninsula is, that might help you remember that.
Yeah, they know.
Okay. Indonesian. I don't think we've talked about that yet. What's that been like learning Indonesian?
Bahasa Indonesia. I learned a lot when I had a Indonesian friend, this girl that I met at while I was dancing in the club at the Black Cat. She wanted to learn Spanish, and she said she could teach me Indonesian. So
Is that Black Hat or Black Cat?
the Black Cat.
Hat. Okay.
Black Cat. Meow.
Oh, cat. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes more sense.
Yeah. So Menur Astuti was her name, and I met her back in, I think it was 2006. And we had this language exchange. I'd meet up with her, and I gave her a Spanish lesson. She gave me a lesson in Bahasa Indonesia. And I think it was after that where I saw this book. This is one of the books I picked up at a used bookstore. So this is like a $2 thing. So that one, the Harrop's German exercises, also to maybe $3 at a used bookstore. Those are always fun finds. That and here, so in Indonesian, that's basically just a phrase book.
Is there any crossover with Arabic?
And Indonesian. I think if we're talking about like the religious like the religious references, like Assalamu alaikum, they say that in Indonesian, but they say Indonesia, but it's an Arabic phrase. So there's a little bit of overlap there. But as far as like the bulk of the vocabulary that I learned in Indonesian is strictly Indonesian.
Okay. Anything else on this shelf you want to talk about?
I think it's pretty good. That covered.
Okay, so we're back here for session 4, and we're going to be picking back up here. We left off up here last time, but Vaughn was actually on a month-long trip to Europe in August since we last talked, and so I thought it'd be cool to actually start here with this photo of all the books he picked up on his journey. And so, Vaughn, why don't you just take us through, where should we get started? What was your first country maybe? And then we can go and sort of follow along your month-long trip.
So the afternoon of the 2nd of August this year, I flew into Oslo. That's my third flight that I took in my life to Oslo. Of course, a beautiful airport. I was excited to be back. The weather was a little bit different. And I think that the person that picked up, I just couldn't resist, and I went and I got 2 magazines. So I got a history magazine that's at the bottom of this picture. You'll see that they're kind of like covered. So where you see Uur and Ser, the one that's behind it, Special. 148 sidor. It's like 148 pages. So that the last book, it's got kind of like a you see the top of a knight's head in in his armor, and to the right of that a magazine called Friluftsliv. And Friluftsliv is kind of like a sort of like an outdoor enthusiast fitness magazine. And it gives a little tour of some places throughout Norway or Scandinavia, maybe other places in the world. And so I think it would be some good Norwegian reading. Of course, I'm really in the latter part of my life, I've been a lot more interested in history, especially if it's something published in the original language. And so they made for exciting little time fillers on waiting for a coffee shop, or just traveling on the train. I'll take those out and do some reading. Then Uur and Ser is actually a Danish sort of like fashion and lifestyle magazine that some Danish people, a Danish couple left on the train at the seat. I just picked it up. It was free, so I picked that up. Then I think I was really on the hunt for something interesting when I went to Sweden. So I went to Malmö. This is about week 2 into my trip. So it would be like August 7th, August 8th. I was in Malmö. It was my first time in that city in Sweden. It's on the east side of the Öresund. That's the body of water that's between Copenhagen, Denmark, and Sweden. And that city on the Swedish side is Malmö. I went to visit a friend, and I went downtown to a bookstore, and I found where is that? Let's see. So Apfel, the top right, that green, looks like an apple on green. So Apfel. And Lennart Nellums, I think that's what it is. It's like just sort of like this silly child's poetry and prose, sort of like Swedish illustrated book. And it's by this author who really sort of like, through his illustrations and his style of storytelling, sort of like revolutionized the style of children's literature. So he was very significant for Swedish literary culture, especially for children. And it makes for, some good practice in Swedish. Then I think that's Denmark was, no, after that. Just kind of breezed through Denmark. I don't think I picked up any other books in Denmark besides that magazine. But I think next I was in Germany, didn't pick up anything there. But in France, I picked up a lot of literature there. I spent time in Brittany again with my friends that host me for about 4 or 5 days. Actually, I'm sorry, I should back up a little bit. Before I went there, I went to this new city that I'd never been to before. It's called Charleville-Mézières. And Charleville-Mézières is famous for Arthur Rimbaud. It's spelled Rimbaud, Rimbaud, but the name is pronounced Rimbaud. And he, after he had passed, he became very famous with his literature and his poetry and storytelling. So at the top of this picture where you see voleur de feu, which means lover of fire, basically. They're put together by Damien Cuvier, and they are graphic novels based on the life of Arthur Rimbaud. And it's written in French, and it's kind of like this comic book storytelling of his life. And it's very fascinating reads. Both of them, they're kind of pricey, but I was like, I really want to get them. And so I paid 42 euros for both of the books. And I think two of my favorite things at the time, I was very just like enthused and like really into reading the books and flipping through the pages, and was very entertained looking through the story. And it was after that I continued to through Paris. I don't think I bought anything in Paris, but then I went to Brittany again, as I had just said, and spent about 4 days with my friends there. And on the last day that I was with them, I picked up this book that's kind of like in the middle left. It's called Encyclopédie de l'Histoire de France. And you can sort of see this. Yeah, there it is. It is a complete encyclopedia illustrated of the history of France to the modern day, starting with prehistory, with their whatever earliest findings that French society knows about. But that's the very fascinating, complete. Every single page is just like just a lot of pictures and illustrations and very interesting stories to follow. It's all in perfectly chronological order. It even comes with a sort of a timeline of French history that's quite like separate from the book. So it's several pages. It opens up like a long poster, and that's very interesting to see. The two books that sit on top of it, La Fontaine, those are fables by La Fontaine. He was I forget what year it was, but probably like the 1800s, I believe, early 1800s. But he wrote French fables that are popular among students, young kids in French school. Then to the right of La Fontaine, where you see kind of like the illustration of a fox puppet sort of looking through that frame, you see Histoire de la Bretagne. So that's history of the Bretons, history of Brittany and the Bretons. Also kind of like geared towards children because it's sort of like cartoon illustrated and just gives a very simple sort of history of that part of France, the western Celtic peninsula known as Brittany. Then if we back out a little bit, let's see, there are a lot of other things. Le Breton, that small book that you see kind of like above the last book we looked at, the history of Brittany. So there's a small book called Le Breton, the language of Breton. So it's kind of like a phrase book from French to Breton, and it's like in 5 minutes a day is what the title says. And for learning the Celtic language Breton, which is similar to Welsh somewhat, so it's very easy for me to sort of pick up the words. Then what you see in the middle, it's kind of like this keyhole that gives way to a statue that's called Otslegas Gatsintas. So the Gatsinta Vestulis Altradumi, and it's kind of like the recent 100 years of contemporary Latvian history another very interestingly put together illustrated book. And it's all in Latvian, which I can speak fairly well. So it's helpful for me to read and to pick up the stories and learn about the history at the same time. I picked up a lot more books in Estonia. So if we look down from there.
Did you say what this book is about?
Atslēgas is like the past 100 years of contemporary Latvian history, the history of Latvia, through the occupation of the USSR to about maybe, I think 10 years ago is where the story cuts off, so up to 2015. And the word Atslēgas means keys. That's why you see the keyhole. It's kind of like a key to the history is what the idea of the book is.
Okay.
Latvian history is pretty fascinating because it has been a crossroads and conquered, switched hands. Even the Swedes owned it at one time, and it was conquered by the Germans at one point, and of course occupied in the USSR. I do have to correct myself. There was a book that I did pick up in Denmark after all, and I think I picked it up at the Free Library in Christiania. So that's to the right of Atslēgas. Not the blue one, but that yellow one, Idioms for livet. So, so that's kind of like like an adventure sort of storybook that's written in Danish. I really haven't looked through it too much, so I don't know exactly what it is about. I have yet to look at that. To the right of that is another 1960s French book for elementary students to learn, French grammar and kind of like a primer, if you would. Le premier livre de français. It's like the first book of French is basically what it says. But the illustrations inside it's a very classic sort of, you see the 1960s sort of depictions, and every 2 pages face on is lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3. One of them is like in the school, in the yard, in the forest. The family, it talks about a lot of things. It's all, of course, in French. So, it's kind of like an immersion style sort of going into the book and reading the lessons. Also helpful to me. I crossed the English Channel by ferry, going from Saint-Malo to Portsmouth, England, and spent a few days in Bristol to visit a friend. And we took a day to take the train to Bath, England. And that's why I picked up the Jane Austen, sort of like all of her novels in one sitting. I think it was about £7 to buy it, and it was kind of this cool sort of blue color. And I thought, okay, Jane Austen, the author of Pride and Prejudice and those stories. And I thought, so that would be a good read, because I hadn't read the story myself, but I know of it. So it was all sort of like condensed into just a few pages, make it fast and easy to read, so I get the gist of the whole story. Those little books that you see, those are tiny dictionaries that I picked up probably for €2 each at a bookstore in Riga. And basically what those are is it's like a Russian English dictionary, an English Latvian dictionary, a Swedish Latvian dictionary, and there's one more. I think it might be Russian to Latvian, but it made for a cute little collection that I'm going to stuff into a small bookshelf that I sort of put together. Going back to the UK, I think it was after I visited Bath, I took the train to Cornwall, and I stopped in Plymouth first because there was a group of people that I reached to over the internet on a Facebook group page, which is called I Pledge to Become More Fluent in Cornish. There are a few speakers left of the Cornish language, and I met up with them in Portsmouth, which is not exactly in Cornwall, but it's close enough to it that you'd have some speakers. These 2 books that you're looking at right now, Teach Your Dog, Teach Your Cat Cornish, they're just sort of like comical. It's like phrases that somebody might say to their dog or cat, but it's a big sort of like Cornish captions with the big letters, and it even has a pronunciation guide underneath, and it's got cute little illustrations, sit, stand, fetch, eat, and funny questions that you might ask a pet, people that talk to their pets, which I thought was kind of cool. So I picked those up. And if you zoom out and go back to the bottom left, you'll see Cornish place names. And Bredan, the purple book behind it is called Bredan. It's like a Cornish language stories. It's all in Cornish. There are no English translations there, but that's sort of like a basic, I would say, middle school grade reader for the Cornish language. And Cornish place names. Some of these, the people that were at this meetup that happened in Portsmouth, England, we met at a coffee shop there, and because they knew that I was coming, some of them just brought some books to give to me for free. And I thought that was a pretty nice gift, and that's what you're seeing right now. So if we go, I guess if you want to go down a little bit to the bottom, Gueles is like saying those two, the two magazines that say Gueles, it means like sight, views. So those are Cornish language magazines about Cornwall, and that's what that is. Now, when you see the Red Admiral, my friend Theo, who lives in Bristol, who hosted me at his house for about 3 nights, he put this together. It's kind of like a graphic novel that he designed, and he gave me this copy. So that was another thing to add to the collection. And zooming out some more, go to the middle right. I think where I bought the most books by far was in Latvia, about 13 or so books. You know, it was funny, back in 2023, I promised myself, I'm not going to get any books. I'm just too heavy. I ended up coming home with 8 or something. Then last year I brought 13. This year I brought 42 books. I was like, I'm going to go book shopping. And nothing's going to stop me. And I was carrying heavy bags toward the end of the trip, but it was all worth it. Latvijas Šūtautas dziesmas, the flowery book on the right, is like Latvian folk songs. And Latvia has a rich history of music and songs and dainas, which they call like 4-line poems that are sort of eerie at times because they're not always cheerful. Not all Latvia's history was happy. So some of them reflect like the hardships of Latvian life, and sometimes you hear it in songs as well. One interesting thing about Latvian music is in the words, they sing a lot about the nature, about the forest, and about the some of the traditions that reflect pagan times, pagan beliefs that just go with the forest. Under that is Latvian prose. I think it's like some Latvian poems and Latvian sayings. And that green book, you can't really see much of it, but it's Latvijas tumšas stāstas, that green one. Latvian dark tales. So they have a lot of scary literature as well. And then to the right of that is simply a translation of Don Quixote, one of Don Quixote's books, and some of his art, I think. And going back, well, you see those B1, B2 LIPA, those are simply advanced grade Latvian language instruction for foreigners, for expats or anybody moving to Latvia. Those are like advanced level books just to learn language. And sitting on top of B2 LIPA, you see this sort of like beat up sort of book that was for free at this bookstore that I stepped in when I was in Tallinn, in the old quarter, the old town. They have boxes of these books they're just giving away. And 2 of those were the ones you see here. On the left is just a really old beat up Russian English dictionary. It has some scribble in there. I thought I'd pick it up and maybe just give it to a friend, even though I already have Russian English dictionaries. But it's kind of like there's some history to this because, somebody owned it. It was his or her personal dictionary, and it looks like it has some, it's been through some things. And I thought it was interesting, just like a free little pickup. And to the right of that, you see 2 keys that are sort of like face to face. And that's like that's a Finnish Estonian language word book. So it's kind of like it's a book of words and phrases of two languages that are somewhat similar to each other. And so to compare those two, and since I can speak Finnish pretty well, I'm still learning Estonian, I thought that would be helpful to pick that up.
And those are right next to each other.
Right, yeah.
Sort of the Baltic Sea, you cross over from Estonia, you go north to Finland, and south of Estonia is Latvia, and those are all on the border with Russia. So for people, I don't have the best geography, so I'm always thinking there might be some other people like me listening to this. I was wondering as you were talking, are most of these people, these friends that you're spending time with, are they also polyglots in the sense of, multiple, like a handful of languages, or are they just, is this I think people might imagine like you're a polyglot, you want to hang out with other polyglots, and this is like a polyglot trip. Is that right? Or
Answer starting with your last question first, because there's an interesting way to go about it. So yeah, you would think that, I'd like to hang out with other polyglots, but, when I meet polyglots on my own, traditionally, like in the DC area, it was never a sort of pleasant meeting, because I think I was in an environment where people that learn languages were kind of like in this race. It's like, no, I know more languages than you do, and this attitude that I never liked. Now going back to that, I did see this as a polyglot tour. This is for me being a polyglot. I'm going to do this polyglot tour in Europe. That's what it's all about. I'm picking up these books to help me learn, and that's really cool. Now going back to the question about my friends, no. So Ellen, my friend that I've known for almost, I think I'd have to say like 25 years. We started off as pen pals, really, and I did not meet her in person until 2023 when I first went there. But it was a very good meeting. She herself dabbled in other languages, like she picked up a Pimsleur, Rosetta Stone in Spanish. She wants to learn Spanish. She studied Russian at some point, and she knows English. She can write it perfectly. The weird thing about it is that she cannot speak it because she has no idea how to pronounce the words. She has never hung out with English speakers. Living in the western part of France, where you just don't have contact with English speakers. This is not a thing. She's not living in Paris or Versailles or like a big city. But she writes perfectly. She writes English with almost no mistakes, and she's very fluent in many words, but she has no idea how to pronounce them. It was a very interesting meeting with her. Meeting with her and her family, and all of her neighbors and her friends and the people that live in that part of Brittany where nobody speaks English at all. It was very good for me because it forced me to really learn French. But no, she is not a polyglot except for the fact that she can write English. She does have some knowledge of other languages, but as a polyglot, no. Now going back to Theo, who lives in Bristol, UK. My friends and I met him at a hostel in Oslo last year, and Theo saw that I was, talking English with my friends, talking Norwegian with staff at the hostel, and I think there's a couple other languages. I think I might use Polish and Finnish while I was at the hostel, and that came like part of our meeting. So Theo is interested in languages. He's fascinated with the fact that I know a lot of languages. He himself is not a polyglot, but he's got this sort of he's this quintessential, very well-versed, sort of intelligent English guy that likes to travel. He's all into culture. He's been to France. He's been to other countries in Europe. And I think that, we had that sort of wanderlust sort of base for a friendship. We spent an entire, I think, 2 days in Oslo after we met at that hostel. But of course, he himself is not a polyglot, but he loves it when I'm out and I'm interacting with people in other languages. And I think that at some point maybe he'll study something himself. But
did you ever go drinking, like in Germany? Did you ever get some beers? Or
I've never spent enough time in Germany to really get any beers.
No, I've gotten a beer, I think, maybe a beer or two in Amsterdam. I don't partake in any of the marijuana stuff, so that's just a no for me. Uh, but where I did do the drinking was with Theo because Theo likes to drink beer. He likes to drink wine too. Sometimes he gets a little bit tipsy at the end of the day. I cut it off at one beer and one glass of wine because I don't want to get tipsy or anything. But I've noticed in England, like the drinking culture is just kind of like this. That's the way people socialize. It's like, hey, let's go get a pint. Let's get a pint. Let's get a pint. Hey, you want to get a pint? And people just like pick other people off the street. Somebody sitting down looking down. Some other guys will come by randomly, hit them in the knee and say, hey, let's go for a pint. That's just the thing that they do.
Well,
And so I'd go out, maybe I'd have one beer. I'd push it if I had two beers. But the friends that I have in England, that's what I like to do. In Ireland as well, it's fun to go out and just sort of like socialize. But I try to like keep it down, and it's kind of like this little tug of war. My friends will want me to drink more. I was like, no, you should have another beer. It's like, no, I just want to keep it. I'm trying to I'm holding one beer and I'm trying to sip it very slowly and make it last the entire evening. So that's
it
that's
just
like
occurred to
my
me
sort of
what
sketch.
happens in the polyglot brain when you have like one drink versus two versus three? Do you like start forgetting vocabulary or accidentally switching into other languages or what, anything like that?
I have difficulty speaking as it is, because my ideas are always like flying back and
Yeah.
forth. I don't think that I've ever had enough alcohol to affect my mental abilities where I'd switch up languages or anything like that. And I don't think I've ever had more than two beers in a single day. So definitely not enough to make something strange happen. I'd be scared to see what happens if I did. So let's
Okay,
not let it
so
happen.
so back to the table here. Anything else? This one this is kind of interesting. I don't think we covered this yet.
I haven't looked at it yet. It's like a children's book, Poiko Nitjes. It's like the names of Poika I would think means boy because it sounds like the Finnish word for poika, although it's not the Latvian word for boy, but it probably means like the boy or a boy named Puika and Nitjes, which is his dog. And Nitjes kind of like Nikita. It's kind of like Nicholas. And they're just having this sort of like adventure. He's just out with his dog, but I haven't, I looked through the pages, but I haven't read the story yet. Some of these
No.
I've started to read, but I have not finished them. So, but just been really busy, just super busy with work. So
So
I'll look
one
at
other
it. I think
travel-based question. Did you end up going to Maine this year?
I did not go to Maine this year. I
Okay.
really wanted to go, but I did not.
Okay. I remember us talking about that. Okay, so
Mhm.
anything else here before we go back to shelf 3?
Let's go back and look at the centerish sort of like up and left from there. Rokkikukot. So like Akuan Kantasko Kirja. For some reason, Donald Duck is very popular in Finland. I think that while I was in Finland this year, it was very disappointing because I was only there overnight, really. I got there in the evening. I had to leave the next morning so I could get to Oslo and fly back. I think I spent too much time in Latvia and too little time in Finland, but I still had some money in my budget to buy books in Finland. I couldn't do it. So with just 10 euros in cash, I stopped at a coffee shop in the airport and bought this. So it's like a comic style, of just this thick book of Disney comics with Donald Duck, and that was the last book that I bought on the trip. So I was like, okay, let me get this. It looks kind of cool, and yeah, that's just the very end of the trip. That's all I wanted to say about it.
So I'm curious, like this trip seems pretty intense and logistically complex. How do you organize all this, like all this research and information and keep track of everything? Like, are you bringing a laptop with you or just writing it all in a journal?
I bring my laptop with me. I have several things that I do. The first thing I do is even before I fly out, I'll take I'll of course decide I have the ticket bought, so I know I'm going to go this date. I'll look and see what kind of things are going on. I'll talk to my friends that I know in places and ask them if there are any special dates I should be there for this and that. Um, that sort of like maps out the planning. It was because of the 13th through the 17th of August in France, and something very important, like a family gathering was happening that I was invited to. That sort of set the tone for, okay, so I now have to be in France those days. Now I plan the rest of the trip. So I take a calendar, one of those large calendars that have like the empty sort of spaces in there, and I'll take notes and say, okay, well, let me purchase the Euro pass, and I'll see how long it takes to get by train from this place to that place, and I'll just go ahead and plan it that way. Usually at least once a trip, I'll have to take a flight because it's logistically difficult to get from one place to another in time by train. That's how I started out, and I'll have like kind of loosely have a fly back home date, but by the beginning of the trip, sometime I think that while I'm in Norway or Sweden, I'll go ahead and decide what day I'm going to fly back, and that happened to be the 28th of August this year. So by that point, I have an in date and an out date. Okay, so I plan the rest of it. Which way am I going to go? And those are the factors that determine the trajectory of my trip. It is an intense trip. Every day is an adventure. There's really not a day when I'm just sitting around not doing much, or there's not a day when I'm really kind of like lost. What I did is if I had, for example, 3 days to spend uh, in Bristol with my friend, I didn't plan anything, but I said, look, Theo, you decide what we do. I'm down for whatever. So like I'll be a guest at Theo's house, and whatever itinerary he comes up with in his head, I'm with it. Whatever it is, I'm always taking pictures. I'm always meeting people, talking to people, taking some video, talking about what I'm doing with it, talking to people on the train, talking to the owners at the pub, or talking to the servers at the restaurant, always coming up with stories and questions. And it's always like a conversation or two, at least every single day with like new people. Uh, Same thing in France. I spent 5 days, I think, in Charleville-Mézières with an old friend that I met 10 years ago in Mexico, of all places. But we kept in touch. We were Facebook friends, and I went and visited him. And the same thing, itinerary is like, hey, you decide what to do. I think he took us to some, to like a wine tasting event. And then there was, we went out to get a lot of food. We walked through Place du Cade, the center of Charleville-Mézières. We crossed the river, went up and down the sort of like nature trail. And again, in Brittany, there are these parties that were planned months in advance. And this is by far uh, the the environment where I see like the most preparation, just very well ahead of time. They know what they're going to do, and then ask me, several times, is it certain I'm going to be able to be in Rennes on the 13th of August because they could pick me up. They ask if I could be there at 11:20, which is when the train would come from Paris. And I'm just kind of like I'm making no plans, but it's like it's whatever they do. They always put together the most incredible itinerary. They treat me to everything, and it's like 4 days of nothing but adventure, meeting people, going out, eating, seeing this and that, taking pictures. Uh, my friends really, it's just sort of like, they kick everything into gear, and they just dump all this adventure onto my trip. And
That's
when I'm
awesome.
alone, I just kind of like go with the flow. I'll like meet people, decide to do something, this and that, or just walk around the city, or go to a St. Ives and hang out on the beach and that sort of thing. But there's never a dull moment, ever. Sometimes I wouldn't even get much sleep. It's time to get up early and jump on the train and go to the next destination. It's pretty intense.
Nice. All right, so we can jump back here now and pick back up where we left off. We've got Beowulf and a couple other things. I'll zoom into the high res version. This thing looks like it's gotten a good amount of wear.
Yeah. the English Slovak dictionary left over by some of the people that used to live at the foundation where I worked.
Any of these other ones stand out to you?
Jörg Magnusa Mixturan. So that green one, the text is upside down. That sort of like teal colored book with the yellow text.
Roald Dahl.
George, yeah, it's Ronald Dahl. So Ronald Dahl, of course, we're all familiar with him, but this is just translated into Icelandic. When I had made this friend that sort of like met, he was a polyglot friend, kind of. I met him at Trader Joe's 2017, and we started talking about languages, and we just hit it off, and we became friends. So he, a year later after we met, he took a trip to Iceland, and I said, bring me back a book if he could. So he brought me this, and it's just the Icelandic version of George and the Magic Potion. So that was a gift from him. It's kind of like, hey, it's a token of friendship, but it's also a book that I have from Iceland because I really don't have many books from Iceland. So that was a difficult thing to get a hold of because I probably would have had to go to Iceland to get it. Now I could probably order things on Amazon and get them, but it's still very expensive. Then, other than that, Beowulf, I simply picked that up. Some of the students that rented rooms at the foundation where I worked, they left that book behind, and I just sort of picked it up. I'll dabble into it every once in a while. The two books in German. So Erste Lesestücke was like the first reading pieces is what it says. Erste Spanische Lesestücke, Erste Englische. These are bilingual books, German and English, and then German and Spanish. And those were a gift from my friend in Germany. She lives in München. We traveled together in Mexico many years ago, and she'll periodically send me gifts, German literature. It's very interesting too because as there are bilingual readers, it makes it very easy for me to compare and to figure out what the text is saying and helps me to learn German. The insult dictionary is pretty interesting. It's one of the first books I ever purchased. I think I was 13 or 14 when I got it at Crown Books when they used to have Crown Books. There was a Crown Books on Connecticut Avenue by Van Ness. So it'd be by Van Ness University of the District of Columbia. And it says how to give him hell and get what you want in 5 languages. So it's Spanish, French, German, Italian, and I guess English would be the 5th one. But it's like this sort of dictionary of insults. These really like just off-witted, like rude things to say, basically. But they're very funny, some of them.
Cool.
I think that's it. And then there's the Islandsko-Ruski Slovar. That's like an Icelandic-Russian dictionary. I can't remember exactly where I picked that up. I think it might have been at a thrift store or a used bookstore. I didn't pay much for it, and it was a rare find, so I just picked that up.
And then
Excited for that.
we have this shelf.
Mm-hmm. Those are Berlitz Japanese. That comes with CDs, so I could listen and do a lot of pronunciation practice with those.
What about
Very
Hide
useful
This
and very
Italian?
comprehensive. And Hide This Italian CD. It's the book of Italian curse words and insults.
Oh, okay.
All the bad things that you could think of, and it comes with a CD too. There's someone actually saying them into a recording, which is comical. Italian English Picture Dictionary. That's a very good reference tool. The Gaithersburg. It's like the small, like Welsh pocket dictionary. I think I paid $2.15 for that at the newsroom in DuPont Circle, DC. That was back in 1992, I think, or 1993. $2.15. I thought that's worth it, so I picked that up.
Do you know what this
Japanese.
is depicting?
David and Goliath?
Okay.
That's a guess. I don't know. It looks like David because he's got the sling, he's got the cape, and Goliath was like this big, like monstrous sort of look. That's my guess. I
Yeah,
could be
the
wrong.
face definitely makes me think David. I was almost thinking like Poseidon for some reason,
Ah,
but I don't think that wouldn't really make sense.
now you got my curiosity gears going. I would have to look that up and see if I can find out what that is for real.
Anything else, or do you want to go to the next shelf?
I think. Let's look at the second DVD from the left. Dignidad y Resistencia. It is I think this is a gift to me in Orizaba. So it's like a Spanish and Nahuatl language, sort of like a collection of testimony and stories about like, resistance and human rights of the Great Mountains of Veracruz State. That's when I actually have a DVD player and I put it in, it makes for a good sort of like tutorial and a language lesson for in-depth Nahuatl speaking. And that's about all I have to say about that. It becomes with a accompanying book. I have that somewhere. It's published 2013, yeah. And I guess that's it for that shelf. Welsh conversation, Dutch conversation, CDs, it's pretty self-explanatory. That's how I started to learn Welsh. That very first exposure to Welsh was that. Old books. Some of these I picked up in 93 and 94. Czech English dictionary at the very left. That was owned by Madame Lodek herself, the curator of a Museum Kampa in Prague. She lived to be 102 years old, passed away in 2022. That was her personal dictionary. She had several, so she gifted me this one. Then my friend Peter, my first friend that I had from Slovakia, my first exposure to the Slovak language, he gave me the one that's the next one over. Slovacko-anglický turistický slovník, kind of a two-way sort of flip style dictionary. And dictionaries, basically there's the Lithuanian dictionary, German, English, and English, Hungarian, it's Anglo-Magyar Szótár. Polish English dictionary, and another one of the first books that I ever bought. I think it was also in 1992 when I bought this Russian English, the Romanov's Russian English dictionary at Crown Books as well. The same Crown Books that's right by the University District of Columbia.
Washington Square Press reference.
Interesting. That's where NYU is. And Wagner, why does that sound familiar? That name sounds very familiar. Hindi phrase book, that was a gift from my brother John earlier this year. He picked up a Hindi phrase book and gifted it to me.
Do you have any other Hindi?
Say it again.
Any other Hindi?
Any other Hindi? I have a Krishna-themed comic book that's written in Hindi. I think that's about it. That really is the limit of what I have for Hindi.
What about Sanskrit?
I have nothing on Sanskrit. I have seen the Teach Yourself book, the classic, I think 1980s publication, sort of like reprinted Teach Yourself Sanskrit. It's a very thick book. So there's a lot in there. But as far as nothing that I own is in Sanskrit.
Okay. We've got an interesting set here of, what are these multicolored?
Hippocrene, they are a publisher outside of New York City, and they really just sort of like strove to get publications of dictionaries in, very odd languages. I don't like to use that phrase, but, just, or a layman's terms, what would be just unusual languages. When I couldn't find any dictionaries in Finnish or Estonian or South, there's a Georgian English dictionary, all of those that you see. I bought those in like the early 90s and the mid 90s. I don't think that you would find these in bookstores anywhere anymore, unless they were used. But some of them are just very not just like not very rich in vocabulary. They're very simple. It's kind of like they skip a lot of the, I think formidably important words. But some of them they're very small text and they're um a lot full of vocabulary, such as especially the Estonian dictionary and the Finnish one. The Georgian Armenian, that's more of the simpler text. It's larger print, so they don't have a lot of words stuffed into them. But and of course, there's Nahuatl English. I had never seen a Nahuatl English dictionary until I found this one by Hippocrene. I think I picked it up at Barnes and Noble. That might have been as recent as 2008 when they had 2007, 2008 when they came up with this. Herrera is she is a professor of the Nahuatl language at UCLA, of all places. So she put this dictionary together and she had Hippocrene print it. And it's in the classic orthography of Nahuatl, using a lot of letter C, letter Q, Z, etc. The current day accepted orthography is quite different because they use K, W, and S. So they sort of got rid of the classic selection of the letters C, Z, and Q. Guarani is actually the official language of the country of Paraguay, and I have a friend who speaks it. So I bought this sort of like to look up some words and sort of like try them on my friend Medium whenever I would speak to her. She lives in I think she lives in Virginia now. She used to live in Long Island, New York, and she moved to this area. Guarani is the indigenous language of like in that area of Central South America. Zapotec English. This is the isthmus variety of the Zapotec language spoken in the state of Oaxaca, Mexico. This is the more common form of Zapotec that you would see written on plaques at museums, for example, in Monte Alban and in other places in around the city of Oaxaca. However, I have other literature that we looked at before that's in Zapotec, but it's in the Mitla dialect, which is considerably different from the Isthmus Zapotec that you see here. All those Hippocrene, they probably cost like between $10 and $13 per dictionary or something like that.
That's really
Got those for my collection. I like how they go together. It's like they're all exactly the same size. I think, what is it, like 6 inches?
And they're still in business, this publisher?
I don't know if Hippocrene is still in business. I would imagine they are. I just have not seen their books. Would be worth looking into. I think I'll look into it, see if they have any new books out.
And
It's
what is
Hippocrene, Hippocrene, and that's their
Hippocrene?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then you've got this book here.
Zapovit. Shivanko. This is a Ukrainian poet that wrote this poem called Testament. And I think that somebody liked it enough, or he just pushed for it, where it was published in all 15 languages, in the languages of all 15 republics of the USSR.
Oh.
So you see it in Ukrainian at the top, Zapovit, Zavishanye in Russian, the next one, Zapavet, which is Belarusian, all of them. The weird looking squiggly letters you see there, that's Georgian, of course. Andermi is that's how you pronounce our word, Andermi, which is testament.
Is there a quick explanation of why Georgian is different from all the others in terms of the orthography?
I can give you a quick explanation. It's of the Kartvelian languages. It's a very old script that sort of morphed from something that was very similar to Armenian, and they just kept that script until this very day. They never gave into the pressure of writing with Latin letters or Greek letters or Cyrillic letters. They just kept their script. It was It's very beautiful, and I think they were just very proud of it. It's like it's it comes with the identity of being Georgian. The letters, each letter, it's like 33. I believe it's 33 letters. Each one has its own specific sound. It does not diverge from that. I can read it perfectly fine. There's only one form. There's not capital and lowercase. It's just one form every letter.
What about
And I
this
learned
down
how
here?
to. That's Armenian.
Okay. So you were saying it's connected to Georgian.
At least the alphabet is, because older Georgian looks a lot like Armenian script. I don't know how far back the two languages go that they would be related.
Okay. So anything else you wanted to, maybe you could talk about this big book here.
Slovenian English, just a dictionary, one of those flip dictionaries where you turn it upside down to see the other language. And I think I might pick this one up at a used bookstore on 18th Street in Adams Morgan. It must have cost like $3 or so. I have a very interesting story about the Canterbury Tales.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've told you about this before. It was very weird. The
I don't think
Canterbury
so.
Tales, we learned about it in 12th grade English. I happened to be in the 12th grade at high school at Gaithersburg High School. And this is Middle English, 13th century English by Geoffrey Chaucer. And I was very fascinated by the way the teacher pronounced the prose from the Middle English version. So this is both. It has the Middle English in there with explanations and translation in English, but the further you go, the less notations they have, and it was more of it was the Middle English text, and it was assumed that by the time the reader goes to that part, that the reader already has in mind the other translations of the words, so it's kind of like you're gaining the fluency. It was $5 at Crown Books. The crazy thing about getting this book is I purchased the book, and I got on the metro, and there's this guy on the metro that he had like I remember this, he had like a flannel, sort of like plaid shirt. He had this sort of this cap he was wearing on backwards. He had long hair like he was from the country or something. And he takes out this book. And guess what book it is? It's the Canterbury Tales. So he has the exact same book that I just bought, but I was in such shock. I kept thinking that he stole the book from me. So I kept looking at the book that I had, but I was so shocked to say anything about it. I didn't tell him, hey, I have the exact same book. It was just very weird. And I think I rode the metro for about a few more stops, and this guy gets off. And he has the exact same book that I have, and I just bought it.
I think Jung has a term for that. Can't remember what it is, but I'll see if I can find it. But just sort of a coincidences, or like sort of alignments like that. Okay, so this is the bottom of shelf 3. So we're now, anything interesting going on? Is that just some film?
What was in there? No, I used that. I have no idea what that says. This is like, what I would have used this for is tiny pieces or screws or something. Oh, it says Canon. Those are the screws to my Canon camera. When I was taking apart and repairing it, and I put it in there. That's what that is. That's all just in the can.
I found the Jungian term. I'll just read this little summary. Carl Jung's term for meaningful coincidence is synchronicity, describing acausal connections where an inner psychic state, like a thought or dream, aligns meaningfully with an outer physical event. That's actually not exact. That's really not what you described, but made me think of that. But anyways, we'll jump up here now to those. Lonely Planet set.
Oh, yeah. Another collection.
When did you start collecting these?
This was 2000, 2001, 2002. I would hang out, me living in Georgetown at the time. One of my favorite places to hang out would be it's a 15 or 16-minute walk to DuPont Circle. That's the nearest metro for the Red Line. So I would go there, of course, just to, take the metro to see my mother in Gaithersburg or, to go to the places. But Kramer Books and Afterwards is a very interesting 24-hour bookstore where if I'd be up late at night, had nothing to do, and I'd browse at this bookstore. I think there was one night when they closed at 1 in the morning, and then I had to leave. But otherwise, they're open 24 hours, and they also have
Could
a
you say their name
cafe
again?
that's open 24 hours. Kramer Books.
Kramer Books. Okay.
Yeah, Kramer. It's on the east side of Connecticut Avenue, north of DuPont Circle. So
And you're saying they had a
Connecticut-
cafe.
They had a cafe. They still do. It still exists to this very
okay.
day. But they opened up, I think, in the early, I'd have to say, like in the early 90s, maybe 1990 or 1991 is when they opened. There was a news thing about them when they opened. It's like the one 24-hour bookstore in the DC area. And one thing they said is that a lot of their sales happen like midnight, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, when people are hanging out and they're getting, a little bit tipsy, or they're eating something at the cafe and, oh, look, books, and they'll go buy books. I think that was one of their marketing schemes, to get people tipsy and, all of a sudden they want to buy books. But Lonely Planet, of course, had phrasebooks in very many different languages. But I think that what made this special is that my friend Joe Passarelli, who I know from the punk rock scene, worked at the bookstore. So every time I ran up the books, he gave me his discount. So I paid 60% of the price or something like that. So I would go in there after work, maybe buy 2 or 3 books, and he'd ring me up and I got the discount, and it was fun. And I just came up with a collection of all those books.
Just for people that aren't familiar with the geography, the White House is, what would you say, like 10 blocks, 15 blocks away from DuPont Circle?
DuPont Circle is at P in Connecticut. So if you go down to I skip J because there's no J Street. So if you go let's see what's BBT. So get PONMOKIH. It's like 9 blocks. If you're counting the alphabet streets as a block each.
Yeah, so if you're looking like it's, I'm just looking at the map here, and it's quite close. So, you're in walking distance of the literal White House, just going down Connecticut Ave, and you have DuPont Circle, and then you have Kramer's. And was that the Starbucks you were telling me about earlier? That's right on DuPont Circle. That's near Kramer's.
There's that Starbucks there, which is just south of Kramer's.
Yeah,
I might have mentioned that one, but the Starbucks where I spent a lot of time reading and studying was in Georgetown. That was on the south side of M Street. So M Street between 30th and 31st is a Starbucks I used to frequent. They had the upstairs, and a lot of people would just go there and study. Another place where I spent even more of my time was at Soho Cafe, which is this crazy sort of coffee shop that stayed open until 4 or 5 in the morning, pretty much every night. And it was quite the hangout spot. I made a lot of friends there, met a lot of people. To this day, I'm still friends with 2 Greek sisters that I met there while I was doing art. I'm still friends with a Czech woman that now lives in Prague. And so that would be that one. But Kramer
what do you
Books-
mean by doing art?
Oh, doing art. One of my hobbies when I just like a late night thing is I just get my sketchbook and just do sketches, and it would catch a lot of people's attention.
Did
So
you
I
ever
have
do
like
portraits
collections
or-
of art and sketches, like portraits and drawings, and
cool.
some of them were just renderings of pictures that I'd taken, or something I'd pull out of magazines. Like, hey, this would be interesting to try to draw. Also, I draw that. Some of them were live. Some of them I would just some people would just pose and sit down at the table. I'd draw them. I just, a lot of times I just carried charcoal with me and made drawings.
Oh.
That was quite a pastime of mine back in the day. It caused me to meet a lot of people. So it was pretty interesting. And I did that a lot at this, maybe I did some of the I did, in fact. I did a lot of the pastel drawings while I was at Kramer Books, the same store that I purchased these books at. But a lot of it happened at Soho Cafe. A lot of me taking pictures in black and white. And but Soho Cafe is the corner of P Street and 23rd. So it would be the southeast corner of those two streets. It's no longer Soho Cafe. It was bought out by Compass Coffee. So they closed at 6 p.m. instead of 5 in the morning. But as you can imagine, drunk people getting out of the clubs at around like 2 or 3 in the morning, they go to Soho Cafe to hang out afterwards. A lot of things happened, and
Yeah.
it was quite an interesting place to be at, but always busy. I think it was, I knew the owner, Helene, and we were, pretty nice to each other. Around the corner from there was another old, like, used bookstore where I purchased a lot of the books that you see on these shelves. And they were very cheap, like $1 to $2. One of them was I think the Chinese Mandarin phrase book and cassette, like Chinese in 10 minutes a day or whatever it is. I bought that there around the corner from Soho Cafe.
Have you published any of the charcoal stuff? I'd be curious to see one of those.
I've taken pictures of them, and I think I put them on, just I think on Facebook, really. But I would like to actually publish them, as you say. Have a website where they can be seen, or put them up on Tumblr, or what other? I
Instagram.
guess Instagram might be a good place. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so anything else about these Lonely Planet? You also got some Berlitz here.
Yeah, Berlitz. I think those yellow Berlitz ones. I also purchased those at Crown Books when they still had Crown Books. Those are the older ones. I think I bought the England di Suomi, the Finnish English one, I think in 1992 or 1993, and that was at Crown. I got the English Norwegian, I think maybe 2 years after that. And the Finnish one, I think that was one of the books I bought at the small used bookstore around the corner from Soho Cafe. Dutch for Travelers, Hungarian for Travelers, also purchased at the Connecticut Avenue Crown Books.
Was Crown Books known for anything in particular?
10% off all their books. I think the owner himself had a commercial. It's like, books cost too much. So I opened Crown Books, where you never have to pay full price for a book again. That was his, like, his spiel, his like speech he gave at the beginning of every commercial. So it was popular because it was you got a little bit of a discount, really. But I think it hung around for about 15 years or so, and then finally the last Super Crown closed. It was over 10 years ago, about 15 years ago, in fact. And I have not seen a Crown book since then.
I've been seeing a bunch of stuff lately on half-priced books, and I guess they're more in the South.
Half-priced books, is that the name of a store?
Yeah, HP. I think it's called Half Price Books, but I guess it's more in the South, but they're kind of known for selling discounted books, and somebody invited me to check one out. And I was just looking, I don't remember ever seeing one of them in New England. And I guess they're more kind of in the South. So, but anyways, anything interesting you want to point out here? Looks like there's a little set.
There's a set there. The set I got in 2016 in what's the name of that town? I would have to say it's Mazunte on the coast of Oaxaca. So there was like a library. Interestingly enough, the library was owned by an American woman. She just had this collection of books, and essentially it was a library. You didn't pay for the books. You'd come in and check them out as, like you would a library. I don't know how she funded this. I don't know how she came upon this idea, but there's this library in the middle of nowhere, and there is this publisher. It's like, I guess, CA or something are the initials of it. I'll have to look into it to get more details, but they publish a lot of stories in indigenous languages of Mexico. So there's like there's a Waihi, there's Purepecha, Tzotzil, and Otomi. Otomi is another word for Ñañu. Those, it's somewhat interesting. Like Otomi is spoken in the state of Veracruz, so they're not even like exactly local to Oaxaca. Tzotzil is spoken in Chiapas. I speak some Tzotzil, by the way. I do not speak Purepecha. I do not speak Waihi. But Tzotzil I'm very familiar with, and that's like a little collection of all tales from there. This the owner of the library said I could, check these books out, and just, I didn't have to return them necessarily during the trip, but like the next time I come to Mexico, it could have been a year from then. But it's already been 9 years since I took them, and I haven't returned them. And I don't think that the library is still there. But that's how I got those little books that are they're bilingual, so they're in Spanish and in the indigenous language that is indicated. The red book with the yellow letters, Spaniu Latvia Shuvarnica, Spanish Latvian dictionary. So I collected a lot of dictionaries that went from Spanish to the target language. And the reason I did that is because, I had a place to live in Mexico. So I would use these dictionaries and take them with me in Mexico and just keep them there with my cousin, who was also herself interested in the languages because she was exposed to them with my knowledge of a language. So she was kind of like my little, disciple. She'd take after me. She'd ask me, how do you say this in Russian? How do you say this in this language? What's this language? And how do you say this in Czech? And I had about 10 or so of those dictionaries. There's a Spanish, Czech, Spanish, Russian, of course, Spanish, Slovak, Spanish, Lithuanian, and Spanish, German, and others. This particular book was a gift that was sent to me from Latvia. So I got this years before I ever set foot in Latvia for the first time. And this sort of like correspondent of mine who lives in Jelgava sent me this book as a gift. And that's how I got that. It's a very nicely put together book. Now, above that is Veracruz. That's actually a dictionary. It's a Spanish dictionary. It's kind of like a sort of like a elementary school level to I would say maybe like 7th grade, 8th grade, something like that. Now, the reason it's called Veracruz is because it's not only is it a dictionary, but it's also like a historical sort of account of the state of Veracruz. So it talks about facts of Veracruz, a little bit of the history, but at the same time, it's a dictionary where you can look up the meanings of words. And that was a gift from my cousin, and I got this in 1995, and I love the book. It's got illustrations. It talks a lot about all the towns and the mountains and the rivers and the geography of Veracruz, some of the political history, historical figures, etc. Just a little gem of a book, really. I've never seen a dictionary quite like that. Icelandic is simply the teacher self, the very old, like 1950s, 60s version of, back then, the Icelandic. I actually borrowed this book, the hardcover version of the same book, the same text and everything, from the Martin Luther King Library when I borrowed books so I can copy them and just like have Xerox copies of the books as a reference. And I did that in 1992. And I happened to find this one at a used bookstore for maybe $3. So I just picked that up. In gray, you see a Russian English dictionary. It's just like a small extra dictionary just to keep handy. Then my Bulgarian friends brought me the Bulgarian English Dictionary and the English Bulgarian Dictionary. And before I got those books, it was very hard to find a concise, a thorough sort of reference for Bulgarian vocabulary until I finally came upon these. Well, my friend brought them from Bulgaria. So, that's kind of like a treasure because, okay, now if I really want to know Bulgarian words, more esoterically look up specific words that I want to know. I have this and it comes with samples used in phrases, etc. So that has been a very helpful tool. Prior to that, I would use the Russian Bulgarian dictionary because that was the most thorough tool that I had before I had these two. Then to the right, you have a Bulgarian English phrasebook, and that was kind of like this little bonus that was given to me with the dictionaries. The green book that you see that's got no words on it, I also picked it up at the newsroom in DuPont Circle, I think in 1992 or 1993. And it's called Türkçe Bulgarca Konuşma Kitabı, which means Turkish Bulgarian phrase sentence book. And it's just like a reference from Turkish to Bulgarian. So I can see the two languages and compare sentences side by side.
Cool. Okay, so next we have some
Cost me like $4.
thick books here.
Yep. It's like a small, chubby books. Folklore Polka just means pocket dictionary for Irish. The one that looks a little bit more used. Yeah, that one with sort of like the priest binding. That was a gift from this punk rocker sent it to me from Ireland. He speaks some Irish that he learned in school, and this is the book that he used during his school time. And he just like mailed it to me as a gift. It's Anthony O'Flynn is his name, and he lives in Corbettstown in Kilkenny. And to the left of that one, that was a gift from my friend Pat Baldwin, who himself is of Irish descent, and he picked this up at the store and gave that to me. And I think the Oxford one is a little bit more thorough. Well, they have different criteria as to like how they translate and like what examples they use as like phraseological examples or sentence examples. So I bought the Oxford one as well. I think that was the newest one. It probably cost me $7. And on that same token, I think I also bought the Oxford Chinese Dictionary, I think at the same time. And that might have been at the Barnes & Noble in either in Georgetown or in Rockville. I don't remember exactly which one. Then Russian, French phrase book that's in the Russian text. I forget exactly where I picked that one up, but that might have been at that small used bookstore also around the corner from Kramer. I'm sorry, not Kramer Books, but from Soho Cafe on 23rd Street. The Tibetan phrase book, I picked it up at the newsroom. And the English-Ukrainian phrase book, this is one of the first books I actually ordered through Amazon. And I bought two of those. One of them I got for my niece because she wanted to learn Ukrainian for whatever reason. And it's one of the books I bought more recently, I think. So this would have been maybe 2018, 2019 or something like that. And the Collins gem, I got that. I forget where, but it was, I bought it more for the color. It just looked more decorative. And it makes for a good, like, small Italian language reference. But I really like that lime green sort of color. It just looks good on the shelf. More than that for anything else. Collins gem.
Never seen that before. Collins Gem. Do you know what? Is that a special like series?
I think it is because I've seen them in other.
I guess color printing for a dictionary is pretty rare, actually. So
I really like it. It makes for. It's pleasing to the eye. I like the blue headwords. But it also makes it a little bit easier just to sort of like know where the definitions end and to look for the, it makes the headwords, I guess, easier to identify.
So how many colors are there? Just one?
Just two.
Oh,
just two. It's just like, let me look at it. It's right here. It's blue and, I moved it. That's right. Yeah.
That's the one I moved to. Shelf number 6. So here we go. Let's look at that.
Yeah,
'Cause
just
I'm
the
trying to
headers are in
think.
blue.
Oh, nice. I mean, the only other book that really what I immediately think of is the New Testament, where you have the Jesus's words in red.
In red? Yeah, I've
That's
seen those. Yeah.
like red letter Bible. But other than that, I'm trying to think of like what would be a classic type of book where you would have two other colors besides black. Can't really think of anything off the top of my head.
We could have like to show you the front of the illustrated dictionary. Diccionario Veracruz Ilustrado. So it's got like, some of the I guess like agricultural features, and a map of Mexico on the back, and like emblems, coat of arms of all the states. And
We're not going to get high resolution of that, so we should save that to when we do your
okay.
top
Yeah.
books. I'll make a note of that. It's the Veracruz Dictionary.
It's a Veracruz dictionary, but I'm just very fascinated by a lot of things that it has inside of it. It's just,
Okay.
We
Yeah,
can
I
look
made
at
a
another
note of that.
Yeah.
That's this book right here.
that's it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then this is the next shelf here, another bunch of big ones.
Yeah. These are like cheap books that I picked up, dictionaries rather, that I picked up at Kamkin Bookstore when they used to be open. So during the Cold War, I forgot how it started, but someone had the idea of opening a Russian language bookstore in the DC area. And the place where they could do it was at an old warehouse, an old brick warehouse in Rockville, Maryland, right off of Park Lawn Drive. It's Bolingbrook Parkway. And I think Victor Kamkin is the name of the guy that started it all. And the USSR was like, you know what? Yeah, that's good. Let's send our books there because it's a good way to get some of our propaganda into the US. And I think they were all about it. And so it was like all this art books, and it's like shelves, like from the floor to the ceiling. You'd have to get ladders to get to the top shelves. And there's that smell of that Soviet paper. It's like it just, this whole bookstore had this strong whiff of like old books. It was kind of it was a little bit pleasant, but it's kind of weird at the same time. These are all dictionaries. There's the first one you see at the top. There's Czech-Ruski Slovak, Czech, Czech Russian and Russian Czech, Slovak Russian and Russian Slovak. There's a Bulgarian Russian book. That's what I used as a reference when I was looking at Bulgarian words. All those books are dictionaries from Russian to another language. There's Russian Norwegian, Norwegian Russian, there's Russian Finnish, and maybe a couple other odd ones, all on that one little shelf.
And for people not familiar with Cyrillic, you have the P, which is the R sound, and then the C,
Correct.
which is an S sound. So you have the
Mhm.
sort of Rusko, and you have the
Ruska,
Ruska here.
Czechski, Slovak, Russian, Czech dictionary. Ruska, Czechski, Slovak.
So you'll see that sort of in English PYCCK stem in a lot of these spines that we've looked at and we're looking at here. That's sort of the a good way to recognize that there's some Russian going on.
That's the Norwegian Russian one. Ruski, Slovak. There's even Russian Albanian. I don't know why I picked that one. It's kind of interesting. Albanian. That's what that was. The red. Yeah.
And then you have this on the bottom shelf. These Finnish ones look interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very clean.
Yeah. You need 2 big books to explain Finnish grammar. That's like the biggest reference I've seen for like language reference for anything. It's like, goodness. 250 something prepositions. Those are my 3 Breton books.
Could you just say a little bit about what Breton is?
Breton is it's a Celtic language. It's so like the Welsh Celtic subdivision of Celtic languages that is still to this day spoken on the peninsula of Brittany, northwestern France.
Would you say it's like halfway? I mean, how similar is it to English?
No, it's not similar at all. Not at
similar
all. No, the Celtic languages are not similar to English. It's the Celtic branch of it's the Celtic branch of the Indo-European languages. So not similar to English at all.
What about Irish? Is it similar to Irish?
It is related to Irish, but not similar enough where you cannot understand one from the other. One word here and there sort of coincides a little bit. You can see similarities. Let me think if I know of any. It's my no, I can't think of any really. Even the numbers are different.
Because I know the history of English, pretty much all the Celtic stuff got kind of lost. And so Breton, and you just think about the Norman invasion and how that brought a lot of French into English.
Yes, it did.
Breton sounds like kind of an interesting mix of that very old past.
It does. What's interesting about Breton is kind of like if you'd imagine something similar to Welsh, but with a French accent, because they have they have this like the the guttural R sound, like just like the French, where you would say something like Diolch yn fawr in cerddwch yn syth ymlaen marc yn ofn croes o gyferb yn armais parcio, like that. It's the rolled at the tip of the tongue sort of R that you hear in Welsh. In Breton, it's all the Z. Tugares is what you would say thank you. Trougarez, but it's pronounced tugares, as if it were read by a French person. And that's throughout the entire Breton language. Interestingly, Cornish has the English R. So it's everything R in Cornish is R, just as if it were in English.
What about these unlabeled items here?
Buntus Kainche, those are the 1960s publication of Irish Gaelic books, also with like cartoons, like illustration. It's kind of interesting to see it, but you probably wouldn't see it too much, but there it is. You kind of like there you can see the title of it.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. And then looks like this is another miniature book here.
It's a tiny book that I think that was given to me by Katerina, one of the Czech girls that I met while I was drawing art at Soho Cafe. Years later, she sent me this by mail. It's called Příběhy v moudrosti. It basically means stories of wisdom. So it's kind of like little, in that same font, it's sort of like almost italic, somewhat text of the little short stories of wisdom. I forget who the author is, but I mean the book's right here, but I can't think of it right off the top of my head.
And what is this?
Íslensk ensk Vasaordabok. Vasa means pocket, Ordabok means dictionary. Or like just like I think a year and a half ago, a good friend of mine who's also polyglot, his name is Erik Sari. He studies Icelandic, And he goes to Iceland and he spends months there at a time learning Icelandic. And on one of his recent trips before he got back, we were communicating over, I think, Facebook chat or something. So I asked him to bring me back some books, and he got me this. This is very difficult to find in the U.S. And it's like very detailed, fine print, sort of also a 2-color text book. The headwords are also in blue, I think. And but the best Icelandic dictionary I've ever owned. And pretty expensive too. I think it was $40. I think altogether for the 3 books that he brought me, I paid $140 or something like that. Árstíðir is basically, that means seasons, and that is Icelandic language sort of primer. I think it's all in Icelandic, so it doesn't give you the English translations, I don't think, but it's kind of like starting off with simple stories and getting more complex, after that. So Pálsdóttir. So the author is Caritas. Caritas is woman, Hrundar Pálsdóttir. Pálsdóttir means that she's the daughter of her father, and her father's name is Paul, which is Paul. Personal names are outlawed in Iceland, so every person's last name is basically the father's name plus dóttir if it's a daughter, and son if it's a son. And that's how those names work. So all we know about Caritas is that her father's name is Paul.
Can you explain what the first and middle name mean?
Caritas, I don't know how to explain it otherwise, other than it's a name. I don't know if that word has another meaning. Hrundar, I don't know what that is either. There might be some translation to it, but Pálsdóttir, of course, that means Paul's daughter, but the first and middle name, I can't identify those for you.
Okay, so you're just saying that their last name has a special sort of type of construction that's somewhat unique or very unique to Iceland.
Yes,
Okay.
very much so.
Okay. All right, so that concludes shelf 4 here.
Yeah.
And the next shelf is this one here, shelf 5.
Mhm.
So a bunch of interesting stuff here. My eye is immediately drawn to these. Maybe we could start off with this one right here with the big one.
Who gave me this? A leather-bound, sort of it's a blank book. It's a journal, but the pages are this very thick sort of rough tooth paper that I love to draw on. It's fun to write on it. This was a gift from Caleb Bennett. He's a friend of mine he's originally from Nashville, Tennessee, but he moved to Thomas, West Virginia, and he gifted me this book, I think 8 years ago or so, something like that. He just gave it to me. He had it and he's like, here, take this. It is the leather-bound book. I've taken it on some of my travels, and I've written some of my travel stories in it, kind of in a journal. I did some of it in Oslo, my first trip, and I did some drawings in it as well. But really, I've only used up only a small handful of pages, but I really would like to fill that up at some point. To the left of that is that burlap straw sort of bound book. This was kind of like also a blank page book that someone put together. I think the guy was from Mexico. It was a young guy from Mexico, and he named his book publication something Cuautli, which is the Nahuatl word for eagle. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, like he actually didn't speak Nahuatl, but I told him this Cuautli. I started to speak Nahuatl, like hey, you know what this is? So he was in New Orleans. This was in 2006. 2007, whatever, the year after Katrina. It was post Katrina, and he sold this for $13. I bought it, and I taught him how to say those words. I'm buying this book for $13. And he was like very glad that I bought it from him, and I also taught him some words. It's like the pages are, I think they're gray. So I can draw in it. I've done some drawings in it with like white pigment, like white Conte crayon and that sort of thing, or white ink, and it shows pretty well in that book.
What's the purpose of this stick that's sort of tied to it?
Like holds it together. It's probably I think that if it were not for the stick, that's a good question. Maybe it's just decorative because the book is bound on its own, but this I'm not really I don't know. I think it might have something to do with the I don't know. It's doesn't look structurally integral to the book itself. It's just this is there.
You've got a couple other journals here, or a few other, looks like.
Yeah, those are not journals. Those are
Oh.
scary old books from Denmark,
Oh, well.
and they are scary. These are like the print is sort of like coming off. It's like one of them is in Swedish, but it's these like children's books. Some of them are like happy children's books. This one I think is a scary one because it's got really like creepy tales in Danish. These I picked up at a Vanguard's it's called Vanguard's bookstore in central Copenhagen. And I think this guy, like, he had a bunch of tables of old books that he was selling. I think 3 books or so for the equivalent of $10 US. It's like $3 a piece or something like that. And I thought, well, these are really old and cool. I like how they look, so I bought some of them. But this bookstore, it was very weird. And it's like, I think my favorite bookstore in Europe, I'd have to say in Scandinavia. It's in Copenhagen. It's like an antiquarian and a bookstore at the same time. So he has this whole big bookshelf dedicated to Hans Christian Andersen. And there are some of them where it's like the books have poisonous pigments and they're sealed in plastic and you can't handle them because the paint on them is toxic or something like that. There was a section where there were books that of that nature. Some of the books were very heavy, as if they were made with some metal or something inside of the binding. Very strange. There's Scandinavian published books, old German books, that sort of thing. And he had one particular old book that was one of those that's kind of like sealed in plastic. You couldn't touch it. And I think it sold for the equivalent of $70, and I wanted to buy it, but haven't been back to get there. But I got these other creepy books, and that's what those 3 books are.
You've also got some short stories here under the teacher shelf. Olly Richards.
The Teach Yourself series. The first time I came up, the first time I discovered these books was at the Polyglot conference, the first and the only one I've ever been to, in Puebla, Mexico. That was hosted by Richard Simcott, whom I spoke with as part of the story for the Washington Post. Now, Richard Simcott was with his German girlfriend in Cholula, Puebla, in October of 2022. So this was after the article came out, and invited me to come to the Polyglot conference. He was giving these books away on a table at the end of the conference. I picked up 2 of them. So the Irish one and I think the Icelandic one. The Icelandic one, you don't see it here because I think I put it in my bag or something and took it with me. And these are written by Olly Richards. And Olly Richards actually had an interview with him via Zoom. He himself is a polyglot. He speaks 8 languages, but he started his language journey sort of like late in life. It's not something he grew up with, but like as a mature adult, he started to learn French, I think it was, and he speaks 7 other languages besides that. And he put together these like short stories. Now, interestingly, it's the same collection of stories in all the languages. The only difference being is that the story is sort of catered to the country. So, for example, the Irish one is these two exchange students from Ireland that are going to no, well, they're from New York and they're going to Ireland. The Norwegian one is two exchange students from London and they're going to Norway and that sort of thing. And I don't think that Olly Richards speaks all the languages that these books are published in. He does not speak Welsh, I know that because we talked about that. But he had someone else translate for him, and I really like the layout of the books and the highlighted words that are translated in a little glossary at the end of each section of the stories. And it makes for very easy reading and just like rapid word memorization, word association. You add a context, you sort of put the story together in your mind, and you sort of use that method to learn more of the language. So, but these being pretty affordable on Amazon, I think the original price is something like $16, but you can get them for $9, $8, some of them $7, or even cheaper than that. And I have Amazon Prime. I just buy it. It's like, okay, I got $7 to spend. I'll buy this French one. And yeah, so I really like that. I'll just grab one of them as I'm going to work, for example, and just read through it on my break.
What about the Coffee Break series?
Coffee Break series, also very interesting, also by Teach Yourself. It's a different layout. So similar to the short stories, except that these are just individual little small lessons. Some of them are like, they'll start off with like a bunch of what they call 5-minute coffee breaks. It's not required that you drink coffee during the lesson, of course. They just call it that because it's just catchy. But the idea is that it's as simple as taking a coffee break. So Swedish will have like there's a vocabulary of like maybe 10 words or talking about the weather, and there's like a short paragraph that talks about the weather. And they're basically the same idea in all the languages. Through the middle of the book, you get to the 10-minute coffee breaks, which are like twice the vocabulary or 3 times the vocabulary. And towards the end, the last third of it is the 15-minute coffee breaks, like the longer, more intense stories. Also another like sort of like a story-oriented vocabulary builder.
Are there any other how'd you choose this Bible here, King James?
I was at a cafe in Arkansas in April. Well, I guess it would have been April 10th, 2024. So my friends and I drove to Arkansas so that we could see the totality of the eclipse that happened on April 8th. And we rented an Airbnb with a group of people. On our way back, we stopped at this cafe. The people were very nice. And we told them we were from Washington, D.C. We drove all the way there. They were just happy to receive us. We got their coffee. We got food. We talked to them for about an hour. Like this, and they were all a family. It was a family of 8 people. They were all Christians, and they were giving away tracts and like they gave us like candies. But they sold the Bible there. And I was like, you know what? I don't have a copy of the Bible. Let me just buy this. And I think it was like, it really was not expensive, probably like $4 or something. And they were all new. They had a bunch of them that were just like selling. So I was, let me pick this up because I really don't have I don't have my own copy of the Bible now. That's where I bought that. The Journals of Lewis and Clark. That was, yeah, I bought that one, 2009 when I was studying the story. And that one is it's well, of course it's printed, but it's printed with all the characteristic. I think there's the spelling, the spelling at the time, but also a lot of spelling errors by Lewis and Clark, which is kind of interesting.
Does it have like the long S or the F?
Yeah, kind of if it were written like that, yeah. But I think that when it was typed, no, I don't think it has the. I don't. It doesn't have an F looking S. I think it's just a regular S. It's just yeah. If you look at like I've seen the images of their original writing, and it's like that super like very tightly put together cursive. It's interesting. Now, what do we have here? Arvo. That was a gift by Sais Lamvol. It's Estonian. And that really thin book is when wool was king in Shaniko. It comes from the town of Shaniko, Oregon. It's a very strange place. So I put up it. The Afrikaans, Engels, and the Isizulu Isingisi dictionaries were a gift from, those two Greek girls that I met while I was doing art at So Cafe. One of them is called her name's Joanna. She took a trip to South Africa and asked if I wanted anything. I said, yeah, give me language dictionaries if you find one. So she found one in Afrikaans and one in Zulu. She said it was very interesting and very difficult. She had to go to great lengths to find the Zulu one. So I was very grateful to her for picking those up for me. The Swedish dictionary I got at a bookstore in San Diego. I think that was $8. I bought that like a year and a half ago or something. Filia Grana Belgia, Love Poems in Irish. That was a gift from my friend Matt McEntee. His parents were in Ireland, and I asked if they could bring me a book in Gaelic, and of course I would pay for it, but they said no. They gave it to me as a gift. They did not accept my money. So as a gift in return, I think in 2022, I was on the road trip and I bought like a Native American made piece of pottery as a gift in return. But that's another bilingual book for Irish Gaelic. It's all like love poems.
What about this guy?
Langenscheid's Taschenwörterbucher. It's like, so Langenscheid's pocket dictionaries, German English dictionary. Well, it's actually both English, German, and German English. One of those older prints like that got that browning sort of paper. It's got that paper smell. Suuri kapaus. Suuri kapaus means like big dealings or big business or something like that. It's Finnish language book that my friend Henrik brought back to me from Finland when he visited. He's a good friend of mine from that I met in 1997, and he goes to Finland just about every year. But his family is the Swedish speaking minority in Finland, so he goes to the Åland part of Finland where they all speak Swedish, and they have saunas and lakes and that sort of thing. Those books that you see are the ones that we looked at earlier on the table that were spread out. It's all that Varnica. So that's a more detailed dictionary that I got. Both that's bilingual Latvian English dictionary. Latviešu tautas dziesmas, the folk songs. Latviešu tautas paranas un sakāmvārdi, like a wisdom and wisdom words and sayings. Those books again, Teach Your Dog Cornish, Teach Your Cat Cornish. That's the Estonian Finnish book. That's sort of like a hail looking. The one on the left.
This one?
Yeah, that's a Estonian Finnish phrase book. There's another book by Rimbaud. This is pretty interesting. In France, for a lot of their classic authors, of their literature, they have these versions that they actually come with an envelope that you sort of like wrap around the book. This is Rimbaud, so this is Arthur Rimbaud from that town, Charleville-Mézières, that I talked about. Now, this is book number 43. The reason I say it's number 43 is because I did not bring this home with me. This is the kind that you sort of like, you put postage on and you mail it. And because I found this really interesting stamp, I sort of like used it as a journal. I wrote inside of it, and because just to like lighten my load, I sort of like dropped it into the mailbox on the ferry when I went to England so that it would come to me later. So I got it a few days after I came back, and they're sort of set up where you put the address here and the postage on it and just drop it in the mailbox, and you can send them to anybody as a gift. And they have several different authors on with like the same format. Cost me €8, and I just arrived in the mail later on. I thought it was kind of cool.
That's really cool.
There are a lot of blank pages in there. It's kind of like it's a soft cover, so I thought, okay, I'll just use it as a journal, and I wrote some things in it, some notes about my travel.
Anything else from these shelves?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. So then we have shelf 6 here, and this is a new one. So there's we've already covered here's the Collins Gem that we recently talked about, and we've talked about all these books here. But what's the story behind all these new books?
Yeah, the story about these new books is they're old books. The that middle shelf is a lot of the old books that I bought at not the ones on the left really, because I kind of mixed them up, but the ones that are towards the middle of the shelf and towards the right of the shelf. So starting with that really short book, Безобразная герцогиня, but it's kind of like it's got a Hieronymus Bosch art as the cover. I don't know why they chose that. It's got nothing to do with this. Well, I guess the story deals with like a medieval sort of like it's the title of the book means the unsightly Duchess, and I forget who the author is. This right here, but it's like a small print, small book, and it's got Hieronymus Bosch art. Every like 30th page or so is some of Hieronymus's Bosch's illustrations. All to the right of that book is everything. Most of those books are in Russian. There's a couple in Latvian, a couple in Estonian, a couple in Belarusian, and maybe 2 or so in Ukrainian. But most of those books, like Alexander Blok, when you say Blok, that's some of his poetry. Kapitanskaya Dochka, the captain's daughter, that's a story about Pushkin. And we also have several just kind of like really cheap. I just had a little bit of money on me, like $1, $2, $3. I just bought books in Russian so I could have something to study with. Sputniki, I think, is the only book that I read thoroughly. The other books I sort of like read halfway. And more to the right, if you go down, it's like a Buzz Aldrin. That's like a Norwegian version of Buzz Aldrin, and some books in Finnish. Just like some. I think the most recent book, those I picked up while I was at a hostel in Mexico, in Oaxaca. People they'll leave literature there from either Sweden, Norway, or Finland. I don't know, for some reason you see that a lot. I guess those people like to read when they travel, and they'll finish the book, and while at the hostel, they'll just leave it there. Irmetikinnas ja ipot. So that's I got that book about 2 weeks ago at the Finnish Christmas Bazaar. It's the most recent book that I got, and it's supposed to be a comical tale about this old lady that's learning how to use an iPod, and she's got suitcases. She's traveling around, and that's the gist of the story there. Some other books there are also in Finnish. It's like a Goodbye a Stormy Time, whatever.
What about up here on the good.
Back to yourself towards the left. Just a brief thing about it. Old German books that I got, I think in the early 90s. They were gifts from friends. So where you see the green book, that green book, and the one on the left and the one on the right, those are German books. Some of them are illustrated in like poetry with illustrations. Then The next book, Folyóisten fiai, Folyóisten's Sons, that's in Hungarian. Those 3 books that you see are Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, but they're the version in Czech. So it's 3 volumes of Anna Karenina in the Czech language. It was brown and red. Yeah. Those I bought at a used bookstore in Wheaton, Maryland. I think I paid maybe $8 for the entire set. Then an English-Hungarian dictionary. To the left is another book by Rambaud, Arthur Rambaud. They sold it at the Arthur Rambaud bookstore in France, but since I saw that it was a Penguin publication, I thought, well, that's silly. Instead of this, I'll buy the 2 graphic novels, and I'll order this book when I get back to the U.S. because it's just, Penguin publication. You can just get them on Amazon for a cheaper price than I would have paid in France. And I didn't have to carry the book that way, but it's like selected poems and letters. I got it because it's bilingual. So it's got the original French and it's got the English translation on the right side. And Cornish place names, that's the one that was gifted to me in Plymouth. And Gaidar. Arkadin Gaidar. I think I picked that up at a used bookstore. It's a Russian story, a Russian language book. And Idioms for livet. That's that book that I got in Denmark recently that I forgot that I got it. So Gita Norby. That's where like it's her favorite fairy tales, but they're all stories by Hans Christian Andersen, as you can see in the small print, H.C. Andersen, but they are read on an MP4 disc by Gita Norby, who likes to do like audiobook. So like there's the book, we can see it, you can read it yourself, but you can also listen to her read the text. And I thought that would be a good idea to listen to the Danish language and familiarize myself with the sounds, because Danish is the Scandinavian language I'm least familiar with, even though I can understand it written, but the pronunciation is very different. So that would be a good tool for me to familiarize myself with how the words are pronounced.
Do you want to go up a shelf next or down?
We go up a shelf and then we can go down. So that crazy Georgian looking book at the left, it's like it's a thesis by a professor of the different languages, the different dialects and the other like the sub-languages spoken all around Georgia, and like just sort of like a comparative study of the etymology of the words. It's a very cryptic book.
Is this right side up or upside down?
That's upside down.
Okay.
Orcioli. That was Orcioli. I don't even know what that means. It's the super esoteric study, and I think I got it just to see what I could do with it. I really haven't made much sense of the book just yet. But he talks about like the Svani language, the Megre language, the different dialects of Georgian all throughout the country, and how it compares to some Armenian words. Like a comparative linguistic study of Caucasian languages. I think that's basically the idea of that. Also, I got a Kamkin Bookstore, the one in Rockville. There's some other books. The Estikele Pikeskolile, that's the Estonian language for like a middle school. Keskolile means two middle school, 4 middle school grade. It's just basically the Estonian language grammar guide for like, any students that would be in the Estonian language class in Estonia. That's what they would use. So that's a good tool for the grammar. The Michel Thomas method, that's Dutch. That's a Dutch language CDs that you can just pop into the CD player. So I listened to all of those. It's like a collection, I think, of 4 CDs. And I learned a lot of Dutch just listening to it. It's basically all audio. And in Russian, Kaunaski Roman just means like a Kaunas, like Kaunas being the one of the cities in Lithuania. Kaunas novel is all that is. It's about it takes place in Lithuania, but it's in the Russian language.
Key thing for people that aren't familiar with Michel Thomas is he only voices a few of the languages, and most of it's done by other people. So, I think it's mostly like Romance languages that he does, and then there's other teachers' voices for the rest of them. And he's passed away, so
He has, okay. All right.
I'm pretty sure, almost positive he has.
Mhm. All right. Interesting.
But I like his stuff. I wish they had recorded it a bit higher quality because it's sometimes a bit muddy. But
Oh, yeah.
I do like his approach.
The reader of this one, it's this woman from the north. She's from Groningen, I think, and her name is Else. Don't know her last name. But it's fun listening to her teach. She's kind of funny.
The Mandarin one has a guy with like a New York accent,
Oh my god.
and he's teaching
like
Mandarin
Brooklyn or
with
like
this woman.
Bronx or like
Like I don't know that I really know the difference well enough, but it's a pretty strong. It's sort of part of his humor, and he's kind of makes it fun. And then there's a woman who's, I think, a native Mandarin speaker, so the two of them go back and forth, and it's a good one to get comfortable with Mandarin, I think.
interesting. Okay.
So this one, we got to talk about this one. This might be the thickest book in your library.
Might be. It might be. That's the Japanese Russian dictionary.
Wow.
It's really old. And it's been in some places. I think how I came up with that book, my father found it back in 92, and it was inside of he was working at a used car lot, and there was like an old car that had been there for a few years. We're talking about like really used, like junk down, like junk cars, owned by Mr. Fraser. And for many years, that lot's just sort of like littered the one side of Tacoma Park Metro Station. It's like it was an institution back in the day. It's like this iconic sort of thing. It's like this old DC thing. It's this junkyard. My dad found this book in one of the junked cars, and he said, "Wow." I guess he knew what it was, because he just told me like he cannot read Cyrillic, but he knew it was a Japanese Russian dictionary, so he gifted that to me.
Always been interested in transliteration projects of like, and the Russians are one of the biggest sort of, especially Soviet Union. There were all these really interesting projects of like transliterating various languages into Cyrillic, and a lot of them have died out now. But it's a cool sort of comparison to the Romanizations, to kind of get a different perspective on what's another approach to transliteration.
Yeah.
Because they're very expensive projects to do, so they don't really exist in most scripts. So you pretty much have the Latin script, and then you have Cyrillic. And if you're looking for a transliteration of a given language into a sort of non-native script, it's usually going to be one of those two. This one looks like handwritten, right?
Krzyżący, yeah, somebody wrote that by hand.
And then what about this?
Samo, that's just that was a gift from my friend Ellen. When they dropped me off at Samalo, she secretly bought me this book mailed it to me because she saw that I was carrying a bunch of books. It's kind of like, it's like a notepad that has like a faint sort of print of that same picture you see in the front on all the pages.
Oh, cool.
I have not used it yet, but it's all like pretty much blank. This is an extra notepad. When I run out of notepads, I'll use that one.
And then what's going on down here?
Ooh, an interesting collection of books. To the left, the ones you cannot see. Those, last year when I went to this bookstore in Tallinn, they had boxes in front of the bookstore and a sign that said Tasutas, Tasutas. Tasutas means free. They were giving away all these Soviet era books that were printed in Estonian. Most of them, they're actually Russian authors, they're Russian stories translated into Estonian. I have a very interesting story about those. We'll get to that later. But let's look at Ilta Satu in Arteet. That's the free book that I got this year at the same bookstore. In the Finnish language. It's like a Finnish language primer. And illustrations and stuff. It's a pretty nice book. Atslegas, we've already seen that. Atslegas is the one with the keyhole in the front. And then if we go across, the one that's got it's got like those ridges on it. That's the workbook that accompanies the Arstidir, the Icelandic learner book. And above that, you see Miles Nakopolin. So that's the name of the author. And on Balbocht is The Poor Mouth, and it's this really creepy graphic novel in Irish Gaelic. I picked that up in Ireland the first time out there in 2023. I think it was like £13, and it's just really sort of like this bizarre graphic novel with this like I'd almost want to say like the Nightmare Before Christmas, that sort of like cartoon, that kind of illustration, that sort of feel is what the illustrations look like. The next one above it, of course, Encyclopédia de l'Histoire de France. The one I got this year, that's a super detailed, very a very in-depth illustrated history of France. That was this year's acquisition, and now let's go. A couple more interesting books that I got in France. Écoutons la forêt, Let's Listen to the Forest. And it's a book that shows like all the different species of animals, flora and fauna in the forest in France. And but it's like the lesson is to listen to the sounds that the animals make, listen to the sounds that the birds make. So it comes with an MP4 CD that you can listen to that corresponds to the pages. So today we're going to listen to this. That's what this sounds like. So that was an interesting little purchase. Below that, we have Album Secret du Brocéliande for €20. I bought this book last year while I was in Brocéliande, which is a forest in Brittany. And this is a book that has illustrated stories about sort of like the spiritual history and the folklore and the enchantment surrounding the 1,000 years of history of Brittany, particularly around the forest of Brocéliande. So it's all this, it talks about like medieval torture and spirits and fairies and ghost stories and hauntings and like all in the French language, of course, all with illustrations. The art is incredible. And wow, like it'll, one page will show like what the place looks like in the modern day. It's just hills of grass. Why is it shaped like this? It's because it's covering the old ruins of a castle that used to stand there. And just a very interesting book. It's like the secret album of Brocéliande is what it means. Obviously, as you can discern. The next one is that free book that I got the first time I went to Christiania in 2023. Christiania is the free town that's sort of like hippie, sort of off limits quarter in the city of Copenhagen. And there's this library where if you say a kind word or smile to the owner of the library, she would gift you a book for free. So I saw this book. It's a collection of illustrated um, Hans Christian Andersen style, I would say, stories, just old Danish tales. They're all different authors, but it's just like a collection of Danish stories with illustrations, kind of like geared towards like a middle age school children. Uh, but still like very challenging to learn Danish from. But I had this book. I looked at it. It looked really nice. Smiled at the lady, said, "Yes, absolutely take it." It was the first book that I got, which broke the rule of no books in on my first trip to Europe. I said we're not going to get any books because it's going to be too heavy. It started
Which
with that, and
book
I
are
got
we
12 other
talking
books.
about? Is it this red one?
Island Paul Ern, so that's that one with the red binding,
Okay.
small letters. Island Paul Ern. That means alone on the island. That's what that title is. Yeah. That's the first book I ever got in Europe on my own. Now, the one with the blue binding, it's just kind of like the history of Norwegian. Yeah, the history of Norwegian hostels. So it was a thing back in 40s and 50s. Hostels were kind of like they were like hotels, but they were used by adults, pretty much adults and families, but it was kind of like this sort of open shared space sort of thing that happened. It started in Norway, and that's a book about the history of it. And they had several
Worldwide.
copies of these. Say it again, sorry.
So that the whole idea of a hostel started there and then went worldwide.
I don't know if it really started
Oh,
in Norway,
okay.
but it's kind of like it started in Norway individually, according to the story.
Okay.
So there might have been a thing that already existed, but it's like, no, in Norway, it was a special thing because of the geography and the lifestyle in Norway, and people were traveling from place to place. Maybe they were on business trips. And it kind of like evolved to what we have today, where we had like the high Bergen, Montana hostel in Bergen, Norway, which is on the way up to the slope that people would use to hike up to the top of Ulrika, which is the tallest peak in Bergen. It's quite a high. It's like an all day hike, pretty much. But it's the hostel that goes. It's like on the slope, starting the hill up there. They had several copies of these that they were giving away for free. It's all in Norwegian. So I thought, okay, a Norwegian book, good. I'll start off with this. That was the first book I got on my trip last year, 2024. It's a heavy book. I was like, okay, I'm going to start big, so let's take that.
Oh yeah.
And
By the
then,
way, where'd you get this mini bookshelf from?
I think the mini bookshelf is weird. It's either an old CD case
Oh, okay.
or it's just either it's the size of, no, it's not, it's not big enough for a CD. That fits high 8 tapes.
Oh
High
wow.
8 cassette tapes. I think it was made for high 8 tapes. Like the small miniature, like video tapes you
Camcorder.
put in the video camera. Is it the magnetic video recorder?
Yeah.
Because that's the tapes would fit in there. I have since moved the tapes out of there because I accrued so many of them that I put them into a different sort of box that fits them perfectly. But I thought, hey, why not use this as a miniature shelf for those small books?
Yeah,
And
it
that's
looks
how I came
cool.
up with that.
So we've covered all of these. Got the Quran here.
The Holy Quran. I was the top student of Mr. Abdullah Shabaz's Arabic class when I took the 1 year of Arabic in 1992 at Wilson High School in DC. And I was
Wow.
also like, I guess the teacher was really impressed with my calligraphy because I could write Arabic very well with the calligraphy pen, and that's what I used to write. At the end of the school year, he gifted me this book, the Holy Quran.
So you were the number one in the class.
I was the top student in the class, yeah.
Were there any students that spoke Arabic at home or anything?
There were students at the school that were from, places such as from the Palestine part of Israel or from Morocco, a lot of Moroccan students. So there were Arabic speakers that they were not in the class, so the class was, I think it was all people who were learning Arabic, or some of them had some Sudanese background. I think at least 2 of those students, or one of them, Athena, I think she was kind of like interested in the Islamic religion, the religion of Islam. So she took the class for that reason. No, but there were no fluent speakers in the class
So
the year
what
that I was there. I think it was only
Hmm.
about 15 students.
what do you think it
And
was that made you kind of gravitate to it, or just do well, or was it intuitive to you or something?
yeah, it was intuitive. I was like, language learning came very easily to me. So I, memorized the words pretty fast. Um, just kept up with it every day, just like, studied, recited the texts and stories that the teacher assigned to us.
Were they
We
assigning
had
secular stuff?
say it again.
Secular, was it all secular texts?
There were secular texts, yes, but then once in a while, I think that the teacher himself, he was American, but he was like a Muslim convert. So
Okay.
he would talk about religious philosophy at the time. We also took us on a field trip to the mosque, to the Islamic Center in DC on Massachusetts Avenue.
Oh, wow. What's
So
that
I could
like?
see where, like, the religious influence was there. He was very much into it, and he also wanted us to. He didn't want us to become Muslims really, but he wanted to tell us about Muslim philosophy. Because he said that if you're going to, his argument was that if you're going to learn a language, you need to learn how the people think, and the overwhelming majority of people that speak Arabic, I would say, are Muslims. So, I think for that reason, he incorporated some of the religious philosophy into the lessons.
Yeah, I was thinking
But
about like how Latin is taught and how it used to be taught, and how there's sort of like learning Latin through ecclesiastical Latin, um and then the sort of Agricola secular classics Latin.
hey,
I don't know if you find that to be an interesting parallel or not, but I feel like with Arabic, there's even more of a reason to be reading directly from the Quran and not other secular stuff.
yeah, uh, the textbook, as you said, was as you asked, it was quite secular.
Okay.
Now, there's something to be said about what you just mentioned about the Latin language. I went to Catholic school until through the 5th through 8th grade, and of course, being at a Catholic school, the only foreign language that we were taught was Latin, and the teacher was familiar with it, Mr. Paul Ribzig. So, uh, there was that. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. It's like, in the junior high years, there was that element in our learning curriculum in a parallel way that the Arabic was taught to us by an American who was like a Muslim convert, a devotee.
Yeah. So you probably were you going to Latin mass? Did you learn like Latin Our Father and Hail Mary and prayers and stuff?
No,
Okay.
no, it was the Latin class was only once a week. It was just like maybe 30 minutes a week. It was just very short. Maybe we learned some poems or so, but yeah, we learned like the conjugations, sumes est, sumus est sunt, how to how some of the noun declensions work.
Did they
Um,
take you to like a Latin mass?
no, we never went to a Latin mass.
Wow.
No, we didn't get that far into it. I really didn't. I didn't find the language interesting at the time. I was very interested in German instead. At that time, that's why I was learning German. That's like the World War II class, the Diary of Anne Frank. That's what really fascinated us the most. And some
Why
of
is
the
that?
other kids, because we were reading the text, we read the Diary of Anne Frank, but also the story of Anne Frank. And when it came to the German parts, she said, "Vaughn, can you say this part? Can you say that?" And I think that's kind of like learning German at that time and learning about World War II. It was really it got me to connect with the other students in the class because they come up to me, it's like, "How do you say this in German?" They thought it was really cool that I was like learning German. And so German was kind of like my thing back in 7th and 8th grades.
I actually was
Latin was
gonna.
not.
Okay. I was actually going to ask you about that at the very beginning, but you were sort of on a roll uh, with the table of books. A friend of mine was mentioning, and I forget which country, which language, and actually I think there was maybe a Reddit or a Quora thing about this. It's kind of mixed up in my head now, but um, basically the idea of reading a history textbook of World War II from each of the different major countries. So, like the Japanese perspective, the uh, German perspective, the English, the British, the American perspective, and just the French perspective. Like it's kind of an interesting polyglot project. And I think that World War II is also just an interesting polyglot project in the sense that you need to learn all these different place names, and you literally like Calais, like you don't really know how to pronounce that if you don't know a little bit of French. So it's almost like to really speak about World War II, you have to have a little smidgen of like 20, 30 different languages, and like the different generals' names, you kind of have to know how to pronounce them. So
Yeah. True.
I was just curious, like if you would had any experience with either the textbook sense of things, of just different renditions of history from these different languages and country perspectives, and then also like learning place names and personal names through World War II history, just in English.
It's I think that the limit of my input for that was simply the there's a translation part where like in my studies in the history class back in Catholic school, they would talk about it and they would say these names and they're like Dresden and Belsen and like Treblinka, like whatever, like names came up. It's like there's the basic American pronunciation, but then they come to more esoteric vocabulary where they come to me for the pronunciation. But the limit of that was like my input with German. I know that when we talk about history, there's like when I'm in France, they talk about okay the French part and like Normandy and like how the 6th of June, 1944, it's when Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy, and there's I was there for one of the not a reenactment, but a uh once a year I think it happens. Like all these Americans would bring their military equipment and stage a day of remembrance in Normandy. It happened in Saint Malo while I was there. But and during this time, of course, they're talking about their experiences. And now it's all the French vocabulary coming out. Not only is the language different from place to place, but like the section of the story is different. It's their perspective. We're not even talking about like so much the Holocaust. We're talking about the atrocities that happened in France, how this was destroyed, and I've never made it to Japan or the South Pacific part, where it's like I was involved to the point where I would hear stories from the perspective of the people that come from those places. I know that it's like a world thing, World War II. So I think that the limit of what I've exposed to is like there's like the French side, of course, the American side, which we learned about. Some exchange students from Japan will talk to me about what they were taught with their World War II. It's like their proud thing. It's like I think the one thing that stands out is the Japanese speak about World War II with such great pride. It's like, yes, Japan and like,
Well,
this is it. There was that haiku. I forget what it is. It's 575. It's a haiku, but it's very patriotic. But it was controversial because it was very imperial sounding. I have to look this up because I want to look at it again. I think that there was a debate as to whether or not that haiku was going to be incorporated into the slogan of Japan or some higher significance in modern day Japanese status, where because it was decided no, it's too imperial, we're not going to do it. The author of it, or the one proponent of this, I remember the story. He committed suicide. He hung himself, and because he committed suicide, the decision was made. Yes, he died for this phrase, and we're going to make it. It's official. He died, and we're going to honor his death with making it official. We're passing it. It's going to be it. I need to find out what that is, but that's very important. It speaks to Japanese mentality and the way that they view things and martyrdom, and this suicide was thought, it was looked upon with like, it was like a glorious thing. It's like, this is significant. In Western society, we look at, my God, this guy was crazy. Look at this, is terrible. Poor guy. Let's feel sorry for him. Yeah, he was just nuts. But no, they look at it completely different. It's just all the Germans now. You know how that difference is. It's like, oh no, this is very shameful to pass this on. Talk about it. We're not going to, show any of this. The Japanese were on their side, but the Japanese don't look at themselves that way. The Japanese look at their tenure of World War II as this thing to be proud of, and to the day, it's like, yeah, we fought hard, and we're still the same Japan. Going off a little tangent there, but that was without knowing the Japanese language well enough. The exchange student that Kato Koji, that I talked about this stuff to when I was in high school, like he said things that sound very strange to Western society, but it was very interesting to hear his perspective of how history is taught in Japan in that regard.
I guess I think, broader, there's certain subjects that are, or maybe there's a spectrum of how inherently polyglot certain subjects are. So like history and military history, with World War I, World War II, but also like classical music, art history, and even novels in translation, literature, poetry. There's certain subject matters that are especially where it's maybe useful to be a polyglot, or you're almost sort of forced to be a bit of a polyglot to really just exist in that domain.
Yeah.
So anyways, we have some more books here. I noticed Neil Howe and Bill Strauss, 13th Generation. That's one of their lesser known works, right?
Not at the time that I bought it. It was there was a hot item. This was like the early 90s. They had stacks and stacks of this book for sale at Kramer Books, and I looked at it, and it's got a lot of like contemporary sort of struggles of the 13th generation with the Generation X, and I was like, I gotta get this copy. And I think it's the first book I ever bought at Kramer Books, and I spent a lot of time reading it. It was a coming of age sort of like thing,
Sort of discovering your own generation.
Yeah. I was 17 at the time. I was like, yeah, this is wow, this is some really cool stuff. That, and then like the band in DC, like the punk rock days, old shows like Ian MacKay's in there, old stories like 1953, Nation of Ulysses, Rites of Spring, all of the punk rock bands that emerged, the punk rock scene in the late 70s to early 80s and through like the mid 80s. It's like it says the years right there in the like 70, was it 79 to 86 or something like that, something like that. But a collection of photography from the shows and stories and personal accounts of happenings in the DC punk scene. And that was like something that I've read that through many times. Yeah, one of the more fascinating piece of literature of my time. That, and 13th Gen is more like mainstream. It's like, okay, well, it's just like anybody who's Generation X.
So did you play in a punk band, or did you follow particular bands? Like, what was your involvement in that?
I followed some bands. I was friends with a lot of bands. I was friends with a lot of hardcore bands. I did not play, but I took pictures all the time. Every show
Mm.
that I went to, I took pictures of. I took a lot of pictures. Of course, it's all on film because we're just still talking about the film days. But even when I went digital, I still continued with film. And I have collections separate from these bookshelves. I have shelves of books of negatives and albums and black and white photography in albums and like thousands and thousands of pages of pictures. So that's quite a collection that I have of photography that I took in those days.
Wow.
And I
It'd
still
be
add
cool
to it because
to,
I'm always taking pictures.
yeah, it'd be cool to see a photo of what those shelves look like. I mean, they
No.
probably can't really tell what's inside them, but I've never seen a book of films, as you say. So I
I'll
think,
take some pictures for you and send them to you by
yeah,
email. Let's Timothy, can we look back at the book I said that was on the left of that shelf? I
yeah.
think it was left here that I wanted to get back to since we're at the end of the Quran. So those books, these Estonian books at the very left. I have a funny story about that.
Oh, yeah.
If I get to it, it's Bible. Grab this. It speaks a lot to Soviet era culture. I think at the time it did. So Koiko Nietzsche's, there's that book. They go, yeah. So they go on adventure. Well, we'll get into that later. But I'll just show you the front cover of Mumu by Ivan Turgenev. So Mumu is one of the free books that I got. It's originally a Russian language story. It was translated into Estonian. I picked up a lot of these free books. I was like, I want to have these books in Estonian because I want to have more books. So I was staying at a hostel in downtown Tallinn, the old town center. There was a very kind Russian-speaking woman. She didn't speak Estonian. A lot of people in Estonia don't speak Estonian. They speak Russian. Oh, it's a different story altogether. But so I go and stay a night at the hostel. This lady, she's very professional, but they have this, the way they do things now, it's like two-faced. And I'll tell you what that means. It was a very interesting encounter. A very pleasant, professional woman. She's booking me in. She doesn't ask questions. She doesn't make small talk. She's just doing the stuff. She's doing her job. When she's doing her job, we're speaking Russian. When she's finished signing me in, giving me the keys and telling me, she explains to me, okay, now the professional is over. I would like to switch personalities and get to know you personally. And then she started with the conversation. I would like to know about your camera. It looks really nice. Can you tell me about something? Because I love photography. So, and we went into this sort of like, now the cool person is coming out. It's like the business is done. Now she's this other person. So we're talking about art. We're talking about where I'm from. We're talking about languages. We're talking about how I learned Russian. And long story short, later on, I come back to the hostel and I have all these books, but I don't want to carry them with me. So I said, Olya, I think her name was only Olya. So may I leave these books here? Because I'm going to go walk around. I'll come back to pick them up and then I'm going to leave. So this book is on the top, Mumu. And then she goes into this, like, she has this traumatic experience, this sort of like flashback. She's like, oh my God. So I forgive it if I'm like using her accent. It's kind of funny. Mumu, have you reading this book? It's terrible. She switched to English because she's telling like all the people that she works with at the hostel, she's like a motherly figure to them. So she's kind of like treating them like they're her family. She's telling them interesting stories and she wants to tell them about this. So she's very passionate about this. It's a deaf guy who finds a dog. And so to like summarize it quickly because time's running out for me. She says, I hate this book. And she said that when she was a kid, they were forced. She says, everybody was forced to read this book. Of course, the Russian version for her. But it's this terrible story about this guy who finds a cute puppy and nobody likes the puppy and he gets in trouble and the puppy makes a mess. So, and the story ends in the worst possible way. You will not believe it. So at the end, they kill the puppy. And like the entire class cries. And I'm thinking, like, how Soviet of a thing this would be, that they would that this would be part of the curriculum. They had to learn this. They had to read this terrible story, and it was had the worst possible ending, and all the kids are crying at the end like it was planned. The way she described it, it was just like, wow, well, that was just. I've told this story to my other friends who are like interested in Russian culture and language, and it's just like, yep, that sounds like something that they would do back in those days. And that's what I wanted to say about that book.
Okay, Vaughn, so we're picking back up here, and we've got these two final bookcases here. And so this one looks kind of interesting. Where do you want to get started here?
Yeah, let's start with the 2,500 maths formulae.
Okay. Feels like Jeopardy. Feels like that'd be a Jeopardy question.
Yeah, it's a cute little sort of calculus and trigonometry, a bunch of formulae, just kind of like condensed into small little palm-sized reference. You can tell by the language on their maths formulae. Where's it from? It's British, of course.
Mm.
Yep.
Why is that? Oh, because maths. Okay.
Yeah. And formulae, Formulae. So we got two clues there.
So what would it be if it was in the States?
Mathematics formulas.
Formulas.
Formulas for math formulas.
So how'd you get into this?
Into math formulae?
Yeah, or just math. I don't think we saw any other math stuff.
No, it's just it's really all I need. I'm not like some like math nerd, but I do like to have a reference as for like the more complicated formulas that I'm not familiar with. I'm very familiar with trigonometry and the geometry and that sort of thing, but calculus is still sort of a mystery to me. And this helps. I'll just periodically look through this and learn some new things.
Do you see any connection between, do you view math as a language, or do you see any kind of commonalities there between the other languages you study and math?
I see math in languages, particularly with the Finno-Ugric languages, whereas what I mean by that is the organization of the declensions of the nouns and the conjugations of the verbs. There's like a mathematical sort of like logic to that.
Could you spell more so word that you use to describe those languages?
Finno-Ugric, so Finno-Ugric, that being Estonian, Finnish, Hungarian.
Okay.
Yep.
And then any of these other ones you want to say anything about?
The one also with the blue finding, it means stories of wisdom. And that's sort of like a small collection of writings about the wisdom of life. It's all in the Czech language. And that was a gift given to me by Kateřina Malková, who lives in Prague right now. She was a longtime Czech friend of mine. I met her in 1997. And sometime through our friendship, she bestowed this gift to me, Příběhy moudrosti. The next one over, you see those 4 books are kind of like chubby little dictionaries. I recently acquired those. That was last year, 2025 in August, while I was in Riga, Latvia. And they're probably like €2 or €3 a piece. So the light blue one at the left with red writing, Latviašu krivu varnica. That is a Latvian Russian dictionary. The next one over is Rusko-angliški slovar. Those who speak Russian will be familiar with that Russian English dictionary. Next one over, Latviašu vācu varnica, Latvian German. And the last one on the right, the white with the blue writings, Zviedru Latviašu varnica, Swedish Latvian dictionary. These tiny little references. I didn't really need them. I just kind of like, they were cheap and they look cute. And I knew that I have the perfect bookshelf for them. So I just kind of collected them.
And then down here you've got a few.
Let's have a look at those. My
I guess this one's
it's difficult to read. It's like I got the book here. See, what is that? The reflection of that type. Rumiantseva, Maya Rumiantseva. Poems by Maya Rumiantseva. I don't even know who she is, but this is like a cheap sort of book that I picked up at Kamkin Bookstore back in the early 90s. It was probably like $1. The next one over, what is that one? That's like a Russian language. This is, Shotaru Stavely. He's a very well-known poet from Georgia. And that white book is a collection of his poems, like 10 complete works of Shotaru Stavely. And it's in the Russian language, but his original language, of course, is Georgian. But it gets translated into the languages because the Soviets at that time took great interest in his literature. Then the next one over, the light blue book, Jane Austen. We all know who Jane Austen is. That book I picked up while I was exploring Bath, England with my friend Theo. That was also in August of last year. And I think the Running Press makes several books of the same size with other authors of English or British origin. So Jane Austen, as we know, is the author of Pride and Prejudice and other classic works. And this is sort of like a condensed summary of all of her novels into one little book. So if I want to get just like the gist of the story, I'll read through that. And it was about £7 for sale at a bookstore while I was in Bath, England. And I was like, okay, I got to get this. Bath, England is her original place of birth. I think Jane Austen, she's from there. So I picked that up as a little souvenir of the town.
Nice. Anything about this last one?
That last book there, Zapovit. Zapovit is a Ukrainian word. It means testament. And it's also a collection of some, like a short poem. It's like, I think it's a 4-part poem that is translated into 15 languages of the former USSR republics. So you'll have it in Ukrainian first. I think they'll have Russian, Armenian, Georgian, and all the Central Asian languages, Latvian, Lithuanian, and Estonian as well. And that was also like a $3 book or something small and cute that I decided to pick up.
So do you have plans for what the rest of this is you're going to fill this with, or?
Small books. I'm going to just keep collecting small books on my travels and see if I can just put them in there. Something that will just the size to fit in that small, tiny shelf.
Okay, and then we have this corner space here. Do you want to say anything before we zoom into the first shelf?
This corner shelf is this is quite a little gem that that I found driving home from a very distant coffee shop sometime in the summer, about like 3 years ago. We stopped at a yard sale where the sun was about to set. People were trying to get rid of stuff. This kind lady sold us this piece of this corner bookshelf for $10. It fit in my van. I brought it to the house. I was like, I know the perfect place for it. And right there is the corner where you see it. And some of the books that I brought from Europe, I put them there first. But now I sort of like, because of the shape of the bookshelf, I need heavy objects that are sturdy that will hold the books in place. Otherwise they'll fall because you don't have two opposing walls to hold the books together. If we look at the top, you'll see the a black bind on that sort of like cream colored book. It's called West. This is a collection of photographs that some photographer took out in the West of the United States. And you just put a collection of like rodeos and like cowboys and teepees and, the kind of things you find outside in the West. And he has stories that go along with the photographs that he took. It was a very nice collection. I had picked this up while I was in Wall, South Dakota. It's a really big tourist trap off I-80, I believe, and I-90. Then, no, I-80. Okay, yeah, one of those. So I think it was about $24. It caught my attention. I think it was the only book that I bought on that road trip back in 2022.
Any of these other ones you want to say anything about?
Not too much. Out There is simply what's it, like a Outside magazine put together a collection of their wildest stories from like people exploring the wilderness, and it's a bunch of stories about tragedies and mishaps and that sort of thing, all collected into like this large book. And I picked it up before a road trip in 2019, where I went out. We went on a trip. 2021. We drove out west to explore places like the Cascades, and we did a hike around Mount Rainier. And I brought this book as just sort of like reading material, so it accompanied me on this trip. And that was a pretty interesting read. I didn't read through the whole thing yet, but I read some pretty interesting stories. And then we can go down. Was it the Images de France? That it's not a book. That's actually a collection of vinyl records, 7-inch, and that's for like student French lessons. So you could hear the passages being read in French. And I have a record player that can, like, if I want to study some French, I'll just listen to the conversation. But that's all that is. It does not have an accompanying book. Where you see the Red Admiral just behind that. That is my friend Theo, whom I visited last year in England. He actually lives in Bristol. He's kind of like a graphic designer, and he put together this sort of comic, sort of like a dark sci-fi theme, which he called the Red Admiral. It's about, I think I would guess that his influence was 2001: A Space Odyssey, where artificial intelligence just sort of like takes over and becomes sort of like evil presence during the exploration of space, where the humans that are manning a ship become helpless and surrender their power to this quote-unquote Red Admiral. And there's pretty well put together, a very interesting sort of like graphic novel. It's his own work.
So this right here is the record player?
No, that is an old portable reel-to-reel tape player.
Okay.
The record player is not visible in these pictures.
Yeah, I guess now that I think about it, that would be an extremely small record player.
I have seen portable record players where the record is larger than the player itself, but it works. It was battery operated. I used to have one of those and I got rid of it. But this takes 4 D size batteries, and if this is a reel-to-reel tape, you can record on it, play it back, speed it up, slow it down. It has like the pitch button, which is the speed, and just slow it down if you want to get more the voice information on it, or speed it up to get more music quality recordings. The very interesting cheap piece of technology I picked up, I think it was maybe 30 years ago or so. It still works to this day. It has a sort of remote microphone that sort of wraps up into one of the compartments in the back, but it's on a cord. It's not a radio or any sort of thing like that. So a really interesting sort of like piece of, I just leave it there. I'll look at it once in a while, maybe record something.
I mean, tape reel-to-reel is, and I could be wrong about this, but the way I think about it is it's sort of miniaturized into the form of both cassette tapes and VCRs. And then there was the switch to optical CDs, DVDs, Blu-ray. But there's been many sort of iterations of that reel-to-reel. And it's just a really cool piece of technology.
I like it. I like that piece a lot. I still have micro cassette recorders that I bought in the 90s, and this reel-to-reel, it's a 16 millimeter, so I can get some pretty good sound quality on that.
And what are we looking at here?
Here's an interesting little collection of books. So we have the Worst Case Scenario Survival Handbook. I think I picked that up at Kramer Books back in the 90s, in the late 90s. And it's more entertaining than anything else, really. But it gives some
interesting advice on what happens if you run out of deodorant, or you get stuck in an elevator, or the power goes out, or it's getting cold in the house, and things like that. So worst case scenario. Misty of Chincoteague is actually I believe that's a true story account about one of the horses that kind of goes rogue on the island of Chincoteague, Virginia, which is home to those 150 wild ponies that survived when they were a castaway off of a Spanish ship that was transporting small horses. These ponies escaped. They went to the island of Chincoteague. Once they got to the island, they sort of adapted. These horses survive on salt water, and they were kind of stuck on the island because there's no easy connection between the island and the rest of the mainland Virginia unless you go on this bridge, which is controlled. So they never escape, and sometimes they harass the campers that are camping out on Chincoteague and that sort of thing. And I met I think it was one person who was running a gift shop who was related to the author somehow. And so I bought this book. It's like the well-known story of that one horse on Chincoteague Island. And there's The Tempest. That was a gift from Sasha Levian, this old friend that used to work at Olson's Bookstore on Wisconsin Avenue in Georgetown. And of course, just a Shakespeare work, so it's pretty interesting to read up on Shakespeare. The blue book that you see that doesn't have any writing on it is just like an opinen. That's like a kid's primer book, like an elementary school grade reader from Finland. It's in Finnish. Under that, you say Nen Lainutil. And I think Nen Lainutil is a story of an indigenous young girl. Her name is Nen. And Lainutil means like the worthless one or just the useless one. But it's a Spanish language story, and I do believe it comes from somewhere in South America, possibly Bolivia, I would think. But it's a story about her little triumphs. Two of those books you see are gifts from my friend Timothy Davis, who used to live in Pennsylvania. I'd go visit him in Pittsburgh, and he would give me books because he'd read through them and he'd say, "This is a really good book. Hey, Van, take this book and read it." So those are two gifts. The Devil in the Kitchen by James Steen. He's actually, that's whom the book is about. He's actually a chef. And The Ballad of the Whiskey Robber by Julian Rubinstein. That's a really interesting, so like this sort of nomadic wandering whiskey robber is basically what he is. And he's like it talks about his travels to Europe. I do believe it is fiction, but it's a very interesting and well put together story. Beneath that, La Noche de Tlatelolco. If we know what happened in Mexico City, I believe it was 1968. Noche de Tlatelolco. University students were protesting against I think it was some sort of like financial cuts to the university. So the soldiers were sent out, and unfortunately during the protest, a lot of the students lost their lives to gunfire from the soldiers who tried to quell the quote-unquote insurrection that was happening at the university. This would be the UNAM in Mexico City. And it's a very controversial subject in Mexico. There was at one point a newly published history of Mexico that included a chapter of the story of La Noche de Tlatelolco, which means the night of Tlatelolco. And it was somebody in the government was not on board with the publication of this book, so they tried to have it banned. And I went to look for this history book that included it. They didn't have that, but the bookstore that I went to had this book by Poniatowska. Poniatowska is it's a Polish name, but she is Mexican. at birth, and she dedicated her writings about the about that revolutionary night that happened at the university. One Nation Extra Cheese is that was a gift from Hélène, my friend who lives in France. And it's sort of like this, I do believe it's a British publication where it's kind of like making fun of the stereotypical witticisms of American culture. And they say One Nation Extra Cheese. People are just like ordering all this extra food and like heavy eaters and that sort of thing. And that being titled Your Guide to the Best Country Ever, it's like a humorous account of American culture.
Okay, so do you want to say anything about these other shelves over here? What's going on?
Those are the shelves. Those are 100-page photo albums. The cheap ones I used to buy at the store for like maybe $1 or $2 each. And they're all full of photos that I took since the early 90s and through the 2000s, 2010s. Different trips all over Mexico, the USA, and pictures of friends and concerts and like shows I used to go to. There's like this, you see that, it says summer of 2001. And for a better or worse, I tried to put it in sort of like a chronological order, where the ones on the tall, skinny shelf are the oldest ones, and then we start with the summer 2001, 2002, Mexico 2003, 2004, etc. It's all just a bunch of pictures of they're all like 4x6 prints from rolls of film that I developed back in those days.
Okay, so that wraps up the bookshelf tour, and we can quickly just go through the photos to see everything we've looked at. Is there anything you'd like to talk about to sort of wrap up this tour, or share what your plans are for the future? Anything we haven't talked about, or just sort of synthesizing everything we've covered?
Yeah, a few projects that are coming up in the near future. I'll be flying to San Diego to participate in a documentary that's being filmed about me. So Michael Farmer, I don't know if I talked about him earlier in these interviews, but Michael Farmer is a graduate of the Film Academy in Los Angeles. He has already put out a few documentaries that he has on his website, and his next project, or among his next projects, is myself. And he's making a documentary about my interaction with people and speaking languages and sort of like everyday stuff that I like to do, and my travels and such. So the idea is for me to fly out there. I'm going to visit some friends, and I'll be staying at probably either at a hostel or someplace where I'll have exposure to people who are like, world travelers, and just sort of like Michael can, document what happens when I meet these people who speak different languages and I switch from Swedish to German to Russian to Portuguese to Spanish or whatever it is. So it's going to be fun to see how that pans out. Other than that, my friends who live in San Diego they're playing a show. I don't know what the venue is, but they're in this band called Barefoot Hands. So I'll be going there, taking some pictures while they do that, engaging in some street photography and doing some other projects while I'm out there. So that's going to be like a short trip. I'll be going to Mexico as well in the beginning of March. And I'm going to visit a Finnish friend whom I met in Riga, Latvia 2 years ago. And he's an exchange student. He's learning Spanish. So we might, pick him up and have him come with us on a trip to Oaxaca or some other places. It's just going to be like a 1-week trip. And my friend Ivan, who speaks 4 languages himself, they'll be traveling with me during that time. Yeah, so anybody who is interested in seeing like what goes on with my life, they can follow me at the Multiglot, TheMultiglot. I'm on Instagram and on YouTube under that name. So just follow my journeys through there if they're interested. And of course, while I'm out there, I'm always going to be looking at other books and sitting, reading, taking 5 or 10 books with me in a bag and reading up on stuff. The literary adventure never stops. It'll continue, and I'll probably pick some more things up. And I also have a list of other books that I still want to acquire on my next Europe trip, which I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen. But there are several things I'd like to purchase while I'm in Norway, Finland, and France.
Do you have any plans for your YouTube channel in terms of putting out more videos or developing that?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I just need to get on it. I have a lot of footage I need to organize and put together and edit, and then just post that up on the YouTube channel.
Nice.
Yeah.
I know we don't have to include this if you don't want to, so I can edit this out, but I know it was either mentioned in some articles or just maybe in other interviews that you're maybe looking for some kind of job that's ideally suited to your language abilities and you've never quite found that.
Correct.
And so I'd like to put something in the video about that where you could maybe we could put it out to the audience to say something like, this is the ideal, these are maybe you could just describe in a minute or two, like what would be your ideal job or ideal type of job or things that you think you'd be most well suited for or might enjoy the most. And we can put it out to the audience to see if they might have some ideas, and then they can leave a comment or they can reach out to you if you have an email that you want to give out.
Sure. Right, yeah, so basically, like my ideal job is some challenging position where I could put to use my linguistic skills, and I can do active translating, real-time interpretation, travel. I'm not really limited to any place. I've got an active passport, and just anything that just like puts my language ability to use, and where I can actively continue with the languages that I'm familiar with, and also pick up some other skills on the way.
Which languages do you think you'd prefer to work in if you had a choice?
So I can work comfortably in Russian, Czech, and Slovak, Spanish, Portuguese, and to some degree Romanian and Bulgarian. But I'm also I'm getting pretty good at Finnish and Swedish and Norwegian as well. So I can work with those. Latvian too.
And you prefer in-person or remote, but audio-visual or written, like in terms of format or medium? Do you have preferences there?
I prefer the face-to-face visual, or it could be like audio, video over the internet as well.
And is there anything you've done but that you don't like?
Anything I've done I don't like. I don't like cleaning carpets. I don't like doing home remodeling, which I'm doing. I'm doing that and I don't like it.
But in terms of language, like if somebody said, I'm just thinking, with AI especially, have you thought about how AI is changing translating and like where the human still fits into that? I mean, it makes sense in person and like sort of diplomatic stuff, but I'm just curious, like how you think about that.
I worry about it because I think that AI will rapidly replace a lot of things that I'm looking at being able to do. So yeah, definitely there's that on my mind. And I think what's missing with AI is the personal connection, the livelihood of being, for example, if I'm tutoring someone and I'm targeting the lesson based on the real life scenario where I happen to find myself in, or just kind of like developing a personal relationship with the student, where I can cater the lesson and include slang and other important fundamentals of the lesson, and sort of like put that into practice. It's definitely a lot better when someone has a tutor that's an actual live person that's actually present and can write things down in front of you, point at things, interact on the social level, and demonstrate how language is put to use. in real time in that manner. And of course, artificial intelligence can't do that. It's simply just like some fake face on a screen that's listening, but can't really see what's happening.
You had that role as the sort of that art gallery. Would you be interested in doing something similar to that again, or and to what extent does that use your unique language skills?
So certainly the answer to that would be yes. My use there was that I was constantly receiving visitors, working with people that worked at the foundation, answering phones, meeting with delegates, driving people around. So it was not sort of like this one straight and forward, very niche specific task that I had, but it was just all around like interacting and writing emails and receiving documents and translating in both directions. Czech, usually like a Czech or Russian language material, sometimes in Slovak as well, because I work with Slovaks. But yeah, that was like something that I actively did pretty much the entire day while I was at the foundation. And this
So
went
you
on for
developed
many
a
years.
fair amount of knowledge of the art as well.
Yes, yeah.
Do you want like a 40-hour a week thing? Like how much like you do a lot of traveling and other stuff. So to what extent are you suited to like a full-time, or would you want a part-time kind of deal?
Anything really. Does a full time or part time? I'm just very, very open and flexible to a lot of different options, and I'm adaptive, so anything works for me.
And where are you located?
Just outside of Washington D.C., so I live in Gaithersburg, Maryland.
Okay. And you said you're open to an opportunity where you would travel. To what extent will you be open to actually living somewhere else permanently, or, having to relocate for the job?
I'm willing to do that. I am willing to relocate for the job.
So both within the United States, but also elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, elsewhere in the world. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Anything else on the job front, or, the ideal thing you're looking for?
I think I pretty much just explained just the like sort of like the broad scope of what I'm looking for. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. So, if there's anything else you wanted to include, oh yeah, your email address. Did you want to give out an email where people can reach you if they have an idea for a job or have a connection for you?
I could do that. Yeah. Do you want me to actually say it, or?
Yeah, I'll include it, and then I can also put it in the show notes.
Okay, so the email where I can be reached is vaughnalexandersmith at gmail.com. Altogether, VAUGHN Alexander Smith at Gmail.
Okay. Do you have a LinkedIn?
I do have a LinkedIn.
So people can easily find you on LinkedIn also.
Yeah, under Vaughn Smith. I believe it's just under Vaughn Smith.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, Vaughn, thanks a lot. This has been a dream come true. I'm trying to remember how exactly I discovered you, whether it was through the video first or through the Washington Post article or one of the other ones, but your story just really resonated with me, and it's been an absolute pleasure to go through all your books and learn how you do what you do. So thanks a lot. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to the comments and people sharing what they think down below.
It's been very fun. Thank you very much, Timothy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little segment here on the backstory of this documentary, because I mean, when I read that Washington Post article, I immediately thought there should be a documentary about this guy. This is so cool. And we've sort of got a documentary here of your bookshelves, but really there's nothing like seeing you in person, kind of speaking all these languages and in your element. So I wanted to just include, if people want to maybe participate with you, and they can reach out to you to get more information, because it's not just this thing in San Diego, but there's going to be other opportunities. So maybe you could just say a little bit about, if people want to get involved. We'll put your email down below, but also just anything else you could say about how this documentary came to be.
Okay, a little bit of a backstory. So when the Washington Post article came out on the 10th of April back in 2022, this guy from the Los Angeles area, his name's Michael, I'll leave it at that. He came across it and it really piqued his curiosity. Then he forgot about it for about a couple years. Then I think in 2024, 2 years later, he came across the article again somehow and decided to contact Jessica Contreras, who's the writer of the article, and she forwarded the email to me. This guy, Michael, who works on documentaries and filmmaking, is interested in making a documentary about me. So I contact him. We have a Zoom meeting while I'm in West Virginia, and he has already come out a couple times to the Washington, D.C. area and done some filming and got some of my interactions in different languages. And we went to a language exchange meetup on Sunday at Heidi's in Adams Morgan. And so I've met him on the West Coast as well. And I'm going to fly out to San Diego in about a couple of weeks from now to meet up with him again to do some more filming and discuss some more ideas. And this is kind of like an ongoing project where, he thought that this was something that he could just really just quickly put together. And then I think maybe almost a year ago is when he originally planned to have something already, something completed, pieced together where he could just put it out. But even since the beginning, Michael and I have discussed back and forth, what's an idea? What's the storyline behind the documentary? So we know it's about me. We know it's about some of the things I do, but how are we going to put the story together? What is it going to include? And we had several different ideas. And I think one of our ideas, my favorite of these was for Michael to join us on a road trip all over the USA, which I've done many times. And we would visit these indigenous communities that I've met before and meet with the tribe council and talk about where they're at with their language preservation, because it's a very important thing to me. And explore other ways and exchange ideas of what we can do to keep the young children, the young people of these indigenous communities interested in the language, because it's really in their hands, and other challenges and problems that are common amongst other communities throughout the U.S. Most of these are out in the Pacific Northwest, Western USA, the Southwest, etc. Some of them in the Heartland as well. I've met with Lakota speakers in South Dakota, and that was very interesting. And that's something that we're holding off into the future. So right now we're working on something that's a little bit more basic and streamlined, and just I think that he has already put together a lot of what he wants to use to put in the documentary, but we're going to give it some finishing touches because I want to be able to capture myself in an environment where I'm switching from language to language, which is what I'm really good at. I'll go to some meeting somewhere in Oaxaca, Mexico, where 12 different languages are spoken. I'm going from one to the other very quickly. And people are very surprised. They get a really jubilant sort of feeling. Hey, they just feel recognized, maybe some Hungarian speakers, or they didn't expect to find anyone who speaks Hungarian in Mexico. And here I am. And there's sort of excitement, this kind of meeting together of people who come all over the world that are interested in traveling. They're interested in meeting other people and interacting. And it's a very unique environment that I find that I just happen to have the knack to find myself in from time to time. And that's the idea for this trip to San Diego. Not only that, but I'll also be visiting a couple friends of mine who are they're in a band called Barefoot Hands, and they're doing a performance where there's playing guitar and singing songs. And I might also incorporate some photography into that because I do that when I'm at shows. So that's basically what's happening in a couple weeks from now. And anyone who wants to reach out to me and has interest in future projects, because this is an ongoing thing. We're gonna meet up at other times later in the year, maybe even in different parts of the country. But certainly reach out to me, the Multiglot on Instagram, are also on the YouTube, and also my email, of course, which is vaughnalexandersmith@gmail.com. So those are good ways to reach out to me.
And people should share with you what languages they speak and where they're located, probably.
Well, that's optional. Yeah, they could do that. Where they're located, what language they speak, and like what what things they like to do in their lives, and like maybe it's kind of like not so much about languages they speak with me, but also me being interested in that person's culture. People who go fishing on a lake somewhere, or like just that sort of like community localized cultural sort of exchange. I'm also interested in what they do. I'm interested in learning about things that I know nothing of. And that's always an exciting thing for me that I encounter on these times that I just like leave my house. I'll go travel somewhere. I'm interested in the place. I'm interested in the people. I'm interested in what they do. I'm interested in learning this and that, and making connections. So it isn't just about, that's just me and my language. It's about like the experience of travel, what travel teaches you, what being in a new environment teaches you, and learning from the people that work and live in different places throughout the country and also throughout the world as well, because I've also seen that in my own eyes. And it's just like this one really big adventure that can be shared. And, there are things that everyone can learn from each other, and just kind of like, get people to sort of like talk about positive stuff and what they have in common, instead of like worried about how they're different. Especially this day and age with the political turmoil that's happening. That's something we need a lot more of, just like people just sort of like say their differences aside, and connecting and learning, and just, just continuing, just sticking with what they know best, their ways of life, and just to continue to progress and thrive. These are important things.
All right. So if people want to reach out to you, all the links and your email address will be down below in the description. And I encourage anybody who's maybe interested in participating to definitely reach out to Vaughn. And Vaughn, thanks again.
Thank you.